Hey guys, so this is me redoing the first part of the all-skeleton party, and we're going to put it up in one big video.
Mega video.
Yeah,
it's
so
going to be huge.
Also, you're going to notice the difference between my narration now to my
even
narration
just part
then.
2, because it was literally the first video.
Yeah, literally like one of the first videos I ever recorded. So I was so nervous.
The quality's all over the place on this one, so we're sorry about that, guys. We'll explain what happened with the all-skeleton party at the end. If you still watched the whole way through. I know there is some people that still want it, but we'll talk about that at the end. But without further ado, let's get into this.
Be me. Level 1 recently resurrected skeleton with an amulet that lets me speak only to children telepathically. Necromancer tells me and other skeleton party members we need to find disguises to sneak through the nearby town. What was supposed to happen? While searching houses, we find out one of the villagers is a serial killer. We alert the guard. Guard starts fighting the murderer while we search houses for more disguises. We scare a group of cows on the edge of town, causing them to run into a group having an outdoor nearby party. Use that distraction to steal the rest of the clothes we need. We sneak quietly out of town. What actually happened? While disguised, I try and get 3 children to alert the guard that I found dead bodies in the serial killer's house. Guard doesn't believe the children and walks away. Serial killer attacks the children for trying to expose him. I jump in and start fighting the serial killer with one of his own scythes that I stole from his house. Guard fails 5 consecutive perception checks as I 1v1 a serial killer, much higher level than me, for the next 5 turns. During all of this, one of my skeleton bros tries to use the cows as cover to hide. He rolls so high that the cows begin to follow him and obey his basic commands. He and another skeleton bro use the cows to lift them through windows of houses to steal more clothes. Cows officially now involved in assisting with breaking and entering. One of the skeleton bros falls through the window and gets stuck in a wine barrel that he smashes into. Serial killer chucks a dagger at me and gets stuck in my forehead, revealing to all who were watching that I am undead. I get a critical hit against the serial killer and manage to kill him with one of his own murder weapons, while at 1 HP myself. Several adults run away in fear along with one of the children. The other 2 children start running around me in circles and chanting that I heroically defeated the serial killer. All of the skeletons decide it's time to get the hell out of town. My skeleton bro that used the cows to help in his clothing heist was told to roll a 1d20 to determine how many cows follow him. Skeleton bro got stuck in the wine barrel, absorbed so much magical alcohol that he now admits a drunken aura and glows in the dark. All enemies within 15 feet have to roll a successful save or become drunk. 2 of the children I saved from the serial killer have decided to follow me and are now our new companions, along with 19 cows that follow the other skeleton bro. How did any of this happen? DM.
I can see that from Guardbro.
Yeah.
I can see that, and it's nice to see how
it started.
It all just kind of falls into place.
Yeah.
Who knew them cows would be with them for so long?
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the first part. Let's move on to the second one. Both these are very short, by the way, guys.
Be me. Level 1 recently revived skeleton with amulet that lets me telepathically talk to children. Not me. Party of other recently revived skeletons with various abilities. Successfully escaped the graveyard and nearby village in last 3 sessions and stole some clothing to use as disguises. Currently near the harbour, tasked with stealing a boat so we can find the necromancer that resurrected us. One skeleton player uses his new drunken aura skill to make every non-party member drunk around us. The rest of us continue hiding in the herd of 19 cows that followed us from last session. A combination of cow camouflage and all the nearby city folk being drunk off their asses help us sneak halfway through the town. Some of the cows get spooked by the drunk people and start a small stampede on the edge of the market. Cows tearing through tables, market booths. People and trade goods go flying everywhere. 2 people get trampled to death and several more are injured, but the drunken aura makes them all apathetic so they don't really do anything. Trying to be a good, fatherly skeletal figure, I take the 2 teenage girls accompanying me and walk north to go down an alleyway, hoping to avoid them seeing the dead people run over by the cows. The party walks right past the injured and the dead and approach a very busy main street, with dozens of carriages going by at top speed. Drunken skeleton rolls so high on his drunken aura check that all of the carriage drivers in a 60-foot radius immediately become shit-faced. Carriages begin crashing all over the road, running down pedestrians and slamming into buildings. All in all, about 30 people died right in front of the alleyway I had taken. The 2 girls with me, instead of seeing 2 dead bodies, now see dozens, and one of them begins to freak out. I spend 2 turns of movement trying to calm the girls down so we can cross the street. The whole town rushes to the main street to start pulling the injured and dead from the wreckages of the carriages and market stalls. Only one guard passes a perception check to realise the weird band of people with the cows are highly suspicious. We make a straight line to the nearest boat that's not occupied, except our kleptomaniac party member. He goes through a warehouse trying to loot it, manages to get about 4 cows onto the boat with us. I start having second thoughts of whether or not the 2 human NPCs are safer with us or without us. They want to go with because they've never been on a boat before, so I take them along. Someone untied the boat, forgetting that one of our party members was still looting a nearby warehouse. Boat starts drifting away. We're all shouting at him with our necromantic telepathy link. Get the fuck in the boat, we're leaving! I have to spend 3 rounds of doing strength checks to hold down the gangplank as he tries to sprint to the pier in time to get on the boat. Both NPC girls with me holding on to my bony legs so I don't fall in the water. A party member ties a rope around me and another holds me around the waist. Almost fell off the boat, but the last skeleton does a front flip and crashes onto the boat as we all somehow made it in time. I go to chastise him for almost screwing over the party. I stole some food from that warehouse so the human girls don't go hungry on our boat ride. Oh, thank you. I take the food rations. The only guard that was suspicious of us runs up to the end of the pier, but the gangplank already fell in the water, so he can't reach us. He starts shouting to everyone for help, but they're still helping all the people that got injured. Guard points at us. It was you! I know it was you that killed all those people! We slowly drift away from the harbour. One party member quietly says, "You know, he's not wrong, really." Everyone goes up a level for completing the mission. Skeleton with a drunken aura went up 2 levels for all XP from the people he accidentally killed.
God damn it, drunk. God damn it.
And now, the models of our website, brought to you by neckbeardia.co.uk. Get y'all some of these titties.
Dwarf titties, orc titties, cat titties, fat titties, the gassest and waistest a bit. Vampires and goblins and all the buff champions and even hentai, yeah that too. Dragons, manticores, ogres and gnomes and bugbearers and even more to go still. Undead and demons and then our friend Pally and definitely not 40k. Wood elves, dark elves and lizards and Megan the Slither and James the look cool as he stands. Beholders and kobolds and tyrants and only in a donkey with a frying pan. If you don't want no models, then no need to bother. We now have subclasses and teas. Also, Guardbros Book, go have a look. Check out the link to Ko-fi. Thank you for watching our videos and giving our channel a hand. But this is the end, our viewers and friends, so let's get back to the video, man.
I fucking hate myself. Party full of skeletons successfully stole a merchant ship last session. A few players left, but those that remain are level 3 now. Miraculously, our skeletal bodies haven't been destroyed yet, despite our dysfunctional resurrection hijinks. Still trying to sail in the general direction that our necromancer has commanded us. Trying to find the necromancer to see why they resurrected us. Boat contains several PC skeletons, 2 NPC human teenagers, and 4 NPC cows that we convinced to join us in the first session. We searched the boat for anything useful. I find a crate full of backpacks and start throwing them at everyone. Was tired of carrying all my items stuffed in my ribcage. The rowdy skeleton finds a small alcove with fancy food in it and begins making sandwiches for the teenagers, wrapping them in cheesecloth for the journey. We realise the boat isn't moving at this point because no wind. Party looks around the ship, only find a small rowing oar for the lifeboat. Can't find any long oars, so I have to pass 3 strength checks to rip up a plank from the deck and use it as a makeshift oar. The agile skeleton, instead of helping me, reaches through the gap in the deck to pet the cow.
Moo!
Here mooing below, curiously in the cargo hold. Sudden urge to let go of the plank and smash his bony arm in half. DM secretly goading me to do so, but I resist temptation. Both me and the agile skeleton finally pry this plank loose. Almost bounces off the boat from the tension coming free, and the agile skeleton is able to jump on it before it topples overboard. Crying, one of the NPC human teenagers finds a fishing pole. She hooks some weird ass yellow fish with tentacles and pulls it up onto the boat. The agile skeleton walks over and instinctively starts stabbing with a shank he made out of his own rib bones.
It starts squealing and spitting yellow goo all over but comes to a rest. Some hours go by and the rowdy that was preparing the food decides, fuck it, we'll try and clean the fish. As he is cleaning the fish, it starts writhing and more tentacles start coming out. Gross, JPG. Boots it over the side of the ship. Don't hear a splash. Both me and the rowdy skeleton look over to the side of the boat. Baby kraken fish tentacle hentai monster thing is stuck to the side of the boat via tentacles and climbing up the side of the boat. Sklorp, sklorp. What the fuck is that? Keeps making a sound as it slaps its sticky appendages to the gained ground. Fuck off, we rattled at it as me and the rowdy skeleton start swinging at it with our weapons. I whack it with my hammer, but it grabs onto my hammer and won't let go with its tentacles. Rowdy skeleton starts swinging with his scythe he found below in a crate, but now it's grabbed onto both of our weapons while clinging onto the side of the boat. Getting our asses kicked by a monster the size of a loaf of bread. A tug of war ensues as we try to get our fucking weapons back. One of the other skeletons runs over and decides to chuck a flaming lantern at the baby kraken thing. Skeletal yeet.wav. Lantern flies away off course and lands in the ocean with a plunk. Even the monster stares awkwardly with us. Skeleton panics and goes for another throw. Natural fucking one. Slams the lantern into the side of the boat. Flames lurch up around me and the other skeleton in melee combat with the little monster. God damn it, PC skeleton. You set my fancy hat on fire. I like that hat. Some mother gave it to the person that I stole it from. I shout angrily. Rowdy skeleton's sun hat is now also quite burnt with a few flame licks here and there. The kraken monster screeches at the sudden flames and withdraws slightly. Oh, so I guess this is my fault, huh? Asks the agile skeleton that set everything on fire. Both me and the rowdy skeleton rattle at him angrily. Through our bumbling manic combat style, we have found the monster's weakness. However, I use my free hand to grab one of the torches I had stuffed in my backpack for later, light it from the flames on my own body and start whacking the monster like a fucking piñata. Every time the lit torch smacks the monster upside the fleshy bits, it screeches like a demon and tries desperately to take the torch away from me. Crying, the braver teenage NPC has been helping one of the other PC skeletons use buckets of water to keep the fire from spreading. Millie, the less brave teenage NPC, walks up on deck and sees two of her friendly skeleton bros on fire while rattling unintelligibly at something over the edge of the boat, which is also on fire out of her view. Homer Simpson slowly walking backwards into shrub gif. She slowly shuts the door, leading back into the lower deck and goes down, where it's no longer complete skeletal chaos. Next 4 rounds are manic, flinging and swailing at this little kraken bastard, while half of us are on fire and the other half are trying to put out the fire. Agile skeleton gets the bright idea to grab some lamp oil and chuck it down at the monster at the side of the boat. Poke the monster with my torch and it goes up in crackling flame. Finally lets go of our weapons and falls down to the water. Additionally, the fire is finally put out, while Rowdy and I pat out the flames on our death clothes. Crying splashes the agile skeleton with seawater and makes rude gestures at him for setting the boat on fire. They angrily charade at each other because I'm the only one with an amulet that can talk to human children. I quietly lament over the loss of my fancy hat. Put my armour back on because this night can only get better from here. Like 30 minutes later we start hearing clink, clink, clink on the right hand side of the boat. Agile skeleton, quite fed up with the entire night, saunters over and lurches a skull over the side of the boat. A boat with a metric fuck ton of gnolls are now trying to board our ship from their assault barge. I guess the fireballs may have tipped them off to our location. We're getting boarded! All of us but Millie run to the side of the boat. More grappling hooks land on the deck. Agile skeleton next to me decides to use the classic chuck a lit lantern at them technique we used against the kraken. A gnoll on the boat rolls a high-ass dexterity check, catches the lantern and chucks it back at us. Agile skeleton bro with through it rolls a high-ass dexterity check in return and catches it. Rattles angrily. He throws it back. Gnoll catches it again. 3 turns of hot potato. 3 turns of hot potato ensue between the skeleton and the gnoll, repeatedly catching the lantern and throwing it at each other until finally the skeleton misses his throw and it lands in the water. Everyone kinda just stopped what they were doing to watch the impromptu lantern dodgeball game. A gnoll is spotted changing currency with another gnoll. Gnolls begin to climb their boarding ropes. I start cutting off the grapples, sending gnolls screaming into the water as they fall. One gnoll misses the water and thumps off the side of the barge. Gnoll laughter heard from below. Another skeleton bro comes up and starts throwing lanterns at the gnoll pirate boat too. I keep cutting grapples. Kyron comes over and watches 2 skeletons chucking lanterns at gnolls as they dodge out of the way. I use my magic amulet to talk to her. We could use some help. She runs off. Comes back with a bigger lantern. Right. Comes back with a bigger lantern and throws it off the boat at the gnolls with a cheerful "get off my boat." Gnolls are confused as fuck to see 2 skeletons and a teenage girl throwing lanterns at them as they're trying to board what they thought was a normal trading ship. There are so many they start making it onto the boat railings. I started chucking the grapples that I cut at the gnolls on the boat, doming one of them in the face with the spike end and hitting another through the knee. The boat is drastically low on lanterns at this point. Right. Right. The boat is drastically low on lanterns at this point, as we've thrown like 15 of them off the boat, failing to get a single one to set the gnolls boat on fire. We've all converted to melee combat at this point. Gnolls have boarded the other side of the boat as well without us noticing. We hear a muffled noise of terror. Turn around to see Millie standing with her back to us and more gnolls lurching over the side of the boat. These ones are faster and dual wielding poorly made cutlasses. With no more lanterns to throw, one of the skeleton bros tries to persuade the gnolls to join us in our quest to find our necromancer, using a magic amulet to talk to them. He isn't proficient with the amulet, so the only thing the gnoll understands is, "Me dead?" The gnolls are perturbed. The skeleton bro with a bone shank runs over to Millie and starts defending her as me and the other skeletons fight off the main bulk of the gnolls with Kyron. Cryan pulls out a big ass hunting knife and starts fucking up the gnolls one at a time. I pull out my fancy ass scythe that I got from the serial killer in session 1 and start one-shotting gnolls left and right, cutting them in half. When the gnolls try and block our attacks, their cutlasses almost bend in half from how poorly made they are. We notice now that Millie has a 2-handed hammer she found below deck and is now helping to defend the boat. Crying goes all Wolverine's daughter from the movie Logan and jumps up on one of the gnolls, knocking him down and slashing him open with her big ass knife, covering herself in blood. She is the second biggest DPS in the fight, just behind me at this point. We are doing remarkably better against a small navy of gnolls than we are against a single bread loaf sized baby kraken monster. Other skeleton that failed his intimidation check resorts to hand combat with the gnoll that challenged him. Auspicious skeleton, the one of the cow friends, suplexes his fucking gnoll off the side of the boat, and an audible crack is heard as it bounces off the battle barge below. More gnolls climbing on board the boat as we keep fighting them, despite attempts at cutting their grappling hooks. Cows are sleeping below deck and have been zero help this session. I've killed so many gnolls at this point that the deck of the boat is now covered in blood and guts. Using my sick ass scythe that I previously stole from a serial killer after killing him with it, as I'm killing gnolls, the scythe starts talking to me telepathically. "Yes," it says approvingly, as it's bathed in blood, and chuckles. Even the necromancer is put off by it, and says so to me in my skull. Well, this is interesting, but I don't have the time to process this new turn of events mid-battle. On the other side of the boat, Agile Skeleton is cutting up gnolls with the daggers from his own rib bones as Millie begins smashing the gnolls with her big hammer. Gnolls are extremely pissed and attempt to attack her, and she takes some cuts in the process. Millie gets angrier the more she gets cut and swings back at them, sinking her hammer into the rib cage of a gnoll so deep it almost gets stuck. Cryan is having so much fun killing gnolls that a few of them get scared seeing an insane teenage girl, covered in blood, carving up their friends with a knife the size of her arm and jump off the boat to flee. She jumps on the back of one and begins wildly stabbing at its neck, and it screams in terror as it spins in circles trying to get her off before dying. She's quite chipper, despite everything. Auspicious Skeleton grabs some gnoll blood and spreads it across his white skull and manages to intimidate a few more gnolls into fleeing. They promptly hurtle themselves over the railing into the sea below. 5 rounds later, gnolls are still boarding the boat, but we finally manage to either kill or scare away most of them. Scare. Scare. Yeah. We hear a roar from down below, as well as the screeches and calls of gnolls. Suddenly a huge wave of gnolls shakingly come back over the railings. Their poorly made cutlasses are shaking in their hands. A deep guttural voice from below says, "Fine. If I have to do it, I'll do it myself," in a broken beast common tongue. One of the border ropes suddenly creaks hard against the wood and an audible strain of rope trying to hold a heavy weight. We see a huge gnoll paw suddenly grip the side of the railing. We look over to see a huge gnoll head with a patch made of human skin come up over the railing. And that's where we left off the night. Skeletons are milling about with a necromancer when a horde of carriages carrying a majority of the stolen Citibank wealth are making a sprint for the enemy territory in order to guarantee their safety. Scouts in the employ of the merchant on the run with the rest of the city spot one of the smaller carriages trying to squirrel its way away from friendly patrols and rescue forces. Necromancer claps her hands together and says she knows just the heroes for the job. Agile, Auspicious and Rowdy are these such heroes. Rowdy says he's bringing his gnoll, however the necromancer glares at it but lets it happen in the hopes it dies in the ambush. The skeletons set off at their breakneck undead speed with the gnoll in tow and arrive at the location well before the carriage is set to arrive, 5 turns. Skeletons set up rope traps and give the gnoll a grappling hook to keep her busy. Rowdy and the gnoll set up in the trees while Agile and Auspicious hunker down in the ropes. Convoy comes down the road, a heavily laden carriage with a single coachman, drawn by 4 in hand, and a small escort of mercenaries. All of them are tired looking but still deadly. Convoy sweeps past Rowdy and the gnoll, who starts whipping her grapple in a tight circle. Agile and Auspicious are fueled by necromantic strength and rip up the rope, taking out the first 2 riders. Both go flying through the air and take substantial fall damage as they plough to the ground. One of the horses is able to right itself, other crashes hard and shatters its neck. 2 of the carriage horses get caught in the ropes, one losing step and getting caught under its harness and breaking a leg. Agile and Auspicious leap into action and immediately start in melee. Agile leaping up onto the coach and beating the shit out of the coachman while dodging the sword attacks coming at him. Auspicious just rolls up to these 2 dazed mercenaries and begins beating them to death. Wetly, with his grisly necromantic torch. They had 0 chance and just take the whippings hard while barely doing any damage. Rowdy leans out of his tree and starts taking pop shots. I'm guessing it's meant to be pop shots and not pot shots.
Yeah, pop shot. Well, I think, is it not pot shots? I thought it was pot shots.
I thought it was pop shots.
I thought I'd just go pot shots because that's what he's called.
Okay. Rowdy leans out of his tree and starts taking pot shots with his crossbow. The bolts of which are old ones he had pulled out of his old meat suit and are poisoning whatever they hit. The gnoll, however, whips his grapple through the air and snags a passing cavalryman, tearing him from his horse and then leaping down from the tree with a fucking knife. Dude is screaming and trying to fight her off, but she gets grappled and is getting in close stabs. Death by 1,000 cuts, JPG. The rest of the cavalry escort goes to move up, when the fucking legend, Drunk Skeleton, comes Kool-Aid Manning through the bushes right into their ranks. Puts up a burst of drunk aura, giving everyone enough of a buzz that they have to shake their heads a bit to keep their minds straight. Grey Skeleton is beating the shit out of this poor coachman, before he suffers an energy error and falls backwards off the carriage. Hammer held over his head mid-swing and clatters to the ground stuck in his pose. He had to leave for a thing. Auspicious Skeleton is still beating people to death and hoovering up their essence with his conduit, and Rowdy is still taking pot shots. Gnoll is still stabbing away at that poor fucker, her strength just holding him down as he scrabbles at her face for his sword to no avail. Drunk Skeleton, however, realising where he is, gets a quick mental kick in the ass from the necromancer who tells him to get to work. Skeletal knuckles cracking .wav. Drunk Skeleton hops onto the back of the horse and crushes the dude's windpipe. Maxed out the fucking strength roll, just crushes this guy's throat. Guy is choking and inhaling grotesquely, falling from his horse and landing to the ground with a clatter of armour. Drunk Skeleton calmly takes his horse reins, gives another pump of drunken aura, and moves easily towards his next victim at a walk. More escorts advance on Auspicious, as on other attempts to get Rowdy out of the tree. A slap fight ensues naturally. Gnoll finally hills her escort. Hills? Kills?
Yeah.
Gnoll finally kills her escort. A few people drop from poison damage. Drunk Skeleton saddles up next to the escorts fighting Rowdy. Slides over onto his horse and just sits there. Escort freezes as he feels a presence behind him. Escort just slowly gets off the horse. Drunk Skeleton's empty sockets following him. Dude turns around to see these 2 very angry skeletons staring down at him. On the other side of the road, Auspicious is fighting more and more escorts, taking more damage, but crushing people left and right as he powers up on their life forces. He also starts causing terror, and one of the escorts, who's poisoned, makes a run for it as the others gets bashed to death. Guy who got his throat crushed finally expires on the ground, tearfully holding his neck as the last ragged breath leaves his body. Rowdy shoots the guy who got off the horse, just dies right there with a bolt through the neck. Drunk Skeleton sees some fresh targets, grabs one of the rideless horses, and begins riding hard at a fresh wave of escorts coming to the rescue. Escorts just move around him and fly past him. Gnoll is running over to Rowdy, see what he's doing, and is caught by 2 of the reinforcements, taking half of her wounded pull in a single round of combat. Drunk Skeleton wheels around and charges back, seeing his Gnoll get hurt, whom he claims to have stolen fair and square. Rowdy rattles angrily and leaps from the tree and tackles one of the escorts who stop to try and finish off the Gnoll. Rowdy brings down his iron rod and smacks the rider on the head, rolling over the top of the horse and landing on his feet. Swings around and bops the rider right off his horse, in which the Gnoll, quite angry now, takes her knife and leaps on top of the fallen rider. Domino comes running in from the rear and runs someone off their horse from behind. Coachman is still slowly dying from poisoning, calling out weakly around his broken body. Auspicious finishes off the enemies on his side, but the horse of one of the riders seems to like him and licks idly at his skull with a nicker. Auspicious mounts the horse and turns it around, making his way towards the other skeletons. Among the whirling melee with Rowdy and the Gnoll, Drunk Skeleton sees a target in the rear and moves forward calmly, clip-clopping forward softly. Escort whirls around and points his sword at Drunk, who just sockets him down and rides next to him. Escort is unnerved. Drunk slides over his saddle and behind the escort, feels hard on the roll to grapple, and instead fondles under the escort's breastplate. Okay. The guy just screams and awkwardly drops his sword in shock. How do I say this? Can you not just come in and go, "Welcome to the Bone Zone, brother"?
Welcome to the Bone Zone, brother.
Drunk rattles this out before quickly getting the rider into a chokehold. Escort screeches in confused terror and scrabbles at Drunk's arms. Drunk is softly rattling into his ears. Is this going to get sexual? Rowdy jumps onto another rider out of frustration and wraps his leg around the escort and starts trying to jam his skeletal thumbs into the escort's eyes, both of which are failing, and passing enough strength checks to the point it looks and sounds like that dagger scene from Saving Private Ryan. Escort is screaming at Rowdy in anger and fear as the skeleton's ancient digits are right in front of his eyes. Gnoll is fighting on the ground with one of the escorts and spots Auspicious riding hard in her direction, winding back his conduit. Gnoll thrills and arches her back, hauling the escort upwards for a clean shot. Auspicious just clubs the escort's head clean off, bouncing down the road with a red trail. Gnoll just drops the body and starts dusting herself off. Auspicious continues riding towards the escort that's in Drunk's choke and does a passing strike in the escort, caving in his rib cage a bit. A loud scream is heard as the escort fighting Rowdy fails a strength check, and Rowdy's thumbs rocket into his sockets, blood and jelly falling down his face. The screams.png. Rowdy grips the escort's skull and with an impressive strength check rips off the escort's head, his mouth still open in a silent scream. Gnoll golf claps, then begins to take the boots off the feet of Drunk's victim and idly tickles the escort's feet while seeing if the boots will fit her. Drunk's target chokes in blood and lack of air, and Drunk just tosses him off the horse onto the ground, rubbing his skeletal finger on his nasal socket contemptuously. Last 2 escorts try to make a run for it. Drunk and Auspicious ride after them, and in true drunken fashion leaps off his moving horse and tackles one of the riders, grips the rider hard and braces against the side of the moving horse, pushing hard. Both him and the escort fly off the horse. Watch out, gif. Drunken slams the head of the rider onto the road. As the escort glumly presses his broken hands to the road and try and push himself up, Drunk raises both his fists and bring them down onto the back of the escort's neck, a loud snap echoing through the trees. Auspicious is still chasing down the other rider and clubs the rider to death with a single swing, bringing his back in a single arching swing. No witnesses, he rattles, and turns his horses around to pick up Drunk, and then rides back to the grip. Rowdy tosses the head over his shoulder, wiping his thumbs on his trousers. The Gnoll sniffing angrily and licking at her wounds, and the coachman who goes to stand but finally succumbs to the poison in his blood and falls over to the side of the carriage, legs rolling through the air as he lands with a hollow thud on the ground. End session. Labour Day weekend, so only 2 players showed up for the game. Whip up a quick one-shot so they don't waste their time and get to play. This is their story. Agile and Rowdy Skeleton are sent on a scouting mission while the carriage is being manhandled back to the refugee camp. Their mission is to infiltrate an enemy camp under night cover and do their best to obtain any information on troop and supply movements. Rowdy and Agile make their way through the trees to where the supposed camp was to be, and find it. Also, Rowdy brought the gnoll. As they begin to make their plan, Agile Skeleton makes a rough headband for himself with long tails sticking out of the knot in the back, and folds it so that his eye socket looks angry. Operation Bonehound is a go. They begin to pick their way around the camp to some infantry tents near the rear. Rowdy moves past as Agile opens the back of the tent to the pair of feet sticking out from some blankets. Agile checks to make sure he's sleeping, before grabbing all of his shit in the tent and tossing it out the back. Underwear, socks and other such clothes are raining down into the grass as Agile searches for intel, and only finds a journal. Rowdy spies the sock and tells the gnoll to wear them. Gnoll shakes her head and says fuck no. Rowdy eventually convinces the gnoll to wear the fuzzy wool socks in order to make her more stealthy. The gnoll is grumbling as she walks awkwardly behind Rowdy. Rowdy finds his own tent to search, and quietly pulls the tent flaps apart, and is looking out to see a dude sitting on a stump at the front of his tent, cleaning the day's wear and tear of his boots. Rowdy goes to close the flaps, and the soldier perks up. His soldier spidey sense is tingling. As Rowdy closes the flaps, the soldier sees the tent flaps rustling. "Gordy, I knew you were up to something," he says, and begins to walk through the tent towards the back where Rowdy and the gnoll is. "You're not gonna get me this time," the soldier says jauntily, and grips the tent flaps. The gnoll jumps behind a tree that's not really thick enough to hide her, and Rowdy falls to the ground playing dead. Soldier walks out, but sees nothing due to darkness. At a little a ways, Agile opens another tent. As his skeletal hands pull apart the tent flaps, he's staring right into the back of a head. A soldier is sitting there, tiredly whittling and yawning. Agile's skull looms behind him, the firelight from the front of the tent hiding his shadow. Agile's sockets are almost within hair-tickling range, and the skeleton freezes. Back to Rowdy. The soldier pops out the back of the tent and is confused, looking around in the darkness. "Gordy?" he asks, and walks out holding his boot, looking around. Gnoll is excitedly wagging her tail. It flashes on each side of the tree in the darkness. Soldier can't see anything, and even walks past Rowdy laying there on the ground. Rowdy, seeing him walk by, scrabbles quietly on the ground for a rock, and wings that fucker into the trees and bushes. Soldier goes, "Pfft, classic Gordy," and walks out past the gnoll's tree. As he's walking, Soldier notices the gnoll. Gnoll and the soldier lock eyes, and everyone freezes. Over with Agile. He tries to exit the tent, but the awkwardness of the action and surroundings cause his hand to brush against the soldier's blade. Soldier drops what he's whittling and whips his hand back, clasping the skeleton around the sleeve-covered wrist. Soldier feels the sleeve for a second, then turns his head slightly. "Give me a fucking break, Gordy. Enough of the goddamn pranks." Agile Skeleton sweats a bit of calcium. Slightly wiggles his fingers and lets his hand go limp in defeated expression. For some reason, also wants to smack the back of his head. Rolls for strength. Just smacks the shit out of the back of this man's head. Soldier yowls angrily and spins around. Now eyed his socket with a very nervous looking skeleton wearing a grey headband. Over with Rowdy. He stands up quickly and silently, rattling his massive scythe. Makes a very calculated swipe at the soldier and is able to split the spine cleanly. Soldier was midway into a yell when suddenly it's lights out and his body crumbles. Gnoll comes out from behind the tree, taking off the socks and saying that it was all the socks' fault. With Agile, he makes to grapple the man and snap his neck. Instead, he just yanks him out of the back of the tent with a wah! And they both begin to struggle in the brush behind the tents. No one in the camp hears the ruckus, however, and everyone keeps on eating such. After a bit of struggling, Agile ends up punching him in the throat and crushes it with little difficulty. Soldier begins to choke and gag while clawing back towards his tent, trying to get the gear inside. Rowdy sees this and steps over gamely and stomps on the back of the guard's neck with a crisp snap. Soldier dies, arms out reaching towards his tent, and tears forming in his eyes. Both skeletons shoot each other a thumbs up and go in for a high five. Again, people fail to notice the noise. Both skeletons look around and notice a kind of command tent in the middle, and begin to notice carts scattered around the camp, and one is filled with people. Dirty, ragged people. They also notice there is a few fully armoured soldiers patrolling around in a small group, and in the middle of the camp is a long table with people eating and drinking. As they are looking, the gnoll notices that one of the tents is empty, and begins rooting around, cutting up the pillows to try and find hidden goods, and scattering feathers all over both her and the ground. Spits at the feathers while looking inside the rucksack. Rowdy stomps over and scuffs her, dragging her away from the tent in a trail of feathers as they make their way towards the top edge of the camp. Agile begins to low crawl towards the big tent, skittering along the ground on his skeletal fingers and bones until he reaches the back of the tent, pulls out his knife and begins to carve away at the tent's fabric, making a little slot that his skeletal self can wiggle in through quietly. His skeletal head pops through and he finds himself looking up from between the thighs of 2 rope-bound women, with 2 other women looking down at him from the tent wall. Agile is rattled and places his fingers against his skeletal teeth. Rowdy begins making his way around some barrels while listening to guards chatter, sticking to the shadows, and hears about how the soldiers moved house to house while the city burned, taking slaves and killing those who wouldn't make the trip. Rowdy rattles angrily and keeps making his way around. After a few more feet, he notices a slave staging area, and there are 3 sticks of slaves tied via a master chain to an iron ground anchor. Rowdy looks over at a half-elf, and the half-elf looks back at Rowdy. Rowdy places his finger against his teeth, and the half-elf nudges a dwarf next to him. Agile spooks the woman so hard that they instantly faint, falling down literally just as the inhabitant of the tent walks out of the flaps, half out of the tent. Agile scrabbles to his feet, watching the person while moving around the table. Agile taps into the necromancers and tells her he's in position and has found maps and intel. Necromancer tells him to stare at the table and don't move, and begins to channel their vision together in order to transfer information to your own paperwork. Agile is staring hard at the maps and charts while the woman slowly wakes up and the tent owner fully leaves the tent to go drink. Women are crawling slightly towards Agile and tug at his pants, begging him not to leave them. Rowdy is working towards the ground anchor and trying to get in touch with the necromancer. He can't get in touch with either Agile or the necromancer, and then turns around and sees the gnoll rooting around inside another empty tent. Rowdy throws his hands into the air in frustration, then drops to the ground, skittering towards the anchor. "What the fuck is that?" one of the slaves breathes, terrified. Slaves actually recoil from seeing the skeletons and all of them being too quietly panicking. What? Half-elf looks down and mouse. What the shit? As he sees the skeleton looking around at the anchor and look up at him, Half-elf visibly splutters. Rowdy gives a small half-hand wave and places his fingers to his teeth. Half-elf bemusedly waves back as the dwarf is looking around for him. "Is that a fucking skeleton?" he growls, beard full of old blood and soot. "Shut up, he's apparently our skeleton," the half-elf says back and points to the anchor's lock. Rowdy pops his head up to check on the guards, then begins to wiggle his finger inside the lock, fussing with the tumblers. Rowdy hears, "Haha, skeleton key," from one of the slaves, and as soon as he does, the lock clicks open. Rowdy victoriously begins to pull on the chain, thinking it will put it out from the manticles of the slaves, but forgets there's an anchor on the end. A whole stick of slaves begins to slowly scoot across the staging area, bunging up against each other as the skeleton pulls slowly on the chain with his arms. Half-elf begins to panic and scream whispers, "Stop, stop, 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 stop," to Rowdy. "Just give me the chain," he says, and takes the chain from Rowdy, drawing the chain through his own manticles and begins to assist the other slaves. All the slaves are energised, and as Rowdy undoes their anchor lock, they start undoing their chain almost immediately. Soldiers are so drunk at this point that they aren't even paying attention to the slaves in the background. A skeleton slowly picking his way across them and helping them. Agile, on the other hand, is trying to push these women away and keep his eye sockets on the map, lightly slapping at them and pointing at them to be still. Finally, the necromancer has all the information she needs and asks how Agile is doing, relays about the women, and he and the necromancer argue for a bit on whether or not he has time to be fucking with them, unknowing of Rowdy's undoing 3 sticks of slaves. Agile breaks connection for a moment and tells the women to grab all the books and charts they can and make their way to the forest. Despite their bruises and other injuries, they quickly move around the tent. The women gather up all the stuff they can and beat feet out of the back of the tent towards the trees, no one noticing 4 scantily clad women hauling ass across the grass. Rowdy is also successful, funneling slaves into the woods with the gnoll leading them. "Ah, lovely," they both hear, and both of the skeletons look over from their respective positions to the centre of the camp, where the roaring cry came from. Huge Arterman's captain is walking to a small cart that is also full of slaves, and the slaves are shrinking away and moving into the corner of the cart like chickens in a kill pen. Captain unlocks the chain, chuckling to himself, and pulls a young male off the chain. The young male begins to scream in terror and flail. The captain drags him by the hands towards the campfire. All the soldiers are watching quietly. Some of them are looking away with disdain as they chew their food or drink from their mugs. The captain holds the young boy by both feet and hands now. He holds them amongst the crackling campfire, his dirty clothes instantly catching on fire. The young boy screams, and the captain's dark laughter are the last things the skeletons hear before the session ends. Captain of the small camp is currently roasting his poor soul on the fire for some unknown reason. Entire camp is shrinking away from the event. The people at the table are trying to look everywhere but where the captain is roasting the person, and some are even hunching over their drink. Other soldiers in the camp are making themselves scarce and huddling away out of sight. Rowdy Skeleton overhears some soldiers speaking about their disgruntled feelings about being put under command of this particular captain, throwing the title, The Butcher, around a few times as they clearly displeased with his actions. I know he bought them and they're his property, but come the fuck on, man. Rowdy fries his non-existent brows and rummages around in some tents for some crossbow bolts, but instead finds a short sword and a patrolling spear. Even the gnoll is mildly freaked and huddles with the slaves Rowdy had freed. Agile Skeleton is still trying to show the woman he released where to go, and writes out a small map of how they can get to the refugee camp. Manages to write down a pretty good map despite it having some strained words such as bottle-o and drungo thrown in at some places. Woman, arms loaded with looted books and dispatches, looks over the map and nods, then books into the woods with their booty, their own booties glowing in the moonlight. Agile Skeleton engages Sneak Daddy mode and low crawls his way back into the big tent, taking position near the front flaps. Both Rowdy and Agile notice the horses in the camp, lift their head up and begin to move towards the edge of the woods by a small cluster of carts, and no one notices a figure swiftly moving through the camp. The fully armed patrol nopes the hell away from the captain and makes their way behind the group of tents, all of them hard-faced and sweating nervously. The soldiers at the table are beginning to drink more heavily now, as the captain's victims begins to expire on the flames, and in thus screams less. Rowdy takes the spear into his hand and moves along the edge of the camp to get a better view of the table. Agile Skeleton parts the command tent's flaps slightly to view the table as well. No one pays any mind to the cloaked figure, fully decked out in Arterman's armour and regalia, drinking beside them and clunking his mug against theirs in silent cheers. The horses, as well, are now gathered around a figure at the edge of the woods, his skeletal hand sliding along the fuzzy nose of one of the horses. The fire of the camp casts a second light into the hooded figure's face, and if one were paying attention they would see nothing but darkness where the eyes should have been. Rowdy, seeing some soldiers moving towards the woods where the slaves are moving through/hiding in, picks up a rock and rockets it into the largest tent, cracking the centre pole and exiting out of the other side of the tent. Soldiers jump in shock of the noise behind them and spin around to the fallen tent, and Rowdy shakes his skeletal fist in a "oh yeah" gesture. Agile Skeleton pops his skull out of the tent flap for a moment, giving his surroundings a good looky-loo, and knows exactly he's sitting at the table with soldiers. Perking up his necromantic link, he makes contact with the drunk skeleton, who raises his mug to Agile and waves cheerily. Agile Skeleton rolls his sockets and then sees the captain just playing with the dead lad's body, holding it up and looking at it almost mockingly, before dropping it onto the ground, then grabbing its foot and dragging the body towards the table. All the other soldiers begin to sweat out of panic that he's bringing the burnt body towards the table, and a clever gleam passes Drunk Skeleton's sockets. Drunk Skeleton gestures at the captain in a "I'm appalled" motion and tries to thump his hand on the table to get their attention, but instead slaps the table a little and catches the plate, causing a piece of chicken to fly across the table and rampage into a few mugs, overturning them. He has, however, gotten their attention. Drunk Skeleton rolls his shoulders and then pulses out his drunk aura, but fails to get enough of the aura going to really have an effect. Now that they're all staring at him, they all notice that he is fully armed and armoured as if he's on the road. But they all lack any real fuck to give, and instead go back to drinking and chatting while giving him the side eye. Drunk Skeleton is a little angry at this, and lets out another pulse of drunken aura, and this time has enough juice to send out a tipsy wave. The soldiers at the table feel the pulse, and all shake their heads at once, some looking down at their mugs quizzically, as if asking if something is wrong with their drink. Other soldiers are holding their heads or catching themselves from falling off the table as they lean back mid-pulse. Even the captain feels the wave, dropping the burnt boy and looking down at his hand as it shakes slightly. On the other side of the camp, Auspicious Skeleton quickly befriends the horses and makes his way towards some unused carts, and defeatedly puts the horses into their harness. While Auspicious is being agile and precise in his movements for staying sneaky, he looks over and sees Drunk Skeleton openly slapping the backs of soldiers next to him and doing a silent laughter shake of the shoulders before dragging over a keg and pouring beer directly into 2 soldiers' mouths as they all cheer with a sudden drunkenness. The armed patrol is actually making their way away from the majority of the camp. The soldiers around the tent begin to get into a technical and philosophical debate of just how the hell these 2 holes appeared and how they nearly cut through the fabric. The captain is staggering, shaking his head hard, but has continued to drag the boy to the table. All the drunken soldiers get extremely uncomfortable, and some even openly show their displeas. Rowdy Skeleton, seeing an opening, hops into an open view for attack and cranks back his arm, the massive patrol spear cocked in a textbook spear throw. No one notices a skeleton slowly rise from the bushes, skull glinting in the moon and campfire light, arm back as even his bones flex with magical might. Rowdy throws the spear so hard there's almost a small crack as it pierces the air, whistling through the air like a missile. But as fate would have it, a soldier stands, telling his mates he has to take a pee. Just as he begins to rise, the spear crashes through his ribcage and pins him slightly to the table, the head embedded deep into the wood. The soldier gives a shocked laugh, coughing slightly, and slowly sits back down, the shaft of the spear bending and keeping him upright in a seated position. Rowdy hears a voice go, "Nice one," in the back of his skull, the necromancer having been watching. All of the soldiers spin around just in time to see a figure yeeting himself through the air into the bushes with a loud crash of vegetation. The pinned soldier gets a few more anguish coughs and almost calmly shakes his head, whispers, "Just my luck," as he expires from blood loss on the table, having quickly bled out. The gnoll, having heard the sounds of combat, begins to get amped up and whips out her combat knife. Agile Skeleton sees the captain giving him his back and takes the initiative to begin his attack and leaps upon the back of the captain. The captain shouts in anger and confusion and begins to spin while grabbing over his shoulder and head at Agile. As he spins, Agile Skeleton has to hang on by his hands as his legs are being whipped away, flying in the air. Manages to get a single cut in the captain with his knife and is now trying to just hold on to the captain, his view mostly being the captain's back or the whirling camp around him. Drunk Skeleton looks around at the soldiers, and they are completely enthralled by the fact that a headband wearing skeleton is now spinning through the air. Drunk points to the burnt boy, points at them, and then points at the captain. Some of the soldiers do agree, some showing indifference in their drunken state. Drunk then leaps off the table and runs across the top, kicking idle mugs out of the way before leaping through the air at the captain. However, as he's travelling through the air, he looks over and sees Agile looking at him from a few inches away. With a clatter, their bodies smash together, but Drunk is able to grab onto Agile's legs and the spinning bone-nado continues as the captain just spins in panic to get whatever is on top of him off. Soldiers at the table are laughing, cheering and ducking or leaning back when Drunk's boots fly over the top of the table as they spin. Drunk, in his frustration and anger that his plan is not going as he imagined, he waits for an infernal lull in the spin. While a mighty contraction, he pulls against Agile Skeleton, who also passes his strength check, and both of them yank down the captain to terra firma. While all of this is going on, Auspicious tells the horses to stay still, giving them many nose and head pats in the process, and stalks towards the slaves that are left in the cart, the survivors of the captain so far. They shrink away at the sight of him, but he calms them down and through a very direct series of motions, such as a vibrant and very entertaining pantomime of the coachman cracking a whip. The slaves understand that he wants them to get in the cart as he sets up. The slaves trundle out of the cart, but a smaller girl cries out softly as her foot is hung in the wagon. Auspicious looks into the slave wagon and sees there is a heavy metal ball attached to the end of the slave chain and hefts the metal ball up to allow the small girl to get down, and continues to carry it as the string of slaves rattle and shamble away into the darkness. Rowdy leaps out of his bush cover and tries to sling a knife into his eye while the captain is face down in the ground. The knife instead skips off the ground and the back of the knife cracks into the temple of the captain, who loudly groans and claps a hand to the side of his face. Ow! Who does that? Rowdy shuffles his feet in a panic and reaches to the supplies and comes out with a hammer. Rowdy throws the hammer. Hammer also prangs off the head of the captain, who yowls again and claps his other hand to his head. "Who keeps throwing stuff at me?" he yells, looking around in confusion and pain. Blood is now pouring down his face, which the captain keeps trying to wipe off his face. The gnoll leaps into combat with some of the tense soldiers, and with an excited trill begins engaging in a swirling melee with these soldiers, whom only have maybe a small belt knife. The gnoll slashes away at her combatants and parries away at their strikes easily while ducking and whirling around them. The agile skeleton leans up, jaw clackling and removing the dirt from his bones, and sees a knife and hammer thump off the head of the captain and the cheering soldiers who raise their mugs mockingly. Agile scrambles to his feet, pulling out his trusty hammer. Rattle, rattle, yes, Agile, and brings down the hammer on the captain. However, Agile is now fully exposed as a skeleton, wearing black clothes and a headband, and continues to hammer down the captain as the soldiers look on in both horror yet approval. The blows are, however, mostly glance, chipping away at HP, and the captain screams and tries to avoid the hammer. Their thoughts, however, are simpered slightly by Drunken Skeleton, giving out another pulse of aura and standing up and giving the table and soldiers a thumbs up. All the soldiers look at each other, ignoring the dead guy, and then look back at the Drunken Skeleton to give him a round of a thumbs up. Captain is now curled into a ball in terror and is still trying to roll away from Agile, his will to fight seemingly broken. Drunk Skeleton, seeing a shot for the neck, goes to try and break it with a mighty punch. Instead, he ends up slapping the shit out of the back of his neck, the sound like thunder. "Ah!" screams the captain, and has failed so many rolls at this point that the man is nothing but broken. Drunk reaches down, rips off his rank, and puts it on his own uniform. The captain reaches up and goes, "No, that's mine!" before Agile slaps his hand away with his hammer with a rattle. Drunk Skeleton poses proudly before the soldiers, who look around at each other, confused as to just what they should do, seeing a skeleton rip the rank off their CO and pin it on themselves. They don't get paid enough for this shit, and just sit still. DM note: I've rolled so many ones on the enemies that it boggles my mind. Auspicious Skeleton uses his staff to snap the chain, and ends up doing enough damage to it that he can pry a chain link apart and get them mostly unchained and free. They all scramble into the cart, and a few of the slaves look over the lip of the cart to see the skeletons in the distance, posing and giving the captain a few kicks and further slaps, while hyping up the small crowd. The armed soldier patrol knows exactly what's going on, and holds a hand up to their faces to block their vision. None of them friend the captain. They make their way behind another cluster of tents, take off their helmet, and then put their hands in their ears. Unloved, indeed. Gnoll is still cutting the shit out of these dudes, and hasn't taken a single point of damage yet. She's almost twirling and dancing with them, giving small cuts here and there until their bodies are mostly blood from the small cuts all over their bodies. Rowdy pulls out his short sword and ducks away to try and help out his Gnoll, and brings a more deadly appearance to the party, shoving one on the chest and causing him to crash into the broken tent with a wimp of cloth. Soldier just tosses out his little belt knife in defeat and just staying in the tent. The captain, however, has finally made it to his feet, his face and neck covered in many slap marks, and still holding his hands over his head. He looks around for a weapon, and looks at the soldiers, barking out a weapon! Give me something! The soldiers sit there, icy cold, and all of their eyes slowly swivel over to Drunken Agile, who is rallied together a few feet away. Agile leaps forward with his hammer, delivers a few more meaty blows before dancing back away, keeping his spacing. Drunk Skeleton points at the beaten leader, and thinking in his head, "I'm the captain now." The beaten leader stands and faces the man who took his rank, and is finally able to regain some frame of dangerous. The gesture is short-lived. Drunk Skeleton rears back, and slaps the shit out of the old captain's throat. The soldiers cheer and raise their mugs, enjoying the show. The old captain is wheezing and holding his throat, as the slap did have some force behind me. Drunk Skeleton then points at the soldiers and holds his hands next to where his ears would be. Drunk soldiers cheer loudly and are game. Drunk spins around and slaps the captain again hard in the forehead, snapping his head back and causing him to stumble backwards towards the soldiers at the table. A red hand makes glowing hot and pink on his forehead. Two soldiers thunk their mugs together and laugh while others yell in approval. The demoted captain has taken too much, his soul too hurt, his manhood nothing but tatters, and he begins to cry. It's like really ugly crying. He sinks down to his knees, holding his neck and face, while fat tears roll down his face. The soldiers behind him are laughing and crying, and some even throw food bones at him. The bones bounce off the back of the soldier's head. Drunk and agile, including Auspicious who ran over with his shackles and begins shackling the fallen captain, begin kicking dirt on the captain and delivering sharp slaps here and there until the slaves in the woods are on their way and Rowdy finishes up the combat alongside the gnoll. Agile Skeleton has had his fill and clenches his fist up, a stealth mission successful. Drunk pins the rank he took to some random soldier at the table and they have a mighty crisp high five. Morale improved. Enemy morale, but whatever. Soldier rubs his rank lustily to much laughter. Drunk runs over to the cart. Rowdy has to throw the bloodthirst gnoll over his shoulders and runs through the camp with her on his shoulders, growling angrily and flailing her knife. Auspicious has an evil plan and is the last to load. Everyone looks over to see Auspicious, dragging the chained once captain along the dirty gravel. His tear-stained eyes look at his once soldiers laugh at him as he goes. He gets thrown in the cart, the slaves taking a few cheap shots at him. The strange party makes their way down the road, a slowly rising sun warming up the sky as they clop down the road. Skeletons are on their way back to the refugee camp. For some reason, Agile and Rowdy Skeleton get into a pose-off on the cart, competing against each other for the best pose. Slaves seem to appreciate the pose-off and give little golf claps for the two skeletons as they pose against each other. The captain is just curled into a ball, ignoring everybody. Auspicious Skeleton is just happily managing the horses. Drunk Skeleton is being Drunk Skeleton and hiccups slightly. As they finally enter the perimeter of the refugee camp, they travel past the empty carriage they had hijacked earlier, but there's no signs of friendly skeleton. The cart clip-clops into the main grounds of the camp, and the slaves in the cart stand up and begin looking around for people they know. Some of the slaves give out a cry and jump out of the cart, running towards the people they know and embracing them tearfully. Unfortunately, some of the slaves in the cart see no one they recognise, and slump down against the wood of the carts as it rattles along the ground, their eyes either dead or rueful with angry tears. Cart halts in front of the ramshackle HQ, and everyone there lifts their heads to look at the skeletons. Agile Skeleton hops down off the cart and strides up confidently to Kyla, the necromancer, with big calcium energy, and announces to her that he has the captain. What do you mean you have a captain? Skeletons regale her in the story of how they slapped down a massive captain and shackled him, bringing him back to the camp. Kyla rubs her temples and mutters, I sent you to get information, books, charts, maps, journals. Agile answers back, Yep, got all those things. Kyla and Agile stare at each other for a moment. Where are they? With the female, refugees, the, camp, there. Agile mutters in her head, scratching at his skull slightly. Kyla turns around and grandly opens her arms to the hundreds of refugees in the camp. Well, where are they, Agile? Agile Skeleton places his skeletal fingers on his chin in an open L shape. The rest of the skeletons all collectively facepalm. Ah, fuck. God damn it. Agile Skeleton ponders aloud via his link. I guess they're in the camp somewhere. Kyla smacks Agile in the ribcage with her fist and angrily orders him to go and collect the charts and books. Agile is reproachful and begins to openly sass her, saying about how he has risked his undead life to get her the things she needs, whining openly. Kyla throws her hands in the air. Who did you even give the stuff to? Well, you remember how I was in the tent. Are you saying you give the rest of the intel to a bunch of naked concubines that you didn't even know? Yes. Did you even tell them where to go? Yes. Here. Kyla's eyes become hooded as she stares angrily at Agile. Here as in the giant camp full of people? Yeah, well, I didn't expect the camp to be so big. It was big when you left. Well, I didn't get to tour the grounds before you sent me off. Kyla reaches up and grabs Agile Skeleton by his bottom jaw, pulling him down to her level. Go find the intel. Agile Skeleton grumps and stomps away, muttering mentally, You're the worst boss. He gets a smack on the back of the skull as he exits and begins to try and find the ladies he sent. You're just proving my point. Kyla wings a lamp at Agile Skeleton angrily at his attitude, and Agile Skeleton reaches up and snatches the lamp out of the air with a cling. Just go find the damn books. Agile Skeleton sets the lamp down and continues to grump into the crowd, who parts to make room for him. Kyla looks back at the rest of the skeletons and opens her palms. So, who's the guy in the cart? Skeletons all rattle into her head at once and begin to relay to her via what they have called necroskype about their intentions to interrogate the captain. Who is he? What he's done, etc. Kyla is listening with her brows furrowed, and a small vein is seen appearing in her neck. Agile, however, has finally found the woman he has sent to the camp. The women are huddled together, still in the rather befitting clothes that they were wearing when they were sent off. Some of them even holding the books and charts in such a way to hide what they can. As Agile walks into their view, they call, cry out happy, and give him awkward hugs, then hand all of their contents to him. Agile Skeleton bundles it all into his arms and gives the woman a thumbs up. The woman give him a thumbs up back, and they continue to stare at each other, the woman standing there with her hands clasped in front of them. Agile Skeleton rattles nervously and looks around slightly, the long pause stretching on. Agile Skeleton slowly turns, twitching his skull towards them awkwardly, before fully turning around and walking away quickly. And they follow. Back with the other skeletons, Kyla breathes in deep and asks where this fancy captive is. Rowdy goes, "Right here," and Hay tosses the captain off the cart, right towards Kyla. However, it was just a toss. Captain lands face first into the ground and snaps his neck on the contact. What?
Oh, that's quality. I fucking love this story, be honest with you. That's brilliant.
The body crumpling into a pile in front of the necromancer. "Whoa, what the hell was that?" she says, looking up at Rowdy bemused. Everyone else in HQ looked down at the captain, then back at Rowdy. Everyone's shocked, confused or amused. Rowdy Skeleton's arms are still out from the toss. And his lower jaw open, is looking down at the captain in shock. Drunk and Auspicious Skeleton are also looking down at the captain. Drunk Skeleton holding his head. "So, what did you guys bring him here for anyway?" Kyla asks, as the body slowly slips down into its side, the neck crumpled and clearly broken. Skeletons explode in anger at Rowdy, and again relay what they wanted to question him. That's fine, she says, and reaches down towards the captain. After a few moments, his eyes snap open and let out a blood-curdling scream, his face contorting feverishly. "I'm dead! I'm fucking dead! I'm dead! Oh god, I'm dead!" Kyla gives him a few small slaps on the cheek. Shh, you're screaming, it's not nice to scream. I'd be screaming too if I got my neck broke.
No.
Agile hears the screaming and double times it back to HQ, the women following just as quickly. Kyla looks down at the captain as she mutters, "Just shut up for a minute," and his mouth snaps shut at once, his eyes rolling in panic at the sudden loss of control. She knife hands at the skeleton in front of her, and she is quite displeased that any of this is even happening, let alone humouring it. What is it that you numbskulls wanted to know? Skeletons begin to formulate their questions and begin to interrogate in earnest, but he is clamming up and refusing to answer. The skeletons threaten to slap him again until he answers. "Mate, you already broke his neck."
Well, that was by accident. Didn't mean to.
"You wouldn't slap a dead man." A loud slap echoes through the air as he is bitch slapped back into his undead reality. "Oh, brother," drunken skeleton growls, his hands raised again for another slap. The dead captain can't even turn his head, just seeing Kyla's face and these random skeleton hands coming at his face. For some reason, drunk skeleton begins caressing the undead captain's cheek as the rest begin slapping him. Why caressing? Which is unsettling even more, as drunk skeleton begins to rub his ears and communicate to him via the undead link in his head in a German accent. Kyla is Slav squatting and resting her head on her hand, watching the spectacle and trying to figure out if she should be annoyed or amused at it. After much terrifying mental torture and interrogating, the skeletons are slowly able to pry out where the main transfer point of resource coming in, and trips going out along the border, where they lay over, where the camps are, a large plantation, etc. Agile Skeleton has also finally joined the rest of the group, and comes into view of a bunch of skeletons bullying a crying undead man. "Why is he fucking dead?" Agile Skeleton asks. Ah, gee, I wonder, Rowdy, Drunk Skeleton says, giving the captain's nose a honk. He was like this when we got here, Rowdy says, rapidly slapping the captain's forehead. He was alive when I fucking left. Agile rattles back and walks over, giving him a few encouraging slaps to feel included. As he does this, there are a few short giggles heard from behind. Agile Skeleton does a very slow turn, looking over his shoulder, his bones almost groaning as he does. The women are giggling behind their hands, knowing full well who is on the ground, getting slapped around by skeletons. Agile Skeleton slowly looks back around to the captain and joins in on the interrogation. Even the gnoll, who the party found out is called First, joins in on the interrogation. Rowdy threatening to unleash the gnoll to cut out his throat and wear his face. More information is retrieved. It gets to the point that Agile Skeleton has his skull pressed to the undead captain's face, still trying to pump him for more information. I believe that is more than enough, Kyla says, and snaps her fingers again, the undead captain becoming fully dead now. First takes this opportunity to take out her knife and begin to carve away at the dead captain, and retrieve a fresh larynx for Rowdy. Rowdy takes it, while Agile Skeleton tries to shield the women from the grisly scene. Do you have to do that here? Agile rattles out furiously. What? My throat's all worn out, Rowdy mutters back, putting it where it needs to be in order to work. All right, Kyla sighs, standing up and scratching at her eyelid. Where are the books? As the motley crew walks into HQ, she takes the books, journals, dispatches and such and places them down on the giant makeshift field table, spreading them out and writing down her own notes in her journal as the guard captain and other military officials from the burned city crowded around her, trying to see what they believed they needed. The skeletons can really see the weariness and age set into your face as she writes, scribbling down with a soft graphite pencil. She stands up and leans back, cracking her spine as she does, and looking over at her skeletons. All right, how about you guys take a couple of hours and get some new gear if you need it? And she jabs her pencil at a large pile of gear from the carriage heist that Friendly Skeleton left. Grab some of that if you need it. Agile Skeleton raises a finger. Where is Friendly Skeleton? Kyla clams up suddenly and stares heatedly at Agile, her eyes hot with anger and embarrassment. He went off to help someone else, I guess. The skeletons look at each other quizzically, and Kyla pinches her nose as Agile pats her head. You're doing your best, and don't worry, you still have us. Agile quips and gestures towards Drunk, Rowdy and Auspicious. She very slowly leans up towards Agile and mutters through her teeth. No, Agile. We have them. She looks over pointedly at the women, who are still lacking in any real clothes. The gnoll, who is picking her nose. The horses and the cows, who are either nibbling at Auspicious Skeleton's clothes or licking his skull. Auspicious looks at the necromancer and asks her about the money that was in the carriage. Kyla, while writing, jerks her head over to a small guarded section of the HQ where a small cluster of chests sit, then points at the gear pile again. Skeletons first move to the pile of gear, a collection of steel breastplates, travelling cloaks, short swords, boots, boot knives, daggers, a whole selection of stuff. Skeletons become quite geared now. Rowdy putting a steel breastplate over his chainmail, adding a cloak, the rest adding gear as well. Rowdy looks down at First, the gnoll, and tells her to go and find something she likes. First steps over gamely and sniffs slightly at the gear, before finding some better pants and ripping the legs to fit a hole for her tail. A short sword plus a sheath and belt, and then holds up one of the cloaks. She sniffs at it excitedly, before putting it upon her shoulders and setting it up. While the skeletons are busily arming and armouring themselves, they see the gnoll start spinning in a circle, while cheering happily, and seems to just be enjoying the sensation of the cloak twirling behind her. Rowdy asks the necromancer if she knows anyone who can make leather armour for First. Kyla side-eyes the gnoll for a moment before answering with a curt, "Nope, don't know any," and goes back to writing in her journal. However, First is still doing her princess spin while the concubines go, "Aww." First stops, stares at them, then growls quietly. Concubines move towards Agile, while Agile tells Rowdy to get his pet under control. Auspicious Skeleton figures out how to attach a bunch of sharp things to his conduit. After a bit of snooping, Rowdy finds out a rather large woman was the head of a tailoring guild and gives her a soft poke in the shoulder. She turns around, a quite fat woman with a very heavy eyebrows and rough stubble on her chin, and she looks down her nose at the skeleton. Yes? How may I help you? Rowdy has to give his borrowed voice box a little gurgle before speaking. Hello, yes. Hi, I was wondering if you could help me with the tailoring job today? She narrows her eyes and asks him what he means by a tailoring job. I have a friend who's rather small and needs custom equipment. She leans to the side and looks over Rowdy's shoulder to the gnoll, who is swishing the cloak along the ground in amusement. I assume the furry one there. Yeah, she's kind of on the small side. The woman grumbles. Yeah. Well, what were you wanting exactly? Agile Skeleton scritches at his cranium. Well, leather armour would be ideal. You think I have the leather required in this situation? She says, aghast, holding out her flabby arms and motioning to the current state. Where do you presume I find this leather, Mr. Skeleton Man? Rowdy hunches his shoulders a little and shrinks back with a, well, it was a shot in the dark. What if I found some material? The woman scratches at her hairy chin, eyeballing the skeleton haughtily. Sure, if you find me some nice passable leather, I'm sure one of my lads can make your pet thing some armour, yeah. As she says pet, First stops twirling and perks up her ears, paying attention now. Excellent! I'll bring you some as soon as I find any, and I'll be sure to pay you for the work. Yeah, I'm sure you will, she says, and turns around from Agile to see Drunk ripping at his own cloak with a knife. The woman exclaims, What are you doing? Stop, stop, stop! She waddles over and snatches the knife away from Drunk's skeleton. You can't just hack away at it, you little fool. Here, let me do it. It's wool for silk's sakes. She grabs a large, professional-looking kilt and takes up some elegant yet robust shears and begins cutting away at where Drunk is pointing. After some time, she is now holding up a large piece of wool cut from the cloak, and she looks at Drunk. Well, what is your plan with this? Rowdy translates for Drunk's skeleton that he is wanting a head wrapping to hide his skull, and bemusedly begins to wrap the wool expertly, applying little clips she pulls from the bag until Drunken is wrapped in a tight and professional-looking balaclava. Elated, Drunk's skeleton offers his knife to the woman, who takes it. Some feet away, Auspicious Skeleton feels a licking on the back of his skull and turns around to see his cows, and happily rubs at their face before noticing that all the cows are wearing flower crowns. What? Auspicious Skeleton tilts his skull at the flower crowns and hears a thumping of feet from the other side of the cow. Auspicious walks around the cow to see a small platoon of kids, half of them hefting buckets, and all of them wearing the same kind of flower crowns that adorn the heads of the cows. The kids wave, and the skeleton waves back. The kids point at the cows, and not knowing what they want, the skeleton nods. At once, all the kids move forward and begin to quite expertly milk the cows, the boy taking up most of the effort of actually tugging on the teats. The little girls catch the eye of Auspicious Skeleton, and the skeleton points to the flower crowns on the cow, then points to his own skull. The boys milking the cows roll their eyes, but the girls giggle and rush off into the crowd, while Auspicious Skeleton idly pets the head of the cow in the front of him, who happily chews on his sleeve. Kyla is busily scribbling in her journal when Agile Skeleton walks up to her, looking over her shoulder before asking her if there's any kind of way or spell that can let them talk to people as skeletons. She ignores him for a few moments, still scribbling down and looking at maps for a few more moments before setting down her rough pencil. The necromancer leans back and cracks her spine, reaching her hands into the air and giving herself a bit of a stretch as she thinks. There are some ways, probably, that can allow you skeletons to have some kind of voice that will still be in the memory of your souls, she murmurs, placing an arm behind her head, gripping at the other arm and bending it to the side to get a few more kinks out. That way you can talk to these creatures, and she waves her one free hand at the concubines and the gnoll. The concubines don't take kindly to being called creatures and glare at her, while the gnoll is still busily swishing her stolen cloak and trying to make a mask like Drunken Skeleton. Kyla then reaches down into her rather large sling bag and opens the flap. The mood of the room changes as the book is now exposed into the air, and it seems that the book takes up almost all of the room in the bag, the pages alone seeming to be a whole hand width thick. When she begins to pull the book from her bag, everyone else that is of the living turns slightly, as if acknowledging the presence of the power that has suddenly filled the room. Many eyes watching the book as it sets down on the table with a hollow thud. Even the light seems to dim in the ramshackle headquarters, despite being almost in the middle of the day. However, Kyla seems to use the book with idle ease, flicking the ancient pages with her deft fingers. Small purple sparks kicking and flicking as her flesh slides across the parchment. It's almost as if she's looking for a cake recipe. At ease, while the rest of the company seems uncomfortable that such a tome is in the open air. As she flicks through the pages, she talks to the skeletons via their link, idly talking to them about how many amulets, much like Rowdy's, can allow you to manipulate certain objects to make sounds, or create temporary links, much like Friendly Skeleton's necklace. As she is saying this, she slowly moves a page, tracing her finger down its length, a long purple spark coursing along with her finger as she does. A soul echo, she murmurs aloud, as all the skeletons are now leaning in. The necromancer is now squinting at the extremely small lettering, doing her best to read it, despite the very dark ink on dark paper. It appears I can let you guys speak from your mouths via the wells within your head, a kind of voice echo of your trapped souls. It also says here, results may vary, though some thoughts may become aloud rather than personal. Oh God. All the skeletons excitedly agree, wanting some way to communicate with those around them. It seems I just need bone dust of the wicked? She chirps awkwardly. Bone dust from where? Asks Rowdy. From bones. Kyla stares blankly at Rowdy, her voice slow and unsure. Well, yeah, but our bones? Some other bones? The skeletons and necromancer all turn their heads slowly to the dead captain lying crumbled on the ground, throat torn out, and currently vacating his bowels as his body begins to lose its faculties, piercing the air with a long, drawn-out fart. Rowdy walks over and grabs onto the dead captain's arm, dragging him closer to the HQ. Oh no, come on. Not that one. Ah, jeez. The necromancer groans, putting her hand on her forehead as the captain leaves a trail of unfavourable bloody fluids on the ground. You know what? Just cut it out over there and bring it over here. Rowdy looks at her confused, but after a few more requests from the necromancer, he relents to just starting to fill it and debone the captain right there in front on the spot. The whole headquarters is looking on in disgust, and Agile again tries to hide what's going on from the concubines, holding up his bony arms to try and shield their view, while yelling mentally at Rowdy, his jaw rattling angrily. The necromancer just sets a resolved and embarrassed jaw, and goes to retrieve her mortar and pestle from her bag, which also seems to take up most of the room within the tall bag. As this is going down, the little girls return with both Millie and Kyron. As Millie arrives, she sees her favourite skeletons and raises her hand in hello. Hey guy, what the hell is that? She says, pointing at Rowdy, who is now holding a meaty femur just above the meaty hole from where he took it. Kyron just kinda chuckles. Awesome. This little girl, however, ignores the whole scene and runs up to Auspicious with a gigantic flower crown, almost gaudy in the amount of flowers they have wound together. Auspicious Skeleton wears it proudly and bends down, ruffling hair and pinching any cheek within pinching distance. Not even the boys, buckets with milk in hand, are safe from his reach. Agile nods in Millie and Kyron's direction. Millie, now confused even more so than before, moves her hand from the filleted body to the small cluster of women standing near Agile Skeleton. Who are they? She cries, her finger pointing from the thigh to the breast to everything in between. Kyron laughs again and points with Millie, her own finger pointing at a woman with a particular amount of exposed underboob. Nice, Agile. Agile Skeleton whirls round and points at Rowdy. Tell them I rescued them. I can't, I'm getting bones. You can't get bones and talk at the same time. I don't wanna, I'm busy. What do you want to translate? Rowdy growls. Tell them I rescued them. Rowdy looks over at Millie and Kyron, his socket somehow having a mischievous glint. Agile says he stole them, Rowdy says via meat speak, twirling the still bloody femur in his hand. Millie is aghast at Agile, stammering and looking between Rowdy and Agile's skeleton. Kyron throws her hands into the air. You stole women from slavers? Kyron shares a high five with Agile, while the women in question watch them bashfully. Drunk Skeleton takes the opportunity to jump behind Agile and hits the hardest stab that he can, his bony elbow almost touching his foot from how deep it is. Kyron gives a cry and tries to match the Drunk Skeleton's dab, while Millie looks on in horror. The necromancer is refusing to look at any of them, her eyes closed and finger working on her eyebrows in slow circles. Rowdy eventually has enough bones, drying them on the grass and gathering them in his arms. Millie and Kyron, however, also ask about the friendly skeleton, having not seen him since they arrived, and the whole team going off to strike the carriage. The necromancer hangs her head slightly, piping up moodily. He went on his own little mission, I suppose, in which some of the people in the HQ chuckle, and Kyla reaches out towards Rowdy for the bones. Millie is now darkly looking at the necromancer, wondering what happened, while Kyla begins to break up the fresh bone in her mortar, sprinkling something into it from a small pouch to dry it out. First has been skulking in the background under her cloak the entire time, her feelings having been hurt by the woman calling her a pet, and is poking at the crate with her new knife. Auspicious fills in the time with taking care of his horses and cows, learning from the boys and girls that his animals have been improving morale and helping keeping some of the people alive. The fresh milk from the cows providing some form of nutrition for the people with injuries that don't allow them to chew, or mothers unable to provide milk. Even more so, the milk seems to not have caused any harm or stomach issues, tasting pure and sweet. Auspicious Skeleton gives his bony chin a scratch while listening, still trying to figure out the background behind his animal affinity. Agile Skeleton turns around after hearing the sound of a throat being cleared behind him, and sees the women peering at him, one of them pointing down at their exposed flesh. Agile rattles and immediately looks around, trying to think of clothes he can get for them. The only thing there is a surplus of extra clothes taken from the dead of the carriage raid, and he leads them towards the pile. The women have to do their best to try and find anything that fits, most of the clothes being made for men. While some shirts are a bit too tight or a bit too short, the women now have some form of clothes and are finally less exposed than when they first arrived. The camp morale has also been improved by the non-fitting clothes. The only female tradesfolk seem to be taking offence. Agile Skeleton gives them an appreciative thumbs up, and they eye him curiously. So what now? One asks, leaning forwards to Agile. Agile Skeleton sweats a little bit more calcium, and shrugs in a whatever you want motion. The women look at each other, then back at Agile Skeleton. Well, you rescued us, brought us here, you gave us clothes. We figured you want something in return, or want us to do something else. A snort is heard from the necromancer, and rattling bones are heard from multiple locations of skeletal laughter. Agile Skeleton is frantically necroskyping with the other skeletons to try and figure out something that they can do, such as watch over the camp, watch over the animals, etc. Drunk Skeleton slyly says maybe they should ask if they should have them be a companion for their master. Kyla slams her hands down on the HQ table, startling everyone as she screams out, red in the face. No, absolutely not. What? No, she roars, and the skeletons all rattle with laughter while everyone else looks on confused. Agile Skeleton perks up. Well, can't they help you out with stuff? The necromancer waves her hands silently at the women, while over Necroskype she screams at the skeletons. What are they going to do? Hold my bottles and vials in their cleavage? The skeletons continue their knee bone slapping and dabbing, even though their skulls are filled with abuse of their necromancer's fury. Millie and Kyron are used to this by now, and are more or less interacting with others around them, such as First and the women, doing their best to ignore the skeletal crew and their captain's antics. Kyla's mortar and pestling begins anew, but with a bit more anger than before. She blushes furiously from what she hears in her head. Auspicious stage whispers to Drunk Skeleton, I think she's jealous. Necromancer just angrily stares into the pestle as she grinds, while the skeletons fill her head with side jabs and comments about how one day she'll be big and beautiful too. and that all the heroes will want to save her as well. After a few more seconds of this, her face is almost glowing, and she slams her mortar and pestle on the table, saying out loud this time, "Alright, that's enough of that. I think this is well done." She's putting off so much energy, the purple arcs of necromantic energy are discharging off her fingers and the mortar, little sparks dancing in the air, and even her eyes are almost glowing, giving a purplish hue to her very red cheeks. Even Millie feels it, feeling a tickling sensation along her old scars, and she scratches at them curiously. "So who wants to be first, eh? So everyone else can now suffer your insubordinate and embarrassing comments," she growls through her teeth, staring at her skeletons. Drunk Skeleton and Agile Skeleton throw their hands into the air, but lock sockets with each other as neither can tell who was first. Agile Skeleton launches himself forward, attempting to do a triple backflip and land in front of Kyla, while Drunk attempts some form of awkward and drunken cartwheel. Despite Agile's best attempts, Drunk Skeleton cartwheels dangerously towards Kyla, while roaring, "Yeah, brother!" in their heads, as he wheels and thumps against the table, scrabbling to his feet just as Agile lands right behind him. There is much angry rattling behind Drunk Skeleton, who just silently hiccups. Kyla just slow blinks a few times at Drunk Skeleton, before dragging her fingers through the dust and muttering a few words. The same fanciful sparks, arcing through the dust and bouncing off the lip of the bowl. Millie's scars begin to tickle and itch again, and she rubs them, puzzled. Kyla grabs a fistful of the dust and has to stand up on her knees on her chair in order to get to Drunk's height, and holds the palm of dust up in front of her face. With a great draw of breath, she blows the dust with a hard whoosh and scatters the dust all over the skeleton's skull. The bone dust specks ignite as soon as they touch Drunk Skeleton's skull, glowing fiercely like an oil lamp being thrown against the side of a ship. Hundreds of little fires ignite and snuff out as the dust floats down, covering the skeleton's skull with pinpoints of light all over his white bone. The party is watching Drunk Skeleton closely, as the sparks begin to dwindle into nothing, and Kyla looks at Drunk Skeleton expectantly, raising her eyebrows. "Well?" she asks, leaning back and resting her hand in the bone dust bowl. Drunk Skeleton clears his non-existent throat, creating a noise similar to two stones being rubbed together, before belting out at full volume. "How you doing today, lass?" Drunk Skeleton roars in a harsh brogue, thumping his hands on his hip bones. The voice, however, is crystal clear, yet having a kind of ethereal echo due to where it's originating. The skeletons have a collective pfft, while everyone else in the corner of the true living blink confusedly, none of them expecting such a voice to come out of an undead being. "I don't remember that being a part of your legend," Kyla says, whispering confusedly, trying to quickly think back to her research about the long past heroes she resurrected. Kyla reaches up and places a hand on Drunk Skeleton's shoulders, slowly moving him aside while muttering, "Okay, that's you done. Let's see what else the book's got wrong," while looking hard at Agile Skeleton. For the first time, Drunk Skeleton has an audible hiccup, his rib bones clicking together with emotion as he slides out of the way. Audible only to Agile and her, Kyla whispers that she is unsure if she really wants to give Agile a voice. Agile Skeleton gasps in a mock shock and places his skeletal hands on his bony cheekbones, before the necromancer puffs more of the bone dust onto his skull. After the shower of sparks dissipates, the necromancer watches Agile carefully, a bead of unsure sweat trickling from her bangs. Agile Skeleton turns towards the concubines and moves his jaw, a soft Australian accent echoing out of his skeletal mouth. Is this working? Can you hear me?" There's a chorus of "Whoa, and what the hell is that?" from the living, as they too haven't ever heard such an accent before. One of the concubines clapping her hands together and eagerly asking where he was from. Drunk Skeleton calls over, "He's a criminal. That's what an island of criminals sound like." All of the skeletons again roar with laughter, while only Drunk does it so that others can hear, while Agile Skeleton growls aloud for the first time since his resurrection. "Ugh, I fucking hate you!" Agile roars at Drunk, pointing a skeletal finger in anger at the laughing brogue skeleton. Kyla is internally screaming, none of this having been in the stories and scriptures that she had read about them. She looks over at the other skeletons with a mixture of fascination and fear. Rowdy Skeleton is next, and trots over to take his place before the necromancer. Kyla again takes a fistful of dust, and says to the skeleton, "Try not to drag any more pets home, eh? And no more ripping out the throats with the help of your assistant." Rowdy wobbles his hands in maybe so, maybe not motion, and the necromancer lets out a harsh sigh, which carries the bone dust over to the skeleton, dusting his brow with the small explosions and pops of purple flame. As the spell takes effect, she uses the dookie finger clasp and slowly pulls the gross, freshly hewn throat away from the amulet and tossing it over towards a small pile of crates, in which a man is sitting there, shrieks and makes a dive to avoid being hit by the fleshy tube. Rowdy stretches and lets out a long "ah," and everyone lets out a sigh of relief that at least this one sounds normal. Then for Auspicious, whom Drunk Skeleton points at and again yells, "Come over to the bone zone, brother." Auspicious gamely strides forward, Drunk Skeleton acting as a hype man for the last of the skeleton crew. As the bone dust puffs over his skull, some sticks to the flowers in the crown and give a short twinkle before fading away like the rest of the dust. The necromancer raises a brow to it, but instead looks back at Auspicious Skeleton. "Well, I don't know, does it work?" Auspicious Skeleton says, rattling his jaw experimentally as he speaks in a rather common and normal voice. "I'd say it does." Kyla sighs out, thankful that at least 2 of the 4 skeletons were written about accurately. "Oh yeah, brother," Drunk Skeleton growls, striking a fierce pose. "I can speak now, brother." Auspicious growls back, striking a pose as well to the brogue skeleton. "Oh yeah, brother," Drunk roars back, switching his pose to another. Kyla leans her head back with a wake, "Oh no," as the rest of the living begin to snort with laughter or stare on in confusion. Kyron even getting in on one of the posing actions, while doing her best to match the accents and harshness of the 2 skeletons. When asked a question, Auspicious Skeleton would answer them in a regular voice, but talk in this Randy Savage voice only to Drunk, who would answer in kind. Am I going to have to do Randy Savage impersonations? Millie also sighs, wondering how they've all somehow gotten weirder, while Bonesaw is ready, and "I'm the cream of the crop" is heard thundering in the background, while Kyron laughs raucously. Millie looks over to Kyla, who's just sitting against the chair, her head hanging and looking at her hands as if pondering, "What have I done?" and then holding her hands to her face, letting out a hard sigh of regret. A concubine says, voice unsure and shaking, Well, they seem more lively now." Auspicious looks at her, and again in a normal voice answers, "You don't even know the half of it." Just behind him, Drunk Skeleton hits a strength pose and bellows out, "Oh, you know it, brother." "Oh, yeah," Auspicious blares back, and the concubine that spoke just slowly slips behind one of the taller women. Agile Skeleton gently pats her Kyla on the back, saying that at least now she can suffer with others. Then Agile remembers something and slowly swivels his head to Drunk Skeleton. "Hey, what the hell was with you calling me a criminal, you cunt?" Drunk Skeleton roared for the laughter again, but Kyron's ears perk up to this new, fancy and previously unknown word. Oh god. "Cunt?" she asks curiously, and all the skeletons spin to look at her. "Cunt!" she yells, and holds her hands up, savouring the new word like a fresh fruit. Agile Skeleton screams, No, wait, no, hold on," at Kyron, while all the other skeletons almost double over in laughter. Agile doing his level best to tell her that that's a bad word and that she shouldn't say it. Kyla slowly pours the remaining bone dust into a pouch, her eyes seeming dead as chaos plays behind her. Kyron screams with laughter and runs from Agile, who's trying to catch her and stop her from saying cunt. "You can't say cunt. It's disgusting!" Drunk Skeleton laughs out, also trying to catch the small child. She is just still laughing, going, "You're a cunt, you're a cunt," and then points at Kyla and then yells again, "A cunt!" Agile Skeleton groans, "No!" while Auspicious and Rowdy look on in mock terror and shock. After everything finally calms down, Rowdy remembers that they heisted all that money from the carriage, and notices all the chests in the corner of the headquarters that have actual guards standing around them, and a drop cloth thrown over the chests. Rowdy thumps Drunk on the chest, and they both move over towards the men standing near the chests, whom regard the skeletons moving towards them with a mixture of uncertainty and fear. Two of the men exchanging glances as Rowdy steps forward and clears his throat, skeletal fist in front of his exposed teeth. "I would like to borrow some money," he says cheerfully, holding out his skeletal hand. The guards stammer a bit while looking around for their superiors, who seem to be enjoying how uncomfortable they are. The superiors have already worked out a deal with the necromancer for securing these chests and the carriage. But why waste a free show after such an entertaining day? The guards are muttering to each other, asking if the skeletons are allowed to borrow. "I mean, they did get all this stuff," one says, and looks side to side and try and get confirmation from the other guards. Seeing no help come from the commanding presence, whom they are busying themselves with looking at maps and books. "I'm sure they can have a little bit, right?" one of them whispers to the other. "I'm a fucking florist. It's not like I can stop them, even if I wanted." An obvious edge of dread in his voice. Skeletons begin to bully the guards, seeing an opening. Auspicious Skeleton claps one on the shoulder, the florist, and says cheerfully, "See? This one has a good skull on his shoulders," and leans in close to the guard, grinding his teeth together menacingly. The guards are sweating and freaking out inwardly as they are bullied by dead people. Rowdy and Drunk grab a few bags of coins and act chummy to the guards as they walk away, tossing the bags in their hands. A quiet, snorting laughter is heard from one of the actual guard captains, holding his map up to hide his contorted face. These poor guards were just put through the ringer for no reason whatsoever, just for the amusement of their command. All while this is happening, Kyla the necromancer is writing away in her journal, pulling up a dispatch or a map to make for more detailed notes, and then setting it back down before flipping a page. The skeletons still bullying the poor guards, Agile and Rowdy making comments about how soft the florist's skin is and running their skeletal fingers through his hair. After a few more minutes, Kyla closes her journal, wraps it with its leather strap, and hops down from her makeshift chair and contacts all her skeletons via Necroskype. "You know, I have another journey we have to make, but how about we all make the trip so I can keep you company?" The skeletons are suspicious and gather around their necromancer, Auspicious Skeleton slab squatting down in front of her. "Where we going then, boss?" Agile Skeleton murmurs out. "Aye, more the merrier. What about the kids?" Drunk Skeleton says, jabbing his thumb at them, but then remember he has no money and rushes over and gives the girls first and the women a gold coin each. They're all confused, and one of the concubines offers the gold piece towards Agile Skeleton, confused. No, it's fine, you keep it," he says, holding his hands up in front of him and looking around to the sniggering skeletons. The woman shrugs and tucks the coin in her cleavage. Kyla continues, "I think we should go on a little jaunt deeper into enemy territory," and her hands rest on a place well behind the Arderman's territory, the large plantation that the captain had given them the knowledge of after much skeletal slapping. Her voice softens strangely, something akin to a harsh whisper. "I think it could be of strategic importance." The skeletons look at each other. "We're going to go free more slaves?" She smiles and says, "Yes, more slaves," and looks at her skeletons, her eyes seeming more tired and exhausted, as if she has barely slept for weeks. "We could more than likely deal a major blow to their supply lines if we can get the slaves here free and causing a ruckus, giving us more time to move the refugees here further south to other cities. After all, you four are pretty good at causing a whole mess of trouble." The skeletons all look at Drunk Skeleton, who wearily says, "Those civilians should not have been driving while under the influence." The skeletons roll their eyes. Kyron, however, pipes up and raises her hand. "I don't know about Millie, but I would like to go. It's been quite boring here." Millie blanches at the thought of going further behind enemy lines, but while the concubines look at Agile Skeleton, who does his best to keep his gaze forward despite feeling eyes crawling on the back of his spine, Rowdy Skeleton asks the necromancer when they're going to be back, since he has some things he wants to do for his gnoll. "We might be back," she says, wearing a macabre grin. "Might?" Rowdy asks, his fresh new voice crackling with curiosity. "You know, Things can go awry in enemy territory, but I would like to imagine if we survive, we'll travel down and regroup with these people at a city or a town. She answers back, still wearing her grin. Okay, Rowdy says, and walks over to First, the gnoll. First, can you take care of some things while we're gone? First, the gnoll narrows her eyes, staring accusingly at Rowdy Skeleton. What you mean, while we're gone? She growls softly, the hurt open on her face. Rowdy Skeleton points at her clothes and tells her he wants her to stay behind in order to get armour made that can fit her. Rowdy is also worried about taking her behind enemy lines. What am I supposed to do? Play with the small ones and brush cow? She asks angrily, waving her hand behind her. I love how you can talk to the gnoll now. I love it so much. Rowdy tries to get her to understand that the armour takes time and that she can get fully fitted while they're gone. Auspicious Skeleton, while Rowdy argues with First, is currently worried about Kyla coming with them and gets her attention. Wait, if you go down, is there any way to raise yourself? Kyla laughs softly. No, I'm afraid of that. If I die, that's the end of all our stories. Auspicious Skeleton rattles softly and stares at Kyla, while Rowdy is trying to shove a small coin purse into First's hands. You need to take this money and talk to the big lady over there and get your damn armour made. You're not coming. The gnoll is angrily holding the purse while gnarling hotly at Rowdy, her brain working furiously as she tries to work out a way to get around what Rowdy wants. Yeah, we like you, and we want you to live, and you need armour. First ears droop slightly, and she looks down at the ground, her fist angrily gripping and shaking. Rowdy and Agile goes to pat her head, but she swipes their hand away angrily, snarling and walking out of HQ, stomping off into the distance. Rowdy and Agile share a look before the point of Millie is brought up. Auspicious claps a hand on Kyla's shoulders and says aloud, Ah yes, I wanted to talk to you about a special job I had in mind for Millie. Kyla looks at him strangely, but after a quick mental exchange, Kyla pipes up, Ah right, have her watch over the cows and horses? Millie brightens up to the idea, having no desire to get any closer to combat role again, and eagerly volunteers to take care of the cows and whatever horses they leave behind. All the skeletons breathe a sigh of relief, knowing Millie has no real combat prowess, but didn't really want to say it out loud and embarrass her. After that, the skeletons begin to quiet talk to each other, talking about how they are going to work this mission with the necromancer in tow and keep the fleshy ones alive. When they need to, they do it via necroskype, but do enjoy using their voices. Kyron even sneaks up to a small bone cluster and begins eavesdropping in on their plans, and soon actually gets into the discussion with them. They then notice that somehow Kyron is now holding a very ornate battle axe. Where the hell did you get that? I found it. You stole it, didn't you? Nope, I found it. Kyron yells as Agile goes to take the giant axe from her. Let go of my axe, you cunt! She screams as Rowdy then grabs Kyron herself, and both skeletons begin to pull, trying to separate the kid from the axe, her feet kicking and screaming, Cunt, cunt, fucking cunt! Until finally they get the axe away from her. Kyron, furious, slips down and flips Rowdy over her shoulders, the skeleton landing with a crash of rattling bones, and Kyron fixes Agile Skeleton with a glare while holding out her hands. No, First, you're not going to be using such bad language, and you're not going to hit me with that axe. The demanding hand turns into gimme hands, and you're going to use the axe responsibly. Give me it, she demands, as Rowdy's skeletal hands shakily rise as if asking for help. Agile finally gives her back the axe, and she clutches it to her chest. Now remember to be hit, Agile goes to say, before Kyron smacks him right in the kneecaps and runs off towards Auspicious, who is currently playing with his cows and horses. During all the ruckus, Kyla has gotten her travelling pack together and has shouldered it, as well as some more additional pouches on her belt, and hanging off the side of the pack. She connects to Auspicious and asks him if they can ready the carriage they hijacked for travel, and he agrees, remembering the horses were standing near it. Then she connects to the skeletons on the ground, and Drunk Skeleton, telling them to figure out what they're doing with the 4 women, before moving to follow Auspicious. Auspicious tells Agile Skeleton to figure out a job that they can do at the camp. Agile Skeleton wants them to have easygoing jobs
that don't involve anything lewd, and moves towards them after standing up shakily, his knees wobbling awkwardly. I have to go off and do some more skeleton stuff, he says, looking at them. One woman steps forward, a slender build and not as lush as the other in terms of body type. Has much of a farmer's build, with rough hands, short blonde hair, and a scattering of freckles across her face. I would like to help if possible, she says, holding her hands behind her back. Can you even fight? Agile Skeleton asks wearily. I can chop wood pretty good, she says happily, her bright smile shining as best as it can despite however long it's been since she's been able to brush or have sustained upkeep of her health. Her teeth even seems to still have old blood on them, as if she had been rough-handled a few times. Agile Skeleton rubs his bony chin thoughtfully, eyeing her up and down. She seems strong, and the clothes fit her a lot better than the others. Axe chopping is much different than dueling people. It's not the same as taking your time to chip-chop away. The woman still stands there awkwardly, leaning from one foot to the other. Perhaps we can use her as a spy, Rowdy says, and the woman begins to look worried, looking from Agile to Rowdy, her smile flattering. The two skeletons begin to loudly argue, discussing using the woman as a last line of defence for the necromancer, but Agile raises a hand at the thought. Let's at least see if she can fight, Agile says, and rounds on his heels to the woman. Rowdy claps his skeleton hands together and rushes over to grab a short sword for her, while Agile pulls out his own. The woman is a little on the back foot with a sudden challenge, taking the sword awkwardly. All right, Agile Skeleton says, bending at the knee. Try and hit me. Try and hit you? She stammers, almost dropping the sword. We're assessing your capabilities, Rowdy exclaims and rubs his hand together gleefully. All right, she says, and takes the sword in double grip as if it were an axe haft. Pause for a moment and lunges at Agile Skeleton. Agile Skeleton, not taking the fight seriously, fails to parry her in time, and the sword prangs off his breastplate. The other women give a soft cheer, and the woman rolls her shoulders. Agile and Rowdy nod approvingly, and Agile takes out his dagger's sheath, hold it in his hand. Agile engages full sneaky daddy mode, and twirls through the air, dodging her parry and slapping her forehead with leather sheath. Oh, come on, she cries out, holding her forehead as the other women laugh. She angrily slaps him on the side of his hip bone with the flat of her sword, and the two engage in a short duel, while Rowdy and the other women cheer. After rapping Agile on the skull with her sword, she sighs happily. You have promise, Agile says. We'll call it a draw, she says, and twirls on her toes to move back towards the women. Via Necroskype, Drunk tells Agile to give her a good game slap on the ass. Agile Skeleton goffs, and the other skeletons are now telling him to. Eventually he caves, and his skeletal hands clap hard on her butt cheek. The shock of the sneak attack causes her to jump and drop the short sword, while the other women laugh raucously and point at her. The woman slowly bends her knees, grabs the sword, and moves back in line with the women, who bump her shoulders onto hers while saying some crude things involving bones. Oh god. Agile, now embarrassed, face palms in regret while the other skeletons laugh at him. After everyone calms down, packs and supplies are gathered. The woman is outfitted with what's left of the armour and straps up. They learn that her name is Omen Jauntus, and then they all make their way to the carriage, minus Million first. Auspicious takes the carriage seat after setting up the horses. The carriage repaired to accept 4 horses again, and Drunk Skeleton climbs onto the roof. Rowdy believes that First is trying to stow away and searches the entire carriage carefully, even checking the axles and anywhere she can squeeze in. However, Rowdy cannot find scent nor hide of her. Rowdy takes a rear outer rumble seat, and Agile sits next to Auspicious, putting his booted feet up onto the runners and leaning back lazily. Kyron and Kyla are already seated inside the carriage, and Kyla pokes her head out to see what the hold-up is, and sees the armoured woman. You've got to be shitting me, she says, her eyes lowered and a growl on her voice as her skeletons have once again added to their menagerie. Calm down, boss. She can't fight, says Agile, waggling his boots back and forth. Omen blushes and takes his seat inside the carriage as well. Across from her, sitting Kyla, whose arms are crossed and looking mighty unhappily. I still think she's jealous that there's an actual woman on board. Drunk Skeleton necroscapes. and all the skeletons fill Kyla's head with laughter. Kyla just growls again, and all the skeletons have to scramble as all of their bottom jaws suddenly come loose. And after everyone is settled, Auspicious clacks his teeth together twice, and the horses are set off in a quiet trot, making their way down the trail and then out onto the road. Drunk Skeleton is happily riding up on top of the carriage, the wind flowing through his sockets and ribs, the trees hustling past, until he hears a thump next to him. The skeleton looks over and sees First crouching there, her fur covered in leaves, and a few sticks protrude from here and there. The gnoll puts her fingers to her lips and bares her fangs in a smile. The drunken skeleton nods his head towards her and holds his bony fingers to his teeth. "Your secret's safe with me," he whispers, and the gnoll thumps down next to the skeleton, her short tail waggling happy. Rowdy, however, has no idea, sitting on the back of the carriage, and is doing his best to watch for any signs of a gnoll trying to make her way on board. Hey guys, do you like models in your tabletop role-playing games? 'Cause we do too. Do you like having big bitty waifus on your table? 'Cause we do too. We got human biddies, we got lizard biddies, we got orc biddies, oni biddies, cat bussies. We've got everything you want at neckbeardia.co.uk.
Check the links down below, it helps us out a lot.
Sorry for interrupting the video, let's get on with the story. Skeletons are riding down the dark road at night. It is extremely quiet. The only sounds heard by the skeletons outside being the creak of the carriage and the soft clop of their horses' hooves. The skeletons then notice there is no sound at all, and all the skeletons are now aware that there is someone unknown sitting beside them, and they cannot see the other skeletons. Rowdy Skeleton looks over to a small hooded man sitting next to him, his legs kicking jovially over the side of the rear buck seat as the cobbles fly underneath. The moon catches on the figure's mask, something akin to a ghostly harlequin mask, with a mirthful smile and mischievous eyes, with only darkness seen underneath. The mask is lined in what seems like shimmering darkness, and even the man's clothes seem to share the same shimmering black runes. The being begins to converse with Rowdy, and tells him how much he has missed in the great resting place of the famous thieves and assassins, how the life of the party has been stolen away from them. "Of course, I must say, I am quite cross that this little girl has stolen you away from me. But how can I be angry with such a heist as this one?" he cries out with a sharp laugh, his hooded head tilting back slightly as he does so. The being then sighs, and gives another short chuckle. "Ah yes, I was holding this for safekeeping. Couldn't let it get into the wrong hands now, could we?" and sets a small bundle on Rowdy Skeleton's lap. As Rowdy squints down and grabs the small bundle, he looks back up to the being to find nothing there, except a faint echo of laughter on the wind. As Rowdy rolls the small package in his skeletal hands, it feels so familiar that Rowdy suddenly feels a ping of longing, as if he hasn't touched it in so many years. Rowdy gives it a gentle shake, and inside comes the song of a tinkling metal on metal, and he eyeballs it while shrinking back into the seat in order to inspect it. On top of the carriage is Drunken Skeleton, of course, and jovially he goes to turn to First the gnoll and ask her if something seems off. But instead of First, there is a rather portly, balding monk sitting next to him, his sandaled feet waggling idly. The monk has small, slitted eyes, big rosy cheeks, and wisps of white hair all along the rim of his head. His robe is brown, stained from drink, and very commonly in design and material. "Father O'Connell, what brings you here?" Drunken Skeleton draws out in a slur, mimicking the monk's sitting position. The monk just laughs, his belly shaking in time with him. "You always were a funny one. Never failed to make me nor anyone else laugh and brighten their day, even in death," the monk says, and opens an eye as the wrinkled face looks over at Drunk Skeleton. The monk motions at Drunk Skeleton, his voice becoming almost sad. "I don't like what's happened to you, but in the end, no one is really safe from the machinations of undeath, and worse things can happen than this. Aye, these are exceptional circumstances," Drunk Skeleton says, wiggling his bony fingers. The monk then leans in closer and whispers, "Look, old friend, I'm not mad at what happened in that poor city." His shoulders shrug as he continues. "Such things can happen, and will happen, but it is behind us now.
All you can do is look forward and try to atone for the things that have transpired. As soon, whenever you're done here with that, the monk gives a devious chortle. Little girl's plans. Perhaps you can do something for a short time and repay the world for that little mistake. Aye, I can agree to that. But in my defence, they shouldn't have been drinking and carriaging, Drunk Skeleton says, holding a bony finger up. The monk shakes his head and laughs again, clapping the skeleton on the skull with his meaty hands. Drunk Skeleton feels a warm shudder down his bones, and his vision is jolted away from the monk. Rattling his skull, he quickly turns back to the monk, only to see a slight mist being carried away in the wind. Drunk goes to scratch his jaw, and a soft twink is heard as a mug clinks against his jaw. Surprised, Drunk looks down at the tankard now in his hand, a large, robust wooden construction with a golden inlaid lid and golden bands running around it to keep it bound. On the thumb catch of the tankard is the stylized engraving of a monk, mid-cheer, the tankard oozing foam and quite happily drunk. Drunk Skeleton opens the catch and peers inside, expecting it to be full of some kind of brew, but instead finds that it is also made of gold, and it is able to hold a large amount of liquid. "Where you go?" he hears, and jumps, as First is now back next to him, and quite confused as to why the skeleton slapped his face and apparated a mug out of thin air. Auspicious Skeleton also has the same weird feeling. An Agile Skeleton is gone. Instead of seated next to him is a wild-looking person that looks like they had been sleeping under a tree for centuries. As the reins jangle in his skeletal fingers, he takes stock of the figure, his sockets travelling over the form. The figure is wearing a deeply worn travelling cloak, perforated with sticks and leaves and other fauna that seem to merrily grow green and vibrant. The figure wears no shoes, as he has no feet. Instead, he notices that the figure has hooves, and is furry to the waist in chestnut-coloured fur that's heavily matted. Overall, looks like a very rough character, and doesn't move to look at Auspicious, arms still crossed against his chest. Time passes, the horse clopping merrily, and Auspicious finally breaks the silence. "Can I help you?" "Don't like it, don't like you, don't like her stealing shepherd, don't like dead smell." The figure booms, its voice gravelly and aged, and still unmoving. "What do you mean?" The figure finally turns to look at Auspicious, and the figure's golden eyes lock onto the empty sockets of the skeleton. The figure could be called handsome, if not fair, if not for the heavy lines that adorned its face, and the long fangs that protruded down its lips. "She took you! Me no like it!" He points at Auspicious now, a long talon almost touching his nose cavity. "But you still care for animals. Good." The figure's voice seems to soften slightly, before the figure points at the horses and the booming voice returns. "Animals need looking after, but some animals suffer without you. Some animals lacking guidance. No one do what you do." The figure then recrosses his arms and looks back forward at the horses and the road ahead. Auspicious Skeleton is hardcore what the fucking on the inside, and is extremely confused as to what this bipedal grass muncher is after. "When you done, you come home. Back to animals, back to forest, back to me." The figure roars again, and points at himself when he says back to me. Sure, yeah, but I don't even know where to go to. Can someone show me where to go?" Auspicious goes to say, stammering, but before he can go any further, the figure slaps the chest of the skeleton with the back of his strong hand. The skeleton rattles as the impact shakes his bones, and whips his head over to see the figure lunge out of the carriage, leaving a trail of broken leaves before the being is simply swallowed by the trees lining the road. Auspicious Skeleton is flabbergasted at the whole situation, and goes to place his hand on his lap when he feels something there. Looking down for a moment, the skeleton grabs the staff that had been resting on his lap, and holds it up slightly so he can look at it on the road. The staff is a very simple herding staff, made of cherry wood and with living vines wrapping all around the staff in intricate and ever-changing patterns, terminating at the head of the staff, which is carved to look like a very stylized fox head, with two very tiny citrons placed in the eyes. "Huh? Nice," he says, and gives the staff a little wiggle. Lastly is Agile, almost snoozing on the seat, before he noticed a large, sleek foot come into his vision. The skeleton looks up, and visibly starts when he sees the sleek, tall woman who's sitting on top of the carriage, her feet resting on the bench below. Even more startling than her size is her face. She has long, shimmering hair braided tightly down her shoulders, and very kind, lithe face, while her ears are very long, elvish ears that come to a delicate point near the back of her head. The only real issue the skeleton takes note of is the lack of mouth on her face, just smooth skin being where it should be. I'm not good at steer. I cannot steer this good, he says, and points at the horses, seeing that Auspicious is nowhere near him. The woman smiles with her eyes at him, and the skeleton hears a voice in his head, a voice as soft as the rain and smooth as fresh cream. Do not worry, they know where to go. There's nothing you need to worry about, she purrs into his skull, and she leans back, looking up at the stars as they twinkle overhead, her arm resting on top of the carriage. How strange is it that here you are back again, gone from the dancing realm and back amongst the living. What a clever little necromancer she must be. She whispers the last part into his skull, and her eyes are twinkling with laughter, yet a subtle hint of rage to her eyebrows. Was I not supposed to be resurrectable? Agile Skeleton says nervously. The great being kind of bobs her head from side to side, and he hears her rueful laughter in his skull, making it seem that, no, it was not her plan for Agile to ever come back to the world of the living after he was done in his life. Though I must admit, she coos, tracing her long delicate finger along the wood of the carriage's roof, I am jealous that you are back and able to dance amongst the living again. How nice that must be. Well, could be better. People keep making fun of my accent, and most of the time I can only dance in combat, Agile says angrily. But I always liked your accent. It's very unique. You too, he rattles. But you're always getting into fights, eh? She asks, arching a long eyebrow. Yeah, wait, who are you? Agile Skeleton questions, going to stand. Agile feels a large hand clap onto his bony shoulders. The tall woman leans down, placing a pair of black boots into his lap with a solid thunk. Wait, who are you? He says a bit more forcibly. The tall woman places a finger to where her lips would be, and gives Agile Skeleton a wink, before launching herself into a backflip, and wheeling over the top of the carriage while the words, "She will be awakened soon," echoes in his head. Mate, that's freaky, a big ass tall woman just doing a backflip out of a fucking carriage. Agile Skeleton stands up quickly and spins around, trying to find her, and whirls around to see Auspicious Skeleton sitting there holding his new staff. Agile, without a word to Auspicious, kicks off his old boots and slips on these new embossed boots, and they feel as if they were made just to fit his foot. With a bit more flesh in his foot, it would be a perfect fit, but a good fit nonetheless. DM notes. All of the skeletons have acquired a piece of gear from their past. Rowdy, the Every Key, Drunk, the Mug of Mirth, Auspicious, the Forder Staff, and Agile, Acrobatics Boots. All of these items are attuned to the user, and play very specific roles in the party. All of the skeletons snap out of their little moments all at the same time, and the Necroskype channel is now full of chatter as the skeletons try to figure out what the fuck happened, when it is soon pierced by the dominant mental channel of the necromancer snapping awake from her little nap. What happened? She blurts out into their skulls. Did I fall asleep? How long was I out? Good morning to you, Drunk says, leaning down over the side of the carriage and talking through the window. I've got to see where we are. Stop the carriage, she orders, and makes ready her instruments to figure out their location in relation to the map. As they stop, first the gnoll hops off and sprints into the forest for an unknown reason, while Kyla hops out with her tools and begins taking measurements. When she steps out, she sniffs the air, her eyebrows furrowing as she smells something odd. Auspicious Skeleton is enthralled with his stick, looking at it and playing with it. Drunk Skeleton and Agile Skeleton, elated at their new gear, begin to hit the fastest dabs on top of the carriage in celebration. Rowdy Skeleton begins to probe for proximity dabbing, and when the dabbing is detected, sets his Every Key in his sack, and begins to attempt to out-dab the other skeletons. All the gods agree that Rowdy has the fastest dab at the current moment. As Auspicious is fiddling with his staff, he feels something nuzzle at his elbow. Unbeknownst to him, he has triggered the staff's familiar, a fox made up of organic material. Its fur is whirling knots of branches, leaves, sticks, and brush. Its nose is a small mote of rose quartz, and its eyes two glimmering citrons that shine with intelligence. Naturally, Auspicious picks it up and begins to pet it in earnest. "What's up, little dude?" The fox is not discontent with the pettings, and sits there, letting him pet it as much as he would like. "So what can you do, little dude?" The fox tilts its head, and speaks in a voice almost like the hush of wind moving through the limbs and leaves of trees. "I do what you want me to do," the fox whispers. A furry's dream.
No.
"Is there anything you want?" it asks, pawing at the skeleton's arm. "Can you tell me about the staff? Do you know me?" Auspicious asks, holding up the fox in a very Lion King-like manner. "Of course I know you. We're old friends, you and I," the fox says grumpily. "Then tell me who I am," Auspicious says excitingly. The fox looks over the skeleton's shoulder at the small girl taking measurements and narrows its citron eyes. "I don't think I should do that right now," the familiar says. Okay, not now, maybe later," the skeleton says, and tilts the fox creature back and forth. It's quite literally bushy tail, swaying back and forth. Kyla, however, has heard this unknown voice and is slowly leaning over into view, spying the little creature and mouthing, "What the fuck?" The voice and Auspicious skeleton look over at the necromancer, eyes and sockets blank. "Hi," the skeleton says, slowly bringing the familiar to his chest. The necromancer blinks, shakes her head, and looks from Auspicious to Agile. "Where did that staff come from? And where on earth did you get these fancy boots?" Auspicious skeleton tucks the fox into his clothes. "Would you believe if I said, I don't know?" "How do I put this?" Agile skeleton muses, crossing his boots in the runner of the carriage, leaning back lazily. "There was a lady with a very elfy face and everything. I mean, a huge woman, right? And she gave me these boots and said she was jealous of me." Kyla stares at both of the skeletons and asks them if they can describe the beings, in which both the skeletons begin to flimsily describe their benefactors. Exasperated, she looks up at the stars for a moment. "Okay, dude, a giant woman, what else?" Auspicious goes to say more about this dude. The fox places its paw on the skeleton's arm and looks up into his skull. "Tell her nothing," it whispers, and gives its bushy tail a shake. "You know what? I'm not even sure what I saw. I think I just blacked out for a minute and woke up with the staff," the skeleton says a little too earnestly, and the fox familiar looks smugly over at Kyla, who eyes the small creature with correct suspicion. "Okay, fine. You don't remember, and Agile got his from a giant elf woman. All while I was asleep, and none of you noticed what was going on the entire time?" Skeletons all answer in the affirmative, as Drunk and Rowdy also relay their stories of their benefactors, leaving them their little items. As she's tapping an instrument in her palm, looking at the skeletons, she broadcasts to them that they're about 50 miles behind enemy lines and still have a ways to go, pack up all of their things, and then gets back into the carriage. After she gets back inside the carriage, first comes barreling out of the forest, fumbling with her pants and belt before clambering back on top of the carriage. Drunk looks over to her, raising a hand. "Are you leave first here?" she growls, pulling herself up over the edge and walking towards Drunk Skeleton, pulling sticks and leaves from her fur. "Aren't you supposed to be hiding anyway?" the skeleton asks, bemused, the gnoll plunking down next to him. "First drinks water, unlike you, dead man. First has to do living business," she quips, and busies herself with cleaning her clothes of the forest. Drunk stares at first, then slowly looks down at the mug in his hand. "Lads, do I have any water?" he broadcasts over the necroscope. "I have some right here," Rowdy answers. "Would you be a good lad and hand some up here?" Rowdy grabs a canteen and stands up and goes to climb over the top of the carriage. He sees the back of First sitting next to Drunk. He's giving Rowdy a cheeky wave. Rowdy gives First a head-tilted bruh look and sneaks up on the carriage with the canteen, handing Drunk the canteen while slav-squatting behind First. Drunk pours the water into his tankard, which swirls for a moment before foam slowly arises to the top of the water and slops over the side of the mug gamely, the smell of fine brew permeating the air with its nutty aroma. "Ooh, she got a nice head on her shoulders," the drunk skeleton murmurs, his skeleton teeth taking little nibbles at the foam. With a tilt, Drunk drains half the tankard, the golden brew slashing down his bones messily. The effect, however, still applies, and the brew does its work on the skeleton regardless. With a hiccup, the skeleton hands the rest of the tankard to the gnoll. First eyeballs the skeleton like, "What? Me? Why me?" and gives the side of the tankard a sniff and licks slightly at the foam on the side of the tankard. First also finds the liquid quite amusing, opening and closing it with the little kathunks a few times. Her ears perked. "It's good for you, drink it," skeleton says. First blinks a few times. "First never had beer," she whispers, and opens the tankard lid once more, looking down inside, and plunks her nose down into the fluid. Drunk skeleton snorts as the gnoll laps noisily at the brew, foam building on the sides of her face and just under her eyes, before finally draining it dry and handing it back to Drunk, smacking her mouth as she does. The carriage also begins to move, making its way back down the road. First leans back, now very relaxed, and lays on her back, finding herself looking up into the skull of Rowdy. "I see you were not game for the whole staying behind deal," the skeleton rattles, holding his fingers up to his skull in order to make an angry eyebrow. First just trills and grins, and reaches down, grabbing the sack of coins Rowdy had given her, and holds the sack to him, her tail thumping against the top of the carriage. Drunk's skeleton, however, is on a mission, filling the rest of his tankard up with the rest of the water, and scurries to the side of the carriage. With what can pass agility amongst rocks, he is able to hang down from the roof to the side of the carriage, knocking lightly at the window with the tankard. Omen, Kyla, and Kyron look up at the skeleton, playing cards in their hands, and all of their eyes are wide at the sudden spooky appearance of Drunk skeleton hanging down from the roof. Drunk, with a big skeletal grin, waggles the tankard at the necromancer. Kyla opens the window and has to hold her head at the weird angle in order to fit her broken horn through it, but manages, and asks the skeleton what he's doing hanging out the side of the carriage while it's moving, her hair whipping around her face. "Well, I just so happened to find a magical lucky cup of potion and," he gestures at her very bad card hand with the tankard. "I be thinking you might need it, eh?" The necromancer looks up at the cup, furrowing her brows, then looks back at the drunken skeleton. "You didn't just find that cup, did you?" she yells over the wind and noise of the carriage. "Of course, I found it in the pile of gear." The necromancer begins to try and detect whether or not the skeleton is lying by probing his mind a little, but he manages to keep her away from the truth enough that she finally relents. After looking back at her horrible spade's hand and frowning, Drunk skeleton winks at her as best he can, and manages to roll high enough to convince the necromancer to take the mug and have a mighty swig. Kyla sniffs at the brew, her body jolting as she's hanging out of the window, and Drunk skeleton has to push her head back through the window into the carriage as a tree limb smacks him on the side of the skull with a hollow thunk. After a bit of inspecting the cup and having a few goes with the satisfying sound of the tankard's lid, the necromancer finally dips the tankard to her lips and takes a long pull from the vessel, her eyes hooding and her head tilting further and further back as she drinks of it, feeling compelled to empty it before setting it down. The luscious foam spills down the left side of her mouth before she tilts her head forward with a cool "ah" and releasing the lid of the tankard and a hollow thunk echoing from the empty space within. The effect is immediate, and even the skeletons themselves feel the good vibes, permeating their own minds from the suddenly relaxed aura of the necromancer. The tension and stress from the journey seem to melt away from them, and as it melts away from Kyla as well, she sits back down to her card game, the mug in between her legs as she sits, and she continues playing. That's when all the skeletons begin to hear internal things. It seems that with the relaxation of the body and mood, her mind has let down a few of its guards as well, and some thoughts are flowing openly. Thoughts about how she hates the gnoll, thoughts about how she never liked card games and how she never has good luck, and that the only reason she is playing is because Omen asked her so politely to play, and how her freckles make interesting patterns on her face. Agile and auspicious skeleton look at each other. Rowdy lunges for the other side of the carriage to get a look at what's going on inside, and Drunk skeleton takes another whack from the bush as he tries to readjust himself to get a better look inside. Rowdy and Drunk sees Kyla look up with a furtive glance at Omen before looking back down at her cards, then back up again. "Told you it was a good idea to bring her along," says Agile via necroskype, and all the skeleton minds are filled with a sudden burst of embarrassed anger, and the guard slams down on all of them. Raucous Australian and Scottish laughter roar outside of the carriage, and the other skeletons join in as well. Agile Skeleton finds a speaking channel between the driver and the main part of the carriage and antagonises the Necromancer, as Drunk Skeleton has to reach in and fight to get his tankard back, while another tree limb whacks off his bony backside. Omen and Kyla take the opportunity to look at each other's cards and trade a few around before anyone has the chance to notice. After much chaos, everyone returns to their places and Drunk has recovered his tankard, returning to his roost on top of the carriage. Sometimes on the journey, Kyla asks Drunk for more of the brew, but it is chastised playfully by the skeleton who says she can't handle her drink. First is just passed out, snoring on top of the carriage, and stays that way, lolling from side to side as the carriage rocks. Time passes, the night turning into the early morning hours, when Drunk Skeleton spies light from atop his perch. He focuses on the lights, and is able to spot people and wagons in the distance, and alerts the carriage to the approaching forces. Battle stations are raised, and all the skeletons pull up their hoods or check their face wrappings to make sure they are all well hidden. First, the gnoll was not too keen on being seen by these men, as she's quite exposed, and scrambles down to the side of the carriage, opens the door, and flings herself feet first into the carriage. The gnoll slams bodily into Kyla, Kyron and Omen, causing a dog pile in the carriage as the door swings in the wind. Rowdy Skeleton swings himself in next, twisting mid-leap to grab the door and slam it shut as he does so. Him coming in feet first is another problem, as he kicks first in the small of the back and sends her spinning into the opposite side of the carriage, upside down and feet smacking against the windows. The women fare a little better, now having a heavily armoured skeleton landing on top of them. Too close, they hear in their skulls, and Rowdy looks down to see Kyla mashed underneath Omen, her eyes full of panic and bewilderment. Rowdy just snorts. Kyron is able to right herself and snaps the curtains shut in the carriage and lowering the lantern lights to try and hide as much as possible. Agile, Auspicious and Drunk Skeleton are sweating calcium as they near the wagon train, doing their best to look non-threatening, and the fox familiar takes a shelter inside the clothes of Auspicious. The driver and people on the horseback wave cheerfully at the skeletons, who wave back with gloved hands and nod their heads. So far, no suspicions has been aroused, and inside the carriage things are tense as everyone tries to keep low and out of sight. Kyla is having the worst of it, as Omen is taking her job as bodyguard too seriously, and Kyla is broadcasting spurts of panic every minute as she struggles to get free. As the train passes, some of the skeletons begin to look inside the wagons, as they look very familiar. Inside the wagons are lengths of chains and leg shackles, and all the skeletons bristle as they realise that what this wagon train is heading down for. Cooler heads prevail, and everyone keeps their head down low, despite the burning rage and them inside their rib cages, relaying information to Rowdy and the Necromancer inside the carriage. The wagon passes by, wagon after wagon after wagon, all the drivers and the escorts looking like normal folk just doing a job, and no real military insignia noticed anywhere, lightly armed and armoured. Drunk Skeleton has had enough of doing nothing, and stand up tall and proud from atop his perch on top of the carriage, and throws out his arms. At first it's a fizzle, and his bones give a light froth of beer foam, but with his secondary try, a tidal wave of drunk aura echoes from the carriage in a radiating miasma, and sucker punches half of the wagon train. Utter chaos would be an understatement, as wagons careen into the forest and shatter against the trees, or horses and their riders just flop to the ground, their brains scattered by the sudden violent inebriation. What in the name of avarice is heard from the ever-nearing end of the wagon trail, and all the skeletons feel a cold chill run down their spines. At the end of the wagon trail is a completely unaffected and old paladin of avarice, the paladin holding up his hands for the carriage to stop, and Auspicious wanting to not arouse suspicion, slows the horses to a halt. The paladin's great charger clops towards the carriage, as the paladin on top surveys the disruption of men stumbling across the road into trees, horses flailing on the ground, and one man going, "Up you go, lad, I gotcha, come on," as he drunkenly tries to help his horse up off the ground, which gives out a short fart and a hiccup. Agile Skeleton is nearest to the paladin, and pulls his hood down lower to try and cover his face. Agile Skeleton calls out, and holds his hands out in greeting. As the paladin draws near, the paladin can sense something unholy about this carriage and its riders, and gets right up next to Agile Skeleton, before whipping off his hood with a flourish of his armoured hand. The skeleton locks sockets with the paladin, who sputters in astonishment at the undead beings staring up at him. There's Scottish war cry from above, as drunk skeleton launches himself off the proverbial top ropes. "Welcome to the Bone Zone, brother!" as the skeleton body slams the paladin off his horse. The fight is remorseless, as the skeletons scramble off the carriage from inside the carriage, and first pulls out her short sword as she runs towards the fight. The paladin is accosted on all sides, and has to try and invoke between strikes. However, he is failing to gain his blessing of avarice again and again. His charger, now unmanned, lets training take over and charges Rowdy, knocking him almost 10 feet through the air and causing him to get stuck under the carriage. First tries to defend him, and catches a steel shot of hoof to the forehead for her troubles. First is out cold and bleeding from the head, laying limp on the ground. Drunk, Agile and Auspicious are tearing the paladin to shreds. Agile Skeleton dances and weaves through the paladin's holy strikes, giving him a double middle finger on the last Matrix-style dodge and calling him a dumb cunt, as he did. Drunk then gets him in an armhold and begins pummeling his elbow and arm armour, shattering his arm, and the paladin still manages to hold on to his holy Arbiter's hammer. Auspicious Skeleton pulls out his fucking chungus of a torch/hammer now, and every swing that makes contact with a paladin shears off entire armour plates and sparks off energy arc off the strikes in all manners of golds and purples. Omen, Chiron and Kyla jump out finally, see the fucking madness going on and the energies discharging. Kyla sees it's a paladin and hops her happy ass back to the carriage, Omen following her orders from Agile. Chiron, however, sees a huge ass horse and is like, "Oh, that's mine," and runs over. Agile checks on first, sees she is breathing, but is knocked over by the charger onto its back. After 2 fucking natural 20s back to back, he charms the horse into submission and pets the great beast's nose. The paladin can't roll to save his life, and while bleeding from the face and body, gives one last attempt to invoke his god's power. It's a 3. Avarice has abandoned him, it seems. Despair takes over the old paladin, and he stares at his hammer in his hands before Drunk breaks his arm wholly, and the hammer pangs to the ground, and Auspicious casts a moonlit shadow onto him, raising his torch hammer high. With a sickening crack, the hammer lands hard on the old paladin's back and snaps it like it was dry kindling, and the paladin falls limply to the ground with a crash of broken armour and bone. Drunk drops the man's arm and dusts himself off. The wagon train is still fucked and stumbling around, completely out of battle. The skeletons go to loot the paladin, but find they are unable to touch or loot any of the paladin's belongings. Auspicious's torch hammer has seemed to sucked up some of the paladin's power and is now glowing. Neat. Everyone loads into the carriage, Drunk and Rowdy carrying first back into the carriage and helping her inside, and both of them hop in as well. Chiron hops on top of the charger and is running back and forth with him, like a child that has a new toy. Auspicious and Agile pull down their hoods like the gangsters they are, and chuck the horse back into movement, clopping away from the broken old man, and the drunken ones behind them. Rowdy and Drunk Skeleton are really worried about first and find a canteen, filling the tankard with the water and watching as the foam roars and fizzes over the side of the lip, as it powers ignites once again. Drunk goes to place the tankard's lip to first slips, Rowdy and everyone else watching carefully. Kyla perks up and looks around, her head twisting here and there before finally catching something in her eyes and watching it. The old monk has returned and is leaning over with Drunk, his old wrinkled eyes still cheerful and full of mirth. "Easy now," the monk says, and runs a small finger through the foam. "Remember, it can heal and make merry, but it also eases the passing of the dying," the monk says a little more glumly, but his eyes never cease their smile. Drunk Skeleton swallows internally and opens the lid again, holding it to the gnoll's lips. Frantic party sounds as Drunk's player psyching himself up for the role. The gnoll takes a deep pull, the foam and some of the liquid pouring down the side of her furry face and dripping on her bloody shirt. The huge gash in her forehead from the hoof strike slowly knitting back together, and the impact wounds from the road spitting out their rocks and gravel. "There you go," the monk says, patting Drunk in the back with a ghostly hand, and whispers to him, "Knew you were the hero I knew you to be," and fades away, Kyla's eyes still following him as he does. Everyone holds their breath, waiting, as first coughs and sputters, throwing foam into Drunken's skull. A few moments pass, before First opens her eyes and smiles, reaching up and patting Drunk's arm and looking over at Rowdy. First, all okay, is all she manages, before slumping into a sleep. Skeletons all breathe, in quotations, a sigh of relief. Omen joining them, before Kyla and the necromancer look up at Drunk. You know, I got an injury as well. You can go ahead and fill that tankard back up and... No you don't, Drunken Skeleton says, and thunks the lid back down. Kyla smiles grimly at him and wrinkles her nose in anger as she tries to make Drunk give her the mug. But it seems the tankard has something else behind it when it comes to wills. The necromancer finally relents, rolls her eyes, and begins to argue with Drunk on how she should have access to the tankard since she's the necromancer. The arguing is quite loud, and again Agile and Auspicious look at each other in confusion as Chiron goes flying past in the charger again, galloping down the road. Some hours pass, Kyla still having not gotten her drink, and everyone's settling in for the ride, and miles pass as the sun finally begins to rise higher and higher into the morning. Agile Skeleton spots more figures on the horizon and calls out the alarm mentally, and again everyone makes ready inside the carriage to make sure no one can see inside. Chiron takes the charger and launches herself into the bush on the side of the road, hiding herself from view as she travels. This time, there are what seems to be a company upon company of soldiers marching down the road. There are generals and leadership COs on horseback at the front with their honour guard. The skeletons wave or salute, passing their checks and moving past without incident. As more and more troops march past them as they travel, it becomes clear that this is a siege army of crack veteran troopers, all bearing multiple campaign ribbons on their standards and giving off pure aura of professionalism. Even worse are the huge trains of siege engines and other supplies for prolonged warfare, and even scarier still are huge ogre-like creatures wreathed in heavy metal armour and holding great hammers, their standard bearing the name Door Knockers. Everyone in the party shivers with true fear, as this is the greatest siege army that's going to break the backs of the southern alliances. The formation seems to go on for miles as they pass the baggage train, which on the tail end is made up of long tendrils of slaves, tethered to each other with minders. Possibly the workforce behind making the siege engines go, or doing the work no one else wanted to do. Kyla peers around her curtains and looks at the slaves. In their skulls, they get their first true image of Kyla's mother, Agile and Auspicious scoring the crowd for the soft-faced woman that Kyla knows. So this is why you brought us here, Rowdy says, looking over at the necromancer's face. This is a rescue mission? Says Drunk, leaning over to a curtain and peering out. This army is going to blow through the town like a fucking hurricane, murmurs Auspicious, as the long formation finally breaks, an open road is ahead of them. The skeletons all agree that they should have time to find Kyla's mother and make their way back to help defeat this army somehow, but the guilt of those who will most definitely die weigh on them. With a jolt, Auspicious looks down at his fox familiar and relays his plan to the other skeletons. All agree, and Auspicious tells the fox familiar to find Chiron and tell her to ride hard to the villages, towns and refugee camp and tell them what's on the way and that they should run. The familiar nods and leaps off the carriage with a whoosh and disappears into the brush, moving past. The skeletons are all silent, knowing, fearing, unsure, but sealed in their resolve and the current mission. A few moments pass before the familiar comes running back inside the carriage and hops back into the runners, making its way to Auspicious and relaying to him that he found the girl, and she's riding hard back towards friendly territory. The party look at whom they can and nod, and they continue their journey. The sun rises and awakens the day, casting sunshine and heat on the backs of those in the siege train. It also lights the way for a girl, riding hard on a stolen horse, and holding in her hands the survival of thousands of people who know not what death blow marches towards them. The skeletons, bowing their heads, wish the wind to carry her faster on her journey. Party is still moving through enemy territory, and having to camp in the brush on the side of the road, or in the brush in order to avoid being spied upon while the sleepers slept. Skeletons stand on guard through the night on high alert the entire time, and nothing ever comes about. Party finally finds the plantation they have been moving towards, and park their carriage in a hidden copse of trees and bushes, with the entire party disembarking. Skeletons immediately engage full search and destroy mode like calcium T-800s, and begin to infiltrate the plantation. Omen is doing her best to stick close to Kyla, who is moving after her skeletons. Where are you guys going, damn it? Kyla yells out into their minds, and she's booking it across the trees trying to keep track of her creations. Agile and Rowdy park themselves at the end of the tree line, while Auspicious clambers up another tree to get a sight line on the plantation and sending back what he sees to the party. The plantation is a huge agricultural complex that is more like a small town, with roving minders filtering through the field of crops with their whips and bugles to alert the mercenaries hired to take care of any other problems they can't. In the middle of this complex is the main mansion where the master lives with his family and the house slaves. Just in front of them is a ditch road that connects to the main road the party pulled off from, and about 500 yards away from the tree line filled with a small group of minders on their lunch break. The skeletons bicker between each other while Kyla is craning her neck to try and see if she can spot her mother. She can't. She's too far away, but she's super anxious about the whole thing. First is with Agile and Rowdy, as always, just happy to be involved. The minders begin to end their lunch break and make their way back down the road towards the main plantation area, and Drunk Skeleton decides now is the time to make his move. His move is yakety saxton across the road to a small bend where he's hidden out of sight. Kyla sees this and runs after him, kicking up dirt trails and her bag bouncing off her thigh. Omen curses quietly and runs after her, but the noise has alerted the minders, who turn around just in time to see Omen in the middle of the road. All they see is a woman in men's clothes that looks like a merc, and they greet her. She greets them back, looks over to Drunk, who has pulled Kyla to his armoured chest, and both of them are sweating their respective fluids of water and calcium. Omen begins to stutter and do her best to act nonchalant, asking them where locations at the plantation are. The men take interest in this, not in an aggressive way, and begin walking towards her as a group. Drunk Skeleton decides to pull the ripcord and begin to focus on his skull. Agile and Rowdy take the opportunity to dart behind the group and Naruto run across the road to a nearby field, parting the wheat in them like velociraptors in tall grass. The skeletons run into slaves in the field, who poker face and do their best to ignore the skeletons. Meanwhile, on the road, Drunk Skeleton gets a critical on his drunk aura, and the group of minders gets slammed like a case of White Claw on a truck tailgate. Kyla reaches out and grabs Omen's shirt sleeve, yanking her towards the blind. The men see Omen magically disappear, and begin to loudly ask where the pretty lady with freckles went. The minders are now wandering around the road, drunkenly yelling, "Pretty lady!" and trying to find Omen. Auspicious Skeleton has a bit of a snort, as first runs out after Rowdy and plows into the field behind them. On a hill some distance away, a mercenary on a horse is noticing some pretty weird shit, but can't be arsed to really do anything about it, shouldering his matchlock rifle, and instead going back to his saucy romance novel. Drunk, Omen and Kyla sneak up off the road and into an orchard of cherry trees, using stacks of baskets and other such things as cover as the rest of the skeletons look for her mother. Auspicious being content with staying in the tree and being let out. They have to search the fields one by one, and god damn it, there's a lot of fucking fields in this place. They manage to keep rolling good sneaky boy rolls, and keep out of the way of roaming patrols. Drunk and Party staying hidden and relaying information between all the party members. Kyla sends them all an image she remembers of her mother. This soft-faced One woman. She has two horns that come together and spiral together near the top of her forehead, and has a motherly face, and lacks any real hard features. The skeletons squirrel this way and continue their search. Agile and First, however, spot the merc with a rifle. Agile sees a boom boom bang bang stick. First sees something shiny that must be expensive, the boom boom bang stick. Both of them go off course in the wheat and begin making their way towards him, just as Rowdy finds Kyla's mother, Harla. Harla has lost her soft features, as well as her horns, which have been broken off below the point and barely woven together still. She has gained muscles, scars and rough hands, as well as a roughened face that seems devoid of her once motherly look. Rowdy treats her like a fucking velociraptor, and he's Chris Pratt, trying to corral the woman towards Kyla, and Drunk's hide. Agile notices, curses, and turns round to help him, while First is still sneak dodging across the wheat field. Rowdy tries to grab her hand, but is instead flipped around onto his back with a rattle of bones, and Harla begins to run. "Kyla sent us, she's here!" he manages to croak out, and both he and Agile manage to get her on their side. Agile pops smoke as soon as Harla turns friendly, and double times it to beat First. Agile notices that First is way ahead of him, and begins sprinting through the crop, flying by First and bursting out of the wheat a few yards from where the merc on horseback. It spooks the fuck out of the horse, who tosses the rider, cries out in outrage and chases after Agile. Over with Kyla, Rowdy is leading Harla out of the wheat and towards the cherry trees, where her daughter is, making stealth checks along the way because minders have come close. A few times Rowdy has had to Assassin's Creed a minder or two because they got too close, pulling them into the wheat and stabbing them until the fruit punch stops pumping. Kyla has almost ran out of cover twice, so Drunk tells Omen to restrain Kyla while he goes out to link up with Rowdy. Omen ties Kyla to a cherry tree with her sword belt. Kyla is furious and calling Omen every name in the book, while Omen looks proud of her handiwork. Drunk is linked up with Rowdy just inside the wheat, and while walking out a few steps ahead, sees Kyla tied to a fucking tree. Omen gives Drunk a thumbs up, and Drunk furiously motions to untie Kyla. Harla comes out of the wheat just in time to see her precious little girl on the back of Omen trying to choke her with a headlock. Harla says Kyla's name, and she looks over to see her mother for the first time in years. "Mama?" Kyla says, and hops off of Omen and runs over, the two of them embracing each other, and Kyla holds her mother's face, tracing the scars and such while the two whisper to each other. Omen has a nice cry about the whole thing, while Rowdy and Drunk breathe a sigh of relief. The moment is ruined when a bullet whizzes overhead. While the rest of the good boy skeletons were doing good boy things, Agile and First instead have their minds on stealing shit because it's cool and shiny. Agile had successfully unhorsed the mercenary by spooking his horse, and had mounted him to begin stabbing down at his exposed body parts. First is running at full speed to try and stake her claim on the fancy matchlock rifle. Agile has subdued the mercenary, he's laying confused in a pool of his own heart juices, and has pulled the matchlock away from his body. Heart juices, stop it. First tackles Agile with a snarl, and the two of them begin grappling each other for the rifle. After a few rounds of combat, Agile rips the rifle out of First's hands and holds it over his head in a victorious jerk.
Yeah, it's just like that. Fucking Sam people.
He also depresses the firing lever. The rifle spits out a round the size of a testicle with a raucous boom and a huge plume of smoke. The same bullet that whizzes passes the necromancer Kyla and her newfound mother. Skeletons snap their skulls to watch the round fly towards the main compound of the plantation. Inside the mansion of the plantation owner and his wife are opening meal and enjoying their day together. The tea was just brought in, fresh cookies lay on plates, and the two chuckle at each other while reading missives from the Alderman's government requesting higher and higher yields. "What do they expect us to do? Start planting the slaves?" The plantation owner coughs, picking up his teacup and looking over at his wife. His wife goes to say something, holding her own teacup on her lap, but the reply never comes. A fucking lead ball crashes through their lead-paned windows and connects with the skull of his wife. Her body doesn't even move as the round, now slower, pulverizes her head and turns the walls and furniture behind her into a three-dimensional Pollock painting. Her bottom jaw hangs loosely as the body slumps back slightly against the fine couch she's sitting on, the tongue lolling out the side of her ruined mouth, and a few spurts of blood fly out into the air and rain down into her pristine teacup, spattering the blue and white porcelain with droplets of crimson. The plantation owner stares in confusion and shock as a maid walks in and screams when she spots the cascade of brains. Back down with Agile and First. First takes one look at Agile and begins sprinting back to the carriage. The whole plantation goes into alert and people are spilling out of buildings. "Time to go!" screams Auspicious, who hurtles down from his tree with a rattle of bones and armour. Drunk, Rowdy, Omen, Harla and Kyla begin a mad dash for the tree line where the carriage is, leaping and hurtling over anything in their path. Agile shrugs and begins to loot the body of the still alive but dying merc, looking for more ammunition and powder. Rowdy sees this and veers off, while Agile begins his own run to the carriage. Rowdy feels around the man, who is coughing and asking for help, and finds a matchlock pistol and more ammunition for both the weapons. Rowdy Skelton pats the man's forehead and then goes back to running towards the carriage. The entire party is running to the carriage, while the plantation erupts in a pandemonium, Auspicious readying the horses, and first diving into the safety of the main carriage compartment. Drunk Skelton clambers inside the carriage as well, and player has missed his flight. Windows XP shutdown.wav. The power's down, clattering down into his seat while First looks at him in confusion. All the living souls climb into the carriage as well, while Rowdy and Agile hop on top. Carriage lurches back onto the roadway at full speed. An hour passes, and those on the outside of the carriage are on full paranoia mode, while those on the inside are not. Kyla is tapping Drunk on the skull. "Hey, wake up! What's with you?" she murmurs, and keeps tapping his skull with a little thunk 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 on the empty cranium. Omen is fluffing up first and picking dried blood out of her fur and looking over at Harla. Harla is staring at her daughter, her face confused and now attentive. "So this is what you've been doing? Raising the dead and raiding plantations looking for me?" she says, somewhat dismayed, but also proud. "After Artemans raided our village and took you away, I've been looking for you. I thought it would be easier with some help," Kyla says softly, and walks over to hug her mother once again in the cramped little carriage. "I've missed you so much, and I needed heroes to come save you. No one ever answered me or volunteered, so I finally decided to raise up some actual heroes who may be able to do such a deed," Kyla whispers into your mother's neck, and Harla strokes her daughter's dirty and road-weary hair. Harla looks over at Drunk Skelton, his jaw agape and head bouncing off the seat. "Oh yes, quite the bunch of hardliners you managed to pick up," she says with a laugh, and Kyla laughs back sheepishly. Owen has tears in her eyes at the little exchange, while First is just fuming over the loss of the rifle still. Auspicious Skelton keeps his eyes ahead and sees very little, while the two on top are too enthralled with their new weapons to really pay any attention to anything else. Auspicious then picks up on a hoof clap, not of his own beast's, something in the distance behind them. "Hey, idiots, what's that sound?" he says via necroscope, and the two skeletons on top look around behind the carriage and squint their eye sockets. Not just one horse, no, many horses are chasing after them. Well, I don't think they're friends," says Rowdy, and Agile eagerly shoulders his rifle. Rowdy begins to try and climb down the side of the speeding carriage, bouncing and rolling with the sway of the wheels, and opens the carriage door slightly to tell those inside what they see. Then there's a distant boom, and the top part of the door disappears in a splinter of wood. Rowdy leans back on the door and sees that a lot of the horses' men are bearing matchlocks of their own, and are now upon them. "Crud," he growls, as Agile clambers over the top of the carriage to get a better shot and levels his matchlock. The weapon is new, so it takes him a few seconds to figure out how to properly fire it. "Aha!" he shouts, and depresses the firing lever. It's not cocked. "For fuck's sake!" he screams over the wind as a bullet whizzes past his left hip, and he cocks the action on his matchlock, the end of the firing cord glowing brightly as the wind passes over it. A few of the horsemen with long spears ride up next to the rear of the carriage and attempt to break the wheels, one stabbing too far and getting his spear caught in the spokes. The torque of the wheel in the wood shaft breaks the man's arm as he screams, falling from his horse and rolling on the ground with a deft crack of bones breaking. The others fare a little better, riding ahead a little farther and jabbing his own spear at the front tire. He leans too far forward and falls off, the rear wheel crushing him and jolting the carriage up and down harshly. "Whoa!" Rowdy shouts as he loses his grip in the carriage and is now holding on to the doors as it swings out, presenting him out like a fresh tart behind a baker's window. Another bullet hits the door, narrowly missing Rowdy. Agile, however, has acquired a target and looks down the sights of his rifle. "Get fucked, you cunt!" he roars and depresses the lever. There's a slight pause, but the rifle belches out its charge, and a great plume of smoke cascades down the ranks of the horsemen like a fog screen. The bullet flies a little low and slams into the chest of a horse, who dies instantly, and crashes down into its face as its legs give way. The rider meeting the same fate as his head slams into the stones below scattering teeth and brain across the road like a macabre confetti popper. "Fucking awesome!" Agile yells excitedly, and pulls out the ramrod to reload. A horseman with a sword begins to charge at Rowdy, swinging from his door, and he remembers his own pistol. With flair tantamount for a highwayman, Rowdy whips out his pistol, cocks it one-handed as the door swings back towards the carriage, and slams a round home in the man's chest. The man has something akin to a ruined hole where his lungs used to be, as he stares down in shock as he starts to lean back. He leans too far back and catches a pop from the rump of his horse, and bounces off into the road below, his limbs flailing with the momentum. His horse kinda just slows down and puffs air out of its nose, in a, "well, my job's done here, later" fashion. Rowdy coughs and looks at his pistol, grabbing onto the carriage, shutting the door, and climbing back on top to reload. Agile has now reloaded and cocks his firing hammer, spotting one of the mounted shooters and taking aim. The man sees the skeleton and goes, "Ah!" in terror, his hands moving up to pull his reins. But it's too late, and another plume of smoke cascades into the chasing horseman, and the boom rumbles through the trees. The man is dead in the saddle and slumps forward into the neck of his horse, who also veers off away and slows down to a canter, peeling away from the main grip. Rowdy has reloaded as well and fires his pistol, catching a swordman in the shoulder, who curses and veers his mount away and slows down, coming off the chase. Auspicious has had enough of this shit and pulls out his little fox familiar, setting him down in the seat. "Hold these, little did," he shouts, and shoves the reins into the little bush fox's mouth, who gives off an alarmed noise before bracing his paws in the seat, and his citron eyes staring wide in panic. Auspicious clambers over the edge of the carriage and stumps down on top of the carriage, swinging down with his torch and smashing another spearman off his horse, the man giving a wailing cry before smashing into a tree on the side of the road wetly. The carriage is swerving a little more now, as the little fox familiar is doing his best to steer with his mouth. Kyla pokes her head out the window of the carriage to see what's going on. A bullet from a pistol goes whizzing past, and she quickly pulls her head back inside. Agile and Rowdy are both reloading as Auspicious walks up behind them. "Who the fuck is driving?" yells Agile, pumping his ramrod up and down in his barrel to seat the heavy lead round into the wad and powder, his skull peppered with powder burns. "Little Foxman has it under control," Auspicious yells back cheerily and holds up his torch. Auspicious asks Kyla to give him a pump of juice as he grips his torch with both hands, and he feels the energy burst into him with an almost frantic speed. There's a barely visible shockwave as Auspicious launches a fear aura, and it's highly effective on the low morale of the horsemen chasing them. Many pull away except for one man who still has a loaded firearm. The horseman grimaces, with sweat dripping down his face, his bright green eyes eyeing the carriage. He has seen the little horn girl poke her head out, and he thinks he knows where she's sitting. He releases the reins. His knees grip his saddle tight, and he crisply cocks the hammer of his matchlock carbine. Rowdy lifts his pistol and snapshots, and his pistol round crashes into the man's thigh with a cascade of red blood that splatters down the side of the man's horse. He breathes in deep, his rifle steady. Agile roars out a challenge in his Australian accent and fires, the round catching the horseman in the middle of the chest. The horseman gasps as the round penetrates and shatters some of his ribs, bursting apart his lung and smashing out his back with the sun glittering off the blood and meat that are torn away. He manages to keep his rifle sight up to his eye. Time slowing down, the horseman who is already dead, he grits his bloody teeth and fires. The gushous smoke washes over him as he rides through the cloud and sees that his bullet has struck home in the carriage, and he smiles his last smile as blood spills down his chin and onto his ruined chest. Rowdy has reloaded quickly and fires once more. The round impacts just under his clavicle, more of his body being torn away by the brutal force of such a heavy bullet, and he begins to fall back. His knees have locked onto his saddle, and his horse begins to slow its gait, its rider's cooling body lolling and bouncing on top of it. The three skeletons grimly watch the man as they speed away. "A stubborn one, that one," Rowdy says. "A right mad cunt," affirms Agile, and he finishes reloading his rifle. Auspicious turns on his heel and strides back towards the front of the carriage, taking up the reins from his very beleaguered fox familiar. Unknown to them, The inside of the carriage is a messy blood affair. The round had penetrated all the way through the carriage, slowing enough that once it crashed through the last barrier and entered the passenger's space, it carried with it a massive wooden spalling, filling the carriage with splinters of all sizes that assailed all those inside it. Omen was less lucky, the round wobbling in its fight and impacting right at her collarbone. It was so slow at this point, it just smashed the bone to ribbons and followed her shoulder curve, carving a bloody swath through her shoulder muscle and lodging itself into the wood behind her ear. Kyla, Harla, Omen, and First are also charred in very sharp splinters that peppered their flesh, causing superficial bleeding all over their exposed body parts. Thankfully no one is blinded, and they sit in shock. Kyla looks at her mother, blood spilling down her eyes from splinters in her face, as Harla clucks her teeth and pulls out a solid splinter from her neck, a little trail of blood spilling down her chest. Drunk Skeleton is still powdered down, and does nothing, his bony head shaking with the carriage. Rowdy climbs back down as Agile takes up sentry duty on top, and opens the carriage door to the carnage inside. "Oh holy fuck!" he yells, and clambers inside to help. It takes some time, and a little bit of necromantic magic, but they manage to stop Omen's bleeding, and mend most of the bone and flesh. The wound is going to be heavily scarred, and her arm may have a permanent hitch, but she's not going to die. Rowdy also helps pick First free of splinters, while Harla and Kyla help each other. "You do know how to keep an exciting life, don't you?" Harla says, laughing, brushing her daughter's bloody hair back and wiping away at the blood. Kyla reaches up and plucked a splinter from her mother's hair. "You know me, Mum. Always had a nose for it." Harla chuckled motherly and placed her forehead on Kyla's, and the two sat there like that for a few moments, quiet except for the ragged breaths of sleeping Omen and First grumbling at Rowdy, who insists on checking her ears for more wounds. Kyla fills Harla in on their adventures so far, and Harla tells Kyla what happened after she was taken to the slave markets. Harla had been traded around multiple times before finally coming to the permanent location at the plantation she was found. It was a hard life. Whips were abundant, and extra food was given to those who tattled on other slaves. Harla had to do what she needed to survive, and she wasn't proud of it. The party continues travelling for the next few days, anxious and quiet, as the skeletons are riding hard to the last location of the refugee camp. They pass the remains of the slave cart interaction, some of the wagons being so damaged they were left behind, and even spied the greasy spot where the old paladin had died, his remains gone. The skeletons share a buzzing conversation between themselves via necroskype about this, and come up with many theories on where the remains had gone, but nothing concrete. Evidence of the siege column are also present. Trash, campsites, and dead slaves chucked aside into the ditch are scattered here and there between the miles of road. The horses are rested and watered when needed, and left to graze and sleep while the party sleeps as well. The living members anyway. The skeletons lurk in the dark like unmoving sentries, their guns and weaponry gripping tightly as they stare into the darkness and gloom. Finally they come across the location of the refugee camp, and turn the carriage onto the path and come out onto the great open field. The little command structure is still there, and thankfully no bodies anywhere to be seen. Well, that's not entirely true. The dead captain from before is still there, rotting and stinking. The skeletons dismount with Kyla and Omen, Harla snoozing inside, and they walk towards the command structure. Pinned to the table is Chiron's hunting knife with a slip of paper underneath it, with hastily scrawled lettering on it. Taliab. Kyla perks up to the name and turns to her skeletons. That's a very large port city further down the road, probably where that siege force is heading. The skeletons agree, and Rowdy pulls Chiron's hunting knife from the table, slipping it inside his belt. The party remounts and takes off again, going as hard as they dare and keep a watchful eye on the horses. Down and down the road they go, and the time passes slowly for them as they all wonder about Millie, Chiron and the cows and the refugees.
The cows!
Where's the cows?
I've missed the cows so much. I completely forgot about them.
Oh. Trees give way to a large open grassland, and the carriage slows down as Suspicious looks across the low grasslands and spots another town in the distance, some hours away. The party decide to go towards the town, as the carriage can doubtfully handle the off-road travel needed to go around it, and Suspicious clacks his teeth together, horse knickers, and sets off again. How about these horses, eh? Roll higher than most fucking rogues. Rowdy clambers on top of the carriage with Agile, who all move towards the front, and Drunk Skeleton lurches awake. Windows startup.wav. Drunk Skeleton pops awake. His skull moves from side to side, taking in the scene. The hell happened to you lot? Kyla glares at him. What happened to you? I was updating, Drunk cries back, and begins to administer brew to all those in front of him. Harla takes a bit of doing, getting the mug back, and has to almost get Kyla in a headlock to get the tankard away. Fucking Oneyes, Drunk murmurs, before crouching in front of Omen and coaxing some of the liquid into her mouth. She coughs a bit, but manages to get some into her, and she improves slowly. The skeletons outside watch the buildings as they get closer, and they are eerily silent. No windows come open with people watching, doors sway in the wind, and not a sound of anvil nor stall echo on the breeze as the carriage closes the distance. The skeletons spot impact marks on the sides of buildings and on the roads, as if a great stone had been dropped or launched from some machine. It's clear as they near. It's not marks from stones, but great hammers, and there are bits of people inside these craters. Auspicious slows the horses, giving the reins a little pull. The door knockers. Indeed, in the craters are the remains of soldiers, pinned to the walls or pummeled into the ground like fresh nails. Squeaking, the wheels come to a slow halt in the middle of the road, before a great square in the centre of the town, in which the road rotates like a roundabout, and the skeletons are looking up at a figure outlined in the sky. Drunk Skeleton opens the door to get out first, but stops, also seeing the figure. The figure is tied to 2 maypoles via rope, the ribbons of which float eerily in the wind across the broken and bloody man, his arms and legs tied out in an X. The skeletons recognise the man. Kyla chastises Drunk and dunks under his arm, stepping down onto the road. She looks at Drunk, then follows his gaze, and her face hardens. The man tied to the maypole is the guard captain from the refugee camp, the one who had watched his volunteer guards get bullied by the skeletons and laughed behind a map with Kyla. He has been blood-eagled, flayed from the back and his lungs nailed to his shoulders so they wouldn't fall off. It was a very messy and slow death, and the flies hung around him like a great cloud. Harla and Omen step out, and Omen immediately is taken aback by the sight, running behind the carriage to empty her stomach. The town is so very quiet, so the wet splash is heard by all. Kyla walks forward and takes out her belt knife, cutting at the leg ropes. The skeletons move in to help her, Rowdy and Agile shimmering up the poles to cut the arm ropes away. He is carefully lowered down by the skeletons, the ropes whispering across their bones, and the guard captain finally comes to a rest on the ground. A shallow grave is dug for him by Omen, Kyla and Agile. First guards the carriage, her hackles raised. Drunk begins investigating the battle scene, while Rowdy lurks off across town to obtain information as well. Drunk traces the fight to a small skirmish by the beginning of the road, where the soldiers had been pounded into the roads and walls of the buildings. His boot thumps on the ground as he walks slowly, tracing the delaying actions of soldiers and the splatters of blood here and there, shattered pieces of armour, broken spear tips and wood splinters. After thorough investigation, Drunk comes to the conclusion that the soldiers of the town and the volunteer refugee guard fought a cascading delaying action, killing and dying to allow the refugees to flee and gain ground, spending each body to purchase minutes. Drunk Skeleton kneels down and places his skeletal fingers on a collection of boot scuffs and an impact mark where an old pool of blood lay. Where are the bodies? He thinks, and looks up, scanning the square as the sound of shovels is heard in the distance, and begins to run over to a building where something lay. Rowdy comes to a stop before a large mound, and his sockets flow over the mass of faces before him. Rowdy has found the dead. They are all piled together in a great open grave, stacked like logs. There are hundreds of bodies, most of them soldiers, but a large number of them unarmed, and civilians as well. Rowdy even recognises one of the other concubines that Agile had rescued, still gripping the broken shaft of spear in a death grip, and a huge gash on top of her head, as if she were felled by a great swing of a sharp blade. Rowdy can't smell it, but he senses the smell of death here is awful, his skeletal hands resting on the grip of his pistol. He spends some time scanning for familiar faces, seeing a few here and there. One of the little boys that had milked auspicious cows is there as well, the brave lad, but no others of note. Rowdy turns on his heel, the soul digging into the ground as he strides back towards town. He spies Drunk running, and runs after him, and both come to a stop before a great, grey charger. The two skeletons swarm over the horse, and yes, it is indeed the stolen horse Karen was riding when they sent her off. The horse has been speared many times, and slashed to ribbons. Its hooves are covered in flesh, bits of hair, and blood, and its saddle is battered and beaten. The charger died of battle wounds, fighting valiantly, but where's the rider? Rowdy tells Drunk about his findings, and that he didn't see Karen there, and the two nod gravely at each other. They return to the main group just as they were finishing the grave. Auspicious sets a grave marker while Agile stacks some broken bricks on top to keep away animals. Kyla is crying. Unbeknownst to the skeletons, the guard captain had been something akin to a friend, both of them fighting at the first town that fell, and watching out for each other as they fled with the rest of the refugees. He made sure she had food and water, gave her hope that the skeletons would come, made her laugh, and cheered her up when all got so terrible. He was brave, and probably fought till they bore him down and hung him up there like a trophy. I'm so sorry, Eric, I'm so sorry, she whispers, as tears flow down her dirty cheeks. Harla rests her hand on her daughter's shoulder, and they both stare down at the grave. Rowdy and Drunk give their report, and Kyla nods, wiping her eyes with her palms. Tlaib. On we go to Tlaib. They'll need us there. The skeletons agree, and the party re-embark the carriage. The carriage passes the great grave mound, and Omen almost barfs in the carriage again from the smell. The smell, however, is known to first Kyla and Harla, as they are curiously unaffected. The horses are staled by Auspicious, and they pass by grimly. Rattling and creaking, the party makes their way to the city of Tlaib, and see little else as they travel through the day and through the night, arriving around 2 a.m. to see the great siege playing out before them. Tlaib is a gigantic walled city, and around it are ringed siege camps, their torches lit and dancing in the distance like a million fireflies. The harbour can also be seen, and there are flashes of what can only be assumed cannons as ships fire upon the shore. From the shore are also flashes, or balls of lights flung into the distance. Along the top of the walls are torches as well, and the scenes would be beautiful if it wasn't for the true nature of it. The carriage rolls down the road and goes off-road into a copse of trees, and the skeletons make quick work camouflaging the carriage with brush, bush, and foliage of all kinds. The skeletons line up before Kyla, their skulls shining in the moonlight. What's the order, boss?
And now, the models of our website, brought to you by neckbeardia.co.uk. Get y'all some of these titties.
Dwarf titties, orc titties, cat titties, fat titties, the gases and waist a bit. Vampires and goblins and all the buff champions and even hentai, yeah that too. Dragons, manticores, ogres and gnomes and bugbearers and even more too go still. Undead and demons and then our friend Pally and definitely not 40k. Wood elves, dark elves and lizards and Megan the Slither and James the look cool as he stands. Beholders and kobolds and tyrants and only in a donkey with a frying pan. If you don't want no models, then no need to bother. We now have subclasses and teas. Also, Guardbros Book, go have a look. Check out the link to Ko-fi. Thank you for watching our videos and giving our channel a hand. But this is the end, our viewers and friends, so let's get back to the video, man.
I fucking hate myself.
The skeletons low crawl through the grass, their heads adorned by black bandanas. Except for Auspicious. He has both a bandana and his flower crown. Time skips backwards. The necromancer Kyla has succeeded in her mission to rescue her mother from slavery, but her greed and desire for her own machinations has left one of her few friends dead, and has condemned countless others to death due to her bottling up 4 undead heroes to do her bidding. So much was clear as the carriage had rolled past the great mount of bodies. The carrion birds circling overhead still haunted her nightmares, of which she had many. Now they were outside a besieged town, and she knew her skeletons were the single grain of sand that could tip the scales. She had thought this was where they were hiding their carriage and party, and used some spare cloth she had to mark her skeletons with their favourite symbol of war, a black head bandana with long tails flowing off the knot. Kyla sent her skeletons to deal with death and destruction to the enemy, and she sat upon the top of the carriage looking out into the distance to the siege. Current moment. Their armour slides across the grass silently, and their exposed bones shimmer in the moonlight. But the grass hides their stealthy approach to the siege camp near the shore, and on the closest side of Taliab. The skeletons can hear great booms in the distance and shouting, and when they finally close the distance, they can see that there are ships in the harbour of Taliab, trading fire with counter batteries on the shore. Plumes of dark earth and fire spark here and there, and at times the shore batteries fire their own cannons, or launch fiery catapults round into the darkness. The ships have all doused their lanterns to hide their location, only the flashes telling their lay, and the shore's batteries have done the same, only being visible for a mere moment as a culverin flashes, or a catapult shot is lit and then flung into the air. A small ball of light is seen flung from the walls, and where it lands a small pocket of fire is seen. It looks like a lantern. The ships use the light as a sight marker, and fire upon it, in which the wall then hurls another lantern into the night to spot the ship's next target. Empty eye sockets peer every which way in the tall grass, looking over the camp and its many tents, as well as noticing a small picket nearby. Skeletal figures rise out of the grass and stalk forward, cracking their knuckles or readying weapons as they approach. The picket is made up of very tired-looking Arderman soldiers, and some are even sleeping on the ground, rolled up in blankets and catching their rotation of rest. The two awake soldiers are leaning hard on their spears, a small torch nearby providing a minuscule amount of light that flickers and gutters in the wind that rustles the grass. Auspicious gives his staff a shake, and the organic fox familiar rolls up and out of the grass, its citron eyes gleaming maliciously in the light. Wordlessly the two share a few words, and the familiar steps gamely up to the picket, and walks past the guard, standing in the middle of their little picket. "Aw, it's a little fox," one of the guards says tiredly, and bends down to look at the familiar. Dirt grinds under a heel, as the other soldiers turn round, blinking sleepily. The soldier reaches out, his face holding a small smile at this little experience. "Hey little guy, how are you doing?" "Far better than you," it says, and winks a jeweled eye. "What?" is all that escapes his mouth, as a short sword pierces through his neck, his face stupid with surprise and shock. There is no time for reaction, as the attack is quick and brutal. The soldier fell to his knees, clutching his throat from Rowdy's attack. Drunk Skeleton leapt forward and brought his foot down, crushing the spine of a soldier that was sleeping on his stomach. He died with barely even a sound, and shuddered into death. The sleepy soldiers barely even had time to register Agile's attack, the skeleton's launching itself from the grass like an assassin and tackling the man, stabbing him in the neck and holding his skeletal hand over his mouth. To be frank, it was a record amount of stabs. The last kill was to go to Auspicious, who strode forward towards the last sleeping form, blissfully unaware to the death surrounding him. People still say that the sport of ball for distance was invented that day, as Auspicious brought his hammer torch up in a golf swing. The noise of Auspicious rattling and torquing his armour in the wind caused the sleeping soldier to blink his tired eyes awake, and he looked up into the eyes of an uncaring, hammer torch wielding, flower crown wearing being of death. "4!" Auspicious said coldly, and brought his hammer torch down in an arcing swing, twisting his feet in a perfected form still unknown. With wet thuds, the man's head went flying into the grass, and his body did not even move, his hands still clutching sleepily at the blanket where they had been when he woke up for the split moment to witness the bringer of his doom. The rest of the skeletons golf-clapped sarcastically. With the picket taken care of, the skeletons began to formulate a plan to attack this particular piece of the siege, unknowing of what lay inside. Auspicious Skeleton has the idea to summon some owls, and they all rally behind the idea to use some owls to perhaps drop a torch into the canvas of the tent. Then they notice that there is a pot of torch oil, and more torches, and this solidifies their plan. Auspicious Skeleton thinks hard on his staff, giving it a shake and raising his sockets to the twinkling night sky. After a few moments there is a rush of wings, and 2 owls answer his call, flapping down and resting on one of the dead soldiers of the ground. Hoot! Oh, that's a pigeon. Skeletons are all super stoked to have the owls, and Auspicious convinces them to carry the lit torches and drop them on the big command tent in the siege camp. The owls take quite a lot of convincing,
They are angry, if not aghast hoots here and there. However, in the end, the owls bear aloft the torches. A bit of circling is done, but torches are dropped into the command tent of the siege camp, and it is set merrily ablaze. The skeletons all cheer, but notice a lot of yelling from the walls and camp. Confused rattling. Have the ships fired lately? A huge broadside of ship fire is heard in the distance. The rumbling challenge rolling across the water into the camp. Cannonballs, the size of small babies, rocket and bounce across the camp, tearing apart tents and people alike, causing all hell to break loose. The cannonball also begins skipping and thumping towards the skeletons. With Zoidberg-like grace, they whoop 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 out of the line of fire. Agile skeleton grabbing the oil container in order to create more fire. The skeletons are ducking, dipping, diving and dodging their way towards the walls as the ships are lighting the camp the fuck up. There must be 4 or 5 warships just pounding this camp to shit. Men are flying here and there and cannonballs make direct hits, and supplies are being flung around like they were made of paper. Fire spreading beyond the main command tent, and the owls circle overhead, giving Auspicious a bird's eye view of the mayhem. Drunk, Agile, Rowdy and Auspicious Skeleton are now running down the no man's land to the shore battery, and a voice is heard above them. Skeletons! They're skeletons! Hey, it's me! Karen leans over the wall and waves at the skeletons. She had a lantern in her other hand, and she is covered in stolen shit that she's lifted from her enemies. The skeletons yell up at her as they run in greeting, and trade information as they run, and Kyron chases him from atop the wall. Hey! Shouts Agile, holding the vessel of oil in his hands. Throw me a lit lantern so I can set the shore battery on fire. Kyron, without a word, yeets a lantern at him. Agile is confident in his skill, sending out JoJo vibes as he holds the vessel one-handed and reaches for the lantern coming down at him. He misses the catch. It smashes into the oil vessel. Agile is now on fire. Agile is now very on fire. The other skeletons yell out in shock, and Kyron slowly leans back from the wall and disappears from sight. Agile Skeleton is now running at dead sprint towards the shore battery, Ghost Ridering his way to the target. The rest of the skeletons are running after him, trying to put him out, but they notice something peculiar. Impacts of cannonballs is getting closer. Some of the ships are training their target line on the moving flame, and now the cannonballs are beginning to land near and throw dirt on the skeletons. Agile is still screaming and running, and finally finds the short counter battery. Channeling Paul Smecker, Agile raises his flaming arms up amongst the panicked crew of the short battery, who turn to see a flaming god of death, a skeleton wreathed in armour and flame, screaming into the sky and holding his arms out as if he's in embrace. There was a firefight! On cue, there's a terrifying amount of flashes in the distance, as the ships can even see from where they are that the short battery is lit up by a massive flame. Iron cannonballs pound the shore battery, wood splinters flying, and some kegs of gunpowder being detonated by the hot rounds slamming into them. So much dirt, sand and blood is thrown into the air that it douses Agile and smothers the flames. He is, well, he's still undead and not going back to the grave quite well. Rowdy, Drunk and Auspicious arrive in time to pat any other smouldering pieces of his armour or bones, and even manage to save what's left of his bandana. The ship fire begins to walk itself back towards the main camp to continue the harassment, and the command of the camp makes its appearance. The Flesh Mistress and her paladin escort come into view among the flaming camp, barking orders. The Flesh Mistress is an average height woman with tan skin, black hair, a belt of knives and other torture implements, and light leather armour. The paladin is in his prime, young and almost radiating with a holy aura as he throws a tripper towards a bucket. The skeletons see this, and then see a still working ballista. Skeletons rattle, look at each other, and then all rush to the ballista. Gears creak and moan as the skeleton crew struggles to turn it, sand and exploded person having been blown into the mechanisms. With a bit of a push, they align the ballista on target, and Rowdy slams the release. Dice and rolled, and I fucking scream. The Mistress of Flesh turns to see a fucking ballista bolt heading straight towards her, and turns as much as she can before the head of the missile eviscerates her stomach. Her hands fly down to hold her intestines as they make a gambit for freedom, and the bolt thuds into the dirt beyond. Blood pools at her mouth as she spins around, yelling hoarsely at the paladin before falling down in her ass, still struggling to wrangle her guts. Furiously he turns and runs over, successfully healing her. A long, ruined scar runs along her perfect abs, as she will remember this slight. The paladin's eyes turn and follow the path of the missile and see a bunch of goons huddled around a fucking ballista. Jaunty's skeleton wave doc gif. Soldiers are called to order and form in front of the paladin, and they all begin to push out from the flaming camp, ducking as cannons whistle overhead. Our skeleton crew begins scrambling for more artillery and find a fucked up culverin, but it can still fire. By a stroke of luck, it's loaded with a scramble shot, having been loaded in case of a shore landing to attack the camp. Drunk Skeleton is right pissed that they haven't run yet from the walking cure for the undead, and shoulders the culverin alone via massive strength checks, holding the bastard of a thing like he's a German MG42 team member. Fire is found, and the skeletons hold their breath as Agile lights it. There is a pause, and then a loud boom. The weapon lifts away from Drunk's shoulders and cartwheels off into the distance, almost splattering Auspicious like a bowling pin. The damage is high, and they decimate the ranks of soldiers, even managing to damage the paladin. With this done, they hightail it the fuck away from this entire scene, the paladin's scornful eyes watching them as he holds a hand to his wounded hip. The owls have been overhead the entire time, and the flesh mistress notices. She flings a knife out of hate, and nails the female owl, who flutters and flaps towards the burning camp, never to be seen again. Morning is coming, and the skeletons find a place to hide in the burnt-out districts on the outside of the walls. They seem like it was a trading hub, and everything is in ruin. As the sun rises, the skeletons can see the siege camp is right fucked, and looks like a bombing run has been done. The male owl comes to rest near Auspicious, and looks weary, sad, and alone. Auspicious does his best to comfort the owl, and it hoots mournfully. He makes a nest as best he can for it, and lets it rest. The skeletons check in with Kyla, and Auspicious calls forth some dice rolls. A pair of fucking golden eagles. They do recon for the group, and they see they hit the smallest of the camps, as other larger camps surround the city, some bearing hardcore siege weapons, towers, and a sapper pit. There are also troop movements from the ruined camp, and the troops begin marching past the ruined section of buildings where they're hiding. One of the figures stops near the building, and it's that fucking paladin. The guy actually sniffs in the air, and calls over some soldiers and points to the building they're hiding at. Skeletons scramble and start tossing random shit into the stairwell to block their way. Soldiers walk in, see this, and go, "Well, fuck that!" "Sorry sir, we didn't see anything." Paladin squints at the building, but moves on with the column. Skeletons reload their weapons if needed, and check equipment as the time passes. The skeletons exit the building minus one sleeping birdo, and finds a smaller side gate. Troopers on top of the gate exchange words and information, and Rowdy asks for a longbow, with some fire arrows in case he has to signal for anything to the guys on the walls. Wall troopers agree, and toss down a longbow and a bundle of cage arrows. The eagles notice something odd, so Auspicious makes them circle around it. Eagle Eyes has spotted the location of the door knockers, and sees that in their camp there are a lot of barrels, and all the ogres are standing around a figure in the middle. The figure is another ogre, whom is kneeling in the middle of a large blanket adorned with many odd objects. Weapons, armour, skulls, sacks of coins, flowers, and a lot of red cloth is around as well. For this ceremony all the ogres have foregone armour, as well as the ogre in the middle. His hands begin to work, the eagles fly closer, and he is seen tying long pieces of red cloth to his body. A long strip goes around his head, 2 around his ankles, 2 around his wrists, and finally a long red sash around his bulging middle. He nods, and the rest of the ogres begin tying and binding the barrels to their body via carrying harness. Skeletons are on full alert at this, and begin to run towards the edge of the burnt out district that overlooks that particular camp. Rowdy stringing his bow on the run, and Agile double checking his matchlock rifle on the fly. Eye sockets prowl the buildings for advantage spots, and Agile spies a building with a burnt tower, veering off to make his way up. Rowdy holds up in the second floor of another nearby building and makes a small smouldering fire from his kit to light his arrows. Auspicious and Drunk squirrel away on the bottom floor of the tower building and begins setting up tripwire traps. Rowdy and Agile see the barrel-laden ogre about 200 yards away, a long shot for any person, and the other ogres begin to salute the barrel ogre almost in a final goodbye kind of way. There are other soldiers among the ranks, and they stand at attention in full armour. The barrel ogre begins to lumber down the path the soldiers created, and it is now clear what the door knocker's intention is as it's heading towards the gate. Rowdy knocks an arrow and pulls back as Agile sets his matchlock on the edge of the tower opening, the wind battering against it as pigeons scattering from the beams above him. Rowdy lets fly an arrow, and is strong enough that it's direct hit on one of the barrels. However, it fails to do any damage. It instead sticks there. Alarm spreads immediately, and all the soldiers, as well as the ogres, begin to form a wall around the ogre. The wall soldiers begin to fire their own arrows as well, mistaking it for a command, and begin to rain missile fire upon the soldiers and ogres below. The Arderman's units, however, still believing the first fire arrow came from the wall, and the flank shots from the skeletons are still not being blocked. This assumption is dashed, however, when Agile makes his first shot. A large plume of smoke cascades away from the tower, a telling shot, but the round slams home and into the hip of the ogre, who stumbles and falls to a knee, the flaming arrow still blazing merrily. One of his ogre comrades runs over and helps the barreled ogre to his feet, supporting his weight on his shoulders as they both begin to do their best to move forward towards the gate. Another flame arrow from Rowdy arches through the air and lands another solid hit on the same barrel, but still not enough damage to set the barrel off or break the wood away to explode the powder underneath. Both of the ogres are now aware that they are getting shot from behind, and the two look at each other before nodding. If not the gate, then the wall will do. The two ogres spin on the spot and begin running as fast as they can towards the nearest wall section, roaring out a war challenge as arrow and gunfire rain down from them from the wall. Agile has finished reloading and lays his rifle once again on the edge of the tower opening, and eye sockets his rifle sights carefully. His skeletal fingers grip the sockets, and the firing mechanism is actuated. Dice are rolled. They are fast despite their size, and the wall seems easily within reach. Throats rumble as they call out their victory and challenge, both of them covered in arrow bolts and bleeding from many wounds. The roars are cut short when a whizzing shot shatters the barrel with two flaming arrows stuck to it, and the two beings are lost in a flash of fire and smoke. The shock wave is immense, throwing men from the walls to their deaths and shredding Arderman soldiers on the ground with shrapnel from the blast, if not getting caught up in the ripple of the blast. Agile Skeleton looks over the top of his rifle as the smoke clears, and sees nothing but a smoking crater where the two ogres used to be, and nods in approval, pulling out his ramrod to reload. As Rowdy, Drunk and Auspicious begin to run back towards the smaller gate, Agile is distracted by a fluttering piece of red cloth that floats down from the winds and lands on his tower ledge. He reaches over and grabs it, looking down at the blackened and stained material. As he's doing this, the ogres who weren't in the blast have already been moving towards the tower and kick in the door of it. Hearing the loud thud, Agile quickly gathers up his rifle and begins to exit the tower, running down the roof of the charred building. The ogres find a few of the tripwire traps with their feet, and when they finally blunder into the tower opening, they are bloody and furious. Furious enough to take their hammers and tear the rest of that fucking tower off the building, and wooden remains scattered down the rift towards Agile. Agile Skeleton fumbles for his only grappling hook from a way back during the ship fight, and whips it around on its rope before tossing it. It misses anything, and he quickly hauls it back in while looking over his shoulder. The ogres are unsteadily walking down the rift towards him, their heavy feet breaking through here and there and having to wrench their feet back out of the roof. With another wind-up, Agile manages to hook the other rift nearby and starts to try and shimmy across the rope. Soldiers on the wall see this, and the closest body of archers begin to do their best to give Agile cover. It's a bit windy outside today. Oh no. Arrows swerve from the ogre and begin to fly amongst Agile. He has to dodge and weave while also holding his rifle and moving across the rope. Loud Australian-flavoured curses mingle with the wind. A great ogre hand grabs the rope, but it's a pretty good knot, and he's having trouble pulling it apart. This, however, bounces Agile up and down in his rope, rotating like a frog stuck on a jump rope. Fuck! Fuck's sake. Agile screams, clinging on and barely moving now. Rowdy sees this, and runs back over, drawing out his pistol. Ogre's strength wins against ogre patience, and the great brute just rips that part of the roof away, with the knot still attached to it. It roars in victory, just in time for a round ball to slam into its unarmoured chest. Rowdy rolls massive damage, and the ogre is killed instantly as the bullet turns its heart to mush. With a gurgle of surprise, the ogre falls off the roof, still clutching the rope in its death grip. Agile feels the rope go slack, then starts sliding down the rope towards the dead ogre. For fuck's sake! The skeleton lands bodily on top of the dead ogre, takes a few points of blunt damage, then begins to make his own run to freedom. With the gate man waiting, all the skeletons clamber on board of a rope ladder and climb up on top of the wall, Agile rattling shakily from the whole ordeal as he does. The soldiers on top asks if the skeletons need anything, and one soldier offers they could get them some milk if they'd like. Skeleton hurls some abuse at him for racial profiling, but do take them up on getting more ammunition. After a few turns of recouping and an hour and a half of in-game time, the skeletons decide to make a report to Kyla. While Rowdy makes the report, Auspicious sends out his eagles for another scout run, one to find Chiron and the other to watch the ogres. Auspicious does a rough drawing of Chiron, of a human girl with gnoll ears, so a cat girl.
Yeah.
It's a bloody cat girl. And the eagle looks at Auspicious as if he's soft in the head. A human girl with gnoll ears? A beastkin, maybe? Perhaps this skeleton has never seen a beastkin before. It thinks, but takes off anyway, off to search for this strange girl. Ooh woo. The other eagle is hovering above the district and circles a few times before pinging Auspicious. Using shared vision, Auspicious sees a lot of ogres looking through the district for any signs of the skeletons and moving in the direction of their hidden camp. The camp is way off way, but the threat is still there. Rowdy tells Kyla this, unknowingly setting her into full flight mode. Unbeknownst to Rowdy, ogres and Onis are mortal enemies, and ogres have been the nightmare fuel of Onis for generations. As ogres are all male race, while Onis are a normal male and female race. Connect the dots. The skeletons feel the dread of their necromancer wash over them, and then feel her presence getting closer. All four of the skeletons make it to the walls in time to see that goddamn carriage careening over a rough terrain. My horses! Cries Auspicious, not knowing if they're even hooked up right. Even worse, the ogres have seen the carriage. The carriage is heading towards the little side gate, and a handful of ogres begin to run in order to intercept it. Auspicious, enraged, terrorizes the soldiers into opening the gate. Drunk Skeleton and Auspicious Skeleton running down to help them dislodge the barriers and torsion locks. Rowdy and Agile run down to the wall towards the ogres and begin taking potshots at them with their black powder weapons, plinking off damage and doing their best to drag their attention. Oi! Ogre cunts! Agile Skeleton holds up the red cloth and begins shouting jeers at them. Got a bit of your stupid mate here? Ogres are incensed. Ogres veer away for a moment and start pumping rocks and rubble at the skeletons. Give us the cloth, you bastard! They roar, and as they throw, they notice something. However, since they are nearer to the wall, they see the gate starting to open. Ogre wisdom wins out over ogre rage. The ogres laugh ruefully at the skeletons, and then start running towards the gate. The carriage now on the road and nearing ever closer. First is clinging to the top of the carriage with half a bread loaf in her mouth, the wind rustling her fur. Kyla is wide-eyed next to Omen as they wrestle with the reins, the horses barely hooked up properly in place. Their hair mingles with the wind and they're both screaming, while First is wide-eyed and loving it. Inside the carriage, Harla has her head poked out of the window and is looking around. Not really in a panic, but more like a curious sightseer. Auspicious calls down his eagles to harass the ogres as he walks out of the open gate and hefts his hammer torch. There are 3 ogres and both are running at full speed. Skeletons are also running down the wall, tracking the ogres. The carriage coming to a screeching stop before the gates. The ogres only 30 yards away. Kyla runs around the carriage and grabs her mother, both of them running towards the gate, with Omen close behind. First looks around to see what the big deal is and spots the ogres. She spits the bread out of her mouth. Fuck that! First leaps from the top of the carriage and stumbles down the seat, even clambering over the horses in her hurry to get away from the oncoming door knockers. In the distance, more ogres are heard coming. The 3 ogres are just below Agile and Rowdy. Rowdy and Agile look at each other on the run, and Agile shrugs. With wild abandonment, Agile drops his rifle and pulls out his short sword, leaping from the top of the walls and down in a series of corkscrews. Despite it never should have happening, Agile slams down, blade point first into the neck of an ogre, doing weapon and blunt damage at the same time for mass. It's enough to gank an ogre in one hit, covering the skeleton in arterial spray. Ogre does not die quietly, and his buddy turns in time to see Agile's skeleton flying towards him in another attack leap, and catches him by the skull in his massive hand. Oh god. Ah, right, Agile mutters, now dangling by the skull. Rowdy has seen this and drops the bow, pulling out a pair of hunting knives from his belt, and doing another leap from the wall down into the now still ogre, whom is holding Agile by the skull. He rolls a 19 without modifiers, and the party and those listening go nuts. Rowdy's skeleton comes down, sinking both daggers into the eyes of the ogre, the blades cracking through the hardy skull and plunging deep into the brain. The ogre stiffens and slowly falls backwards, landing heavily on its back. Agile, however, is still stuck in the ogre's fist, and Rowdy is struggling to pull his knives from their fleshy prison, which means the last ogre is running towards the gate, and the only skeleton in the way is Auspicious. The gate is closing slowly behind Auspicious, whom is walking towards the ogre with his hammer torch held in both hands, tapping it in his palm. His players made it quite clear it's supposed to be as JoJo as possible. Okay. The ogre laughs as he continues to run at Auspicious. Oh, you're approaching me instead of running away? You're coming right to me? It roars, pulling out its hammer on the run. Auspicious skeleton tilts down his flower crown lower over his eyes, making his eye sockets look angry. But I can't beat the shit out of you without getting closer. With only a few feet away, Auspicious runs at the ogre, and the 2 weapons meet in a flash of sparks and purple energy.
Hey there, this is Guardbros, the GM for the all-skeleton party. I just want to take a quick second to tell you guys that I appreciate those of you who enjoy listening to my little campaign and enjoy the skeletons who are playing along with me. I hope that you will continue to listen to this funny little campaign I have set up, and I hope you enjoy the choices that my players are making as they move through this campaign. And I hope you don't get too upset with what happens in the end. And I hope that you continue to listen in the videos that come on afterwards. So, let's get rattling, shall we?
It may have taken a few minutes, but Agile and Rowdy were able to extricate themselves from their fleshy prisons, with mostly grunting being spent. Both of the skeletons made their way towards the front gate, and the first thing they saw was a Auspicious skeleton cooing over his horses and telling them what good horses they were. The second thing they saw was what was left of the ogre he had battled. Or what was left of the ogre anyway. Agile's skeleton blanched as well as he could with his skull, and motioned at the large fleshy splat adorning the lower portion of the fortification. Oh, mate, you got some of him on the wall. The skeletons worked together to, much to the charging of the gate guards, reopened the gate in order to get the horses and their well-worn carriage through the opening. Sweating gate guards once again rebarred the gate, and threatened combat if the skeletons wanted it open again. A portly guard seemed to be passed out, his giant belly exposed underneath his armour. Kyla, Omen, First and Harla, however, were extremely happy to be inside of the city, and after a few minutes, Kyron and Millie rejoined the party, Kyron holding a very bemused eagle on her arm. Ridiculous! Look at this human! Those aren't even her ears! The eagle is thinking aloud to Auspicious. He just shrugs. The party is reunited and information is shared between those involved, and everyone is filled in on the events that passed. Millie and Kyron tell the skeletons about their flight from the refugee camp and through the first town they had passed. Indeed, Kyron arrived in time to get the camp moving, but they were slow going,
And when the whole camp arrived in that town, that siege army was only a few hours behind. Volunteers were taken at the town, drawn from both professional soldiers, local militia, and those of the refugees that wanted to fight, and the rest were sent onward towards Tlaib. A few survivors from that delaying action reached Tlaib and told of the horrors that befell those brave volunteers, and how the door knockers charged out of the tree line and down into the city to wreak havoc upon those below. After the door knockers had disrupted the front lines, orderly ranks of legionnaires marched down and mopped up what was left of the ragtag defenders. Warrior men, women and children were not spared, and all were cut down with thoughtless abandon. The skeletons are not super keen on this information, and Kyla looks down with guilt when she hears of it. Kyla had traded lives of hundreds for the life of one, but the skeletons console her, as it was her mama, and mamas are important too. The skeletons, however, are doing this just to make her feel better. The morality choice that they made was a tangled web of one. After this, Auspicious takes the horses and carriage to a local stable just down the road, and more or less spooks a poor lad into fixing the battered carriage. The lad almost faints when he sees the bullet hole, shrapnel damage, and all the cut marks on the wheels, but agrees nonetheless to make sure the spooky calcium boy doesn't take him to an early grave. The horses more or less check out in the stables, flopping down on straw and sleeping so hard not even Auspicious could roust them for a few days. Kyla and company make their way to an inn, and they themselves find the allure of soft beds and a bath too much to ignore. They had been sleeping outdoors without bathing for weeks now, Harla herself being a past slave, and they are quite fed up with the whole idea. Well, not first. This is the best living conditions she's had for years. Rooms are bought, baths are had, blood washed away, and First is brushed out for the first time in her life. First hates it. Omen has her shoulder wound looked at, and there's no helping the scar that she's going to have. Kyla says it's quite a rogue look for her, but Omen is not enthusiastic. The rest of the skeletons are fucking about, while a Auspicious skeleton wants to go and find his cows. In his journey, he gets lost in the Red Lantern District, the red light district, and gets turned around a few times. Agile and Rowdy have made their way onto the walls, and are scouting out the other siege camp and spot a sapper pit with a bunch of barrels near the back of the camp. The skeletons scritch at their chins and wonder if they can somehow find a long fuse in case those barrels are gunpowder, and set the camp off. Auspicious Skeleton gets a message via Necroskype if he can find someone in town that sells fuses, and after asking around, he's more or less in the right area. Sex and gunpowder. Tlaib Red Lantern District is one hell of a place. Auspicious pokes his nasal cavity a few times, and stumbles upon a trail of black powder. skeletonthunk.jpg. He kicks at the powder with his boot and follows up the trail. It's leading to a door. He knocks a few times, but no answer. Next, he knocks with his torch hammer, and the door zips across the floor and bounces off something, cartwheeling through the air. As the skeletons step into the building, he notices it is full of barrels. Ah! Auspicious Skeleton turns on his boot heel and clambers away as far as he can, while maintaining line of sight to the doorway. When doing so, he sees shadows moving inside. Hey! You in there! Stop moving! No answer. Come out here where I can see you. Fuck you! Auspicious Skeleton ain't having that kind of disrespect, and pulses a terra aura from whatever juice is left in his torch hammer. Well, he has sufficiently spooked the saboteurs inside, and a small light is seen in the darkness. You'll never take us alive! Auspicious has a few moments to think about his decision and actions before the blast launches him out of the alleyway and into the main road, away, along with the brick and mortar of about 4 other buildings. Don't worry, the whorehouses are fine. Well, they're on fire, but they're fine. Auspicious Skeleton sits up, groaning amidst the pitter-patter of bricks and body parts, his sockets focusing on the roaring fire, travelling along the street and other buildings. Agile, Rowdy and Drunk see this huge fireball, and correctly summarise only one of their own could be behind it, running towards the flames from where they were. Auspicious stands up, shakily, while people with buckets and a fire wagon, drawn by draft horses, clop by him. He is thankfully able to see a few figures running away from the fire instead towards it. Hey, stop! He shouts waveringly, and runs after them, bouncing off of burning walls on his unsteady feet. The rest of the skeletons show up and help put out fires. but after a few minutes see Auspicious running after some people in black clothing. Intent on taking prisoners, Auspicious has succeeded in only killing one of the saboteurs so far, while another is missing both his feet. The other skeletons show up and begin their own version of mental warfare on the survivors for whatever reason. As Auspicious chases down and grappling hooks the other saboteur down from the wall he was trying to climb, they drag the broken men back towards the fires and hand them over to local guards, then go back to putting out the fires. Mysteriously, the whorehouses are put out the quickest, and the skeletons have cloth favours tied about them. Kyla hears the noise from her in-room with the rest of the gang, and opens the window blinds for a moment. Her eyes are filled with flames and the chaos of outside. She slowly closes the blinds, wanting no part of it, and slips back under the blankets of her bed beside her mum. The next day, Agile Skeleton is exhausted and powers down in Kyla's room, his rifle cradled in his arms. The living members of the group all go off to have proper food for once, and Kyla takes the time to divvy up money to all the party members. Drunk takes his money and immediately goes down to the bar downstairs. Rowdy hears there's an old man who can work on guns down by the harbour, and is able to pry Agile's rifle from his cold, dead hands before heading that way. Auspicious heads out to explore the town and check on all the fire damage. Drunk arrives at the bar and sees that it is staffed by 2 female feline beastmen. Women. Whatever. Drunk Skeleton is elated at this and begins doing his best to impress the cat-eared barmaids. Aye lassie, fill me tankard, will ye? Will ye?
Like that tea!
And he holds out his mug of mirth. The barmaids fill it up, curiously, and watches as the once cheap brew turns into something akin to drunkard's ambrosia. Drunk Skeleton drinks it messily. The contents spill down his open mouth onto his clothes and armour. The barmaid pins her ears back, and her face is one of horror as the skeleton makes a huge mess on her bar and floor. The brew still takes its effect, and Drunk Skeleton slams down a handful of silver onto the bar top. Drinks for everyone! Cheers erupt from the entire bar, packed with those who staunchly believe beer is breakfast of champions, and the whole place surges towards the bar. Rowdy Skeleton. It takes some time to wind through the city streets, but Rowdy eventually makes it to the harbour area and begins to set about finding the old man. Rowdy stands there for a moment amongst the teeming people and says loudly, "Boy, I sure wish somebody could help me make this gun better." Everyone stands there, looking at the skeleton as if he has a few marbles loose inside that skull, before ignoring him and going about their business. The skeleton stands there embarrassed for a few seconds as some sailors point and laugh, but begins to actually comb the crowd. An hour or so passes, and with some luck, he finally finds the old man and is able to convince him to show him his collection, and maybe buy something from him as well. The old man is currently lugging around a full custom rifle that uses the spark of a stone to ignite its charge. And the damn thing is so long that the old man uses it as a walking staff. To say the walk is slow would be an understatement, as the old man could be outpaced by an infant. Time goes by at an agonising pace, and when they finally come to the front of the old man's door, Rowdy is rattling with impatience. Rowdy's anger is quelled when they enter the large house, and it is covered from wall to wall with rifles, ordnance, and weaponry from all over. "You get quite some fancy things coming in and out of the harbour, you know," the old man says with a shaky chuckle, and sets his custom rifle into the wall slot, retrieving a cane that was sitting in a rifle slot next to the one he occupied. The two banter for a few minutes, before Rowdy gets to the point that he wanted the old man to mount a telescope to the top of Agile's matchlock. The old man is flabbergasted. "You think I have scopes just lying around to mount on top of any old rifle, young feller?" The old man motions towards a wall of scoped matchlocks and flintlocks, some supporting barrels longer than most teenagers. Each one of these was custom fitted and takes months to make. And that's not counting the time it takes for the opticals to be made and mounted. The old man is quite flustered now at the arrogance of Rowdy, his old bottom lip quivering wetly. Inwardly, Rowdy thinks, "Okay, boomer," and raises a skeletal finger. "How about a trade elsewhere?" At the point, Agile is awake and fuming over his missing rifle. First is in the room, busily destroying the hairbrush that Omen and Kyla was torturing her with, her teeth gnawing on the wooden frame. First, where the fuck is my rifle? Agile screams, pointing a bony finger at her. First no have rifle, she mutters through the hairbrush. Rowdy take rifle to ship in. The harbour? First just shrugs, still gnawing on the hairbrush. Agile fumes out of the room and takes off towards the harbour, pushing anyone who's dumb enough to get into his path out of his way. Rowdy. Yes, a fine specimen this one. The old man has been looking over the Arterman's rifle carefully as Rowdy bounces on the balls of his feet, taking the rifle apart and inspecting the craftsmanship. He may not have been able to walk very fast, but those old hands sure could tear down and rebuild a rifle in a flash. I'll trade you, one of my earlier models, plus a fee, as it's still better than this rifle by many fair margin. Rowdy happily complies with this and hands over the gold needed to complete the transaction, now holding a telescopic flintlock rifle. Rowdy then spies a pile of junk in the corner of the house. After a bit more haggling, Rowdy gains possession of 2 pistols and a hand mortar after giving up his own fancier pistol and some gold and silver. Quite happy with his haul, Rowdy turns to leave. However, the door is open, and there stands an extremely angry Agile skeleton. The argument is loud, and many cunts are thrown about as Rowdy tries to defend his actions. Despite being given the rifle, Agile is still furious Rowdy took it without his permission. It's almost coming to blows, and the 2 skeletons are bickering so loudly they never see the old man working a crank. Down from the ceiling, a cannonade has been lowered on chains, and is now pointing at both the skeletons and the front door. Please take your lover's quarrel outside, the old man says with a chuckle, and lights a match with his fingernail. The 2 skeletons spill out of the house with their new firearms, but the argument doesn't stop, and the 2 make their way back to the inn with people giving them a wide berth. Auspicious. Auspician has gotten lost again in the winding streets of Tlaib, but has been following the sound of what seems like a market for live animals. At the same time, he is seeing more and more beastmen and women, and follows the trail into what seems like an ethnic market. None of the stalls of spices and fancy cloth entrance him much, as he is set on finding out where these animals are. With a few questions, he is able to get concrete directions and comes out into a large bazaar filled with exotic animals from all over the world. Gorillas, panthers, jaguars, hyenas. Even an alicorn is seen in cages lining the road. Auspicious holds up his little fox familiar. See anyone you know? A beast man wearing the finery of a merchant approaches Auspicious, his hands held together in front of him. Hello, my fine calcium friend. How can we help you here today? Are you looking to perhaps sell your little friend here? The fox familiar looks unamused and throws a curse at the beastman. It seems Agile is rubbing off on him. Oh my, what a cantankerous little thing. Perhaps we can find you something better. Auspicious follows the man as they peruse the animals, talking prices and combat abilities, when they come to a great, heavily fortified crate that's chained to the ground with ground spikes. What the fuck is in there? The beastman begins to look nervous and unsure. Well, you see, we don't know what it is. Please, what about this fine chromatic jaguar? Auspicious ignores the beastman and walks closer to the crate, and tries to look in through one of the air holes. A loud screech pierces the air, and there is a whirl of movement from inside. Whatever is inside charges forward and slams into the front of the crate, causing people to go scattering every which way to get away from the rattling crate. Even his familiar taken back. Holy crap, what is that thing? It says, shifting back into the safety of Auspicious' arms. The skeleton, however, hasn't moved, and is now staring into the eyes of something reptilian. A thought occurs to Auspicious, and he pokes the end of his staff into the same hole in which the animal inside grabs onto it. Kill! Kill! Is the first thought that enters Auspicious' skull as the link is formed, and the skeleton gives the staff a wiggle. That's very rude, you know. The being inside is taken aback by the sudden thought intrusion, and Auspicious can feel the pulling on the staff slacken a bit. Oh, I'm sorry. Usually there's a pointy bit in the end of these. Oh, I see it's a staff. I'm so sorry. I think I made teeth marks. The being begins to ramble. You see, I can't see anything in the box. I hate the box. I really don't like the box. Being stuck in this box forever. Auspicious looks back at the Beastman merchant, who is currently a fair distance away. Could you open this crate? The Beastman gives a nervous laugh and holds up his hands. No, I'm not opening that. It has killed a lot of my SEAL team. The skeleton mms aloud and turns back to the crate. Who are you? I am me, of course. I've always been me. Auspicious feels his staff tip, as if the creature is bowing slightly. Pleasure to make your acquaintance, fellow. You. It says again, and Auspicious seems to feel the creature warming up its thinking muscles and relaxing its maim, kill, destroy muscle. Could you by chance get me out of the box? I do not like the box. It smells like a worse version of me, you see. As the being continues to ramble, Auspicious turns back to the merchant. So what is this thing? The being inside hears this, and with its link begins to regale Auspicious in its nicknames. Such gems as, oh god, it has my leg, and oh fuck, it's out. Auspicious is having to try and suppress a skeletal smile. We do not know what it is, but at this point, we're taking any offer we can get. Some haggling is done, and a very small amount of gold is given to the merchant. With this, Auspicious intimidates the being inside the crate enough times that it has failed to resist his terrorizing will, and animal handling checks are rolled as well. But then also an actual negotiation takes place. An accord is struck that, if the being also follows all orders, it will be allowed to eat any enemy it kills. It agrees enthusiastically, and Auspicious opens the crate. The being inside shakes its feathers a few times, and slowly steps out into the sunlight. In Auspicious's arms, the fox familiar says in a bemused voice, "It's like a murder chicken?" Standing in the sunlight at 5 foot and preening its feathers, its great tail whipping back and forth. It's a purple velociraptor. Auspicious walks forward and begins to pet the raptor, who churs at the affection, and then leads it out of the bazaar and back towards the inn. As all the skeletons converge back in the inn, where Drunk is, and an unknown skeleton emerges from the waters of the harbour, seaweed gripping its iron knuckles and dangling from its skull. Furious Skeleton has finally arrived. Agile, Rowdy and Auspicious were talking outside of the indoors about the murder chicken Auspicious had bought when Furious Skeleton trudged up to them, fishing out a small perch from his skull and spitting it out of his skull with a "Puh!" The skeleton looked at the unknown skeleton. "Well, hi." Furious asked them why the hell he was left behind, and you could almost see the visible question marks above their skulls. Turns out, Furious was awoken the same night the other skeletons were, being raised by a bit of shaky necromancy, and the power spilled over into his holding place. Unlike the other skeletons, he was bound in a solid iron casket that was spiked to the ground with chains around the lid. Furious in his past life was a character, and had magically infused steel in his knuckles and kneecaps, which survived in his death. It took days to beat apart the casket he was sealed in, then many other days to follow the constantly moving pulse of the necromancer. When Furious finally found the city, he had to walk along the bottom of the bay in order to get in, as moving through the camps were too difficult, and he lacked any real armour or weaponry. The skeletons readily welcomed their new skeletal brother. Rowdy opened the door to the inn with a flourish. "Let's introduce you to Drunk." Inside the inn, mayhem was about. All the chairs had been aligned to make a jousting barrier. On top of Drunk's shoulders was a half-dressed beast woman, the feline barmaid, wielding a broomstick handle, and across from them was a guardsman off duty, and atop his shoulders was a heavily tattooed sailor wearing what appeared to be a dinner cloth cape, and also wielding a broomstick. "Avachi!" roared Drunk, and the cat girl atop his shoulder gave a battle cry. The two mounts charged at each other, the cat girl catching a broomstick to the tit while the sailor took it in his dick. "Nar!" roared the cat girl barmaid, turned knight in pain, and she swung the stick at the sailor, who puffed heavily and had to be consoled by his mount. Around them, all the bar folk, with also similarly dressed, was just as rowdy, having gotten quite smashed in the time since the other skeletons had departed. At a table far in the corner sat Kyla and her mom Harla, who sipped tea while Omen drank wine,
and first lapped noisily at the tankard of something. All of them watching the festivities with open amusement. First was really getting into it, raising her fist and yelling, "Now you fight to the death! Money on cat lady!" No one noticed the skeletons walk in, but everyone noticed Chicken. If there was a fantasy version of a record scratch, it would be invented right here. The chaos that erupted when everyone reacted to the murder foul was furious. Men and women grabbing chairs and ready for battle. Chicken, however, pecked a plate of food and screeched happily. Kyla then saw Furious Skeleton and furrowed her brows. "Who are you?" Furious spoke to her in head via their link, and she was flabbergasted. "I don't even know who you are. If you were sealed in an iron casket, you must have been quite the bastard in your life." Regardless of that, she beckoned the skeleton forward and pulled out her little bag of bone dust, giving the skeleton a liberal sprinkling of the powder. As in the background, another hyena-like beastman winged a mug at Chicken when the velociraptor got too close, who screeched in return. The two spoke for a short time, and Furious was intent on helping the group. A great skeletal group hug happened, and the group was joined by Kyron, still adorned in all her loot shit, and Millie, sporting a new town dress and calf-high leather boots. The group shared breakfast. Auspicious wrangled Chicken, and the girls told the group about their adventures in the city. The skeletons as well told the group about the fire and explosion, which Kyla resolutely ignored and pretended she didn't hear, while she drank her tea, pinky out. Harla had cleaned up well and listened to both girls, holding her cup of tea in both hands, serenely and smiling wolfishly at their tails. A medical specialist had been paid, or threatened, to help with her face, and she looked many years younger, while some of her deeper scars remained. She looked almost like the mental image the skeletons had been sent during their rescue mission, and even the skeletons agreed. They'd have risked life and limb to protect the necromilf. Yay! Kyla scowled violently at them when she first heard this nickname. And the skeletons spent the entire morning picking up pieces of themselves that seemed to fall off randomly at will. The morning was almost picturesque as the inn was cleaned up and things went back to normal, despite Drunk wanting the party to continue, and the group had a small moment together in relative safety. Furious gave them shit for leaving him behind. Kyron and Millie laughed like teenagers again. It was nice. Too nice, it seemed. Chicken heard it first, and craned his head up from the mutton leg he was given to gnaw on. "Big bird," he mentally said to Auspicious. Kyron heard it next, and spun her head towards the window. A horn. A war horn. Kyron was up in a flash and sprinting out the door, armour, weapons, and unlit lanterns jangling on her body as she sprinted. The skeletons all stood at once. "I trust you guys to take care of that," Kyla said with a small smile, and gave them a small wave. Millie gave a sad smile, knowing she again would be of little use. The skeletons ran off abreast, but then split off near the smaller side gate. The horn was coming from the main gate, and indeed other soldiers told them that enemy troop movements were coming in mass from that direction. Rowdy and Agile readied their weaponry and ran up the wall staircase towards the main gate, while the rest of the crew slipped out the side gate and made their flanking movements towards the main gate through the ruined outer districts. Rowdy and Agile came to a rattling stop when they reached a good vantage point and looked out over the no man's land. There were teams upon teams of laddermen, along with massive siege towers. "Where the fuck were they hiding those things?" mused Agile, and Rowdy shrugged, fingering his hand mortar in thought. Across the no man's land marched formations of legionaries and battle mages, as well as a group of door knockers in their super heavy armour. There were also lightly armoured men with the ladders, going for speed than sturdiness. The towers themselves also looked formidable, lumbering across the ground and swaying slightly over the small rises. Chicken, Drunk, Furious and Auspicious came to the edge of the ruined district, and also saw this, getting ready to attack when the main siege began. It didn't take long, and soon great volleys of arrows whistled through the sky to rain down upon those advancing towards the walls and gate. The arrows plinking off the door knockers like rain, and they walked through it like they believed it was little worth their time. The battle mages below hurled lightning and balls of energy at the walls, cracking off the stone harmlessly or frying men to a crisp if they made contact. When the ladders got close, the ground skeleton group launched their attack and caught many by surprise. Agile plinked away and sniped at battle mages, who had to huddle behind soldiers like meat shields in order to avoid skeleton angry gaze through his scope. "Fucking cunts," the skeletons would mutter, before a fancy flintlock device would actuate and send a lead letter of death to whoever was dumb enough to stick their head up. Rowdy seemed to be enjoying his new toy, sending lit grenades down into the packed ranks of troops and shredding them with much glee. His ammo was limited, however, and he waited for packed troops to get closer. On the ground, Chicken led the charge, screeching demonically and leaping upon soldiers and shredding them apart with his fangs and teeth. "Fun! Fun, 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 fun!" he would roar gleefully in Auspicious's head, who in turn cleaved through men like they were toys, rendering armour like tin metal. Furious Skeleton contented himself with punching through people, having to pause at times and wrench his fist from the faces of soldiers. He got tired of this and began the old-timed method of beating one motherfucker with another motherfucker and picking up dazed enemies by the feet and swinging them about as if they were a hammer. Drunk also had a ball, drinking heavily from his tankard and slicing at men with a short sword, belching noisily. Drunk was having quite a time watching Chicken rip people apart, just to pounce on another, when he saw a familiar face. A ladder crew was running up, who also saw Drunk, and slowed their pace, until they were only a few feet away. Standing before Drunk were the men from the slave camp, and at their lead was the man he had personally promoted that night. The men looked at Drunk's skeleton, then to the other two skeletons beating the shit out of people, and then to the velociraptor currently chewing on a man's face as he screamed in pain and terror. Drunk had but a split second to react, but he leaped at his decision. "Lads, come on now, I know you're a fair bunch. Drop the ladders, drop the armour, and join the good side, or else you end up like that poor bastard." Drunk motioned at the man, now gurgling in his own blood, while Chicken tore at his face. Dice were rolled. The captain of the group looked around for a minute, side-eyed Drunk, then looked back to his men. "Strip him." Ardaman's armour flew to the ground until the men were only in their underpants, and they scrambled up an already placed ladder. Drunk called up to the wall, "Don't hurt the naked ones!" "What do you mean, Nate?" And the guard looked down to see a group of mostly naked men clambering up a ladder. "Yeah, alright, I got it," he yelled out. And once the men were atop the wall, they kicked the ladder down before saluting Drunk and running out of sight. Rowdy saw a pack of men trying to shield some battle mages, and lit the fuse on a grenade. With a plunk, the grenade flew high and right, then caught the wind. "No, no, 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 no!" Rowdy yelled, hand in hand mortar to his bony cheeks as the grenade began to come back towards the wall. Until it didn't. By sheer luck, a tower had gotten close enough to the wall that the grenade tinked off the lip of the drop ramp and tumbled gingerly inside the tower. From inside the tower came shrieks and yells of unveiled horror as the grenade tinked and thumped down the ladders of the siege tower before detonating near the middle. The explosion rippled along the tower, a spray of wood, metal and meat flying out from where the grenade cooked off. The tower top slothed for a moment, before groaning and leaning hard forward. The construct shattered against the wall, raining men down upon other men who fled trying to avoid getting caught in the debris. When the middle was exposed, it was like someone had put beef in a blender, as many men caught the fragmentation at point-blank range. "Nice," Agile quipped, and demanded a shot at the hand mortar. The fight soon came to the walls as ladders and other siege towers made contact, but those on the ground were causing massive casualties under the weight of their assault. And the more Auspicious killed, the more he powered up, and the more terror he caused. Karen was fighting on the walls as well, hefting her stolen battle axe and simply waiting in front of a ladder. After a few chops, the ladder became unused, and Karen was very put out, kicking it back off the wall in a huff. The siege stalled for hours, no one making gains on either side as the walls filled with dead Ardaman soldiers, before a horn was blown, and the attackers pulled back, many scrambling back down the siege towers or ladders, a wolf in sheep's clothing. The skeletons and defenders thought they had won, and were cheering. Agile and Rowdy high-fived. "Mr. Rowdy! Mr. Agile!" Rowdy and Agile turned and saw Millie, running along the walls and hopping over the bodies of the dead. In her arms she held a great sack of supplies, mostly grenades, waving and running towards him, her dress blowing in the high wind. Soldiers made room for her as she passed, and the two skeletons ran towards her, waving back. The skeletons on the ground felt a tremor. Furious, drunk, and auspicious, looked at each other, wiping blood from their hands and blades, while Chicken chewed on a soldier's corpse noisily. The tremor grew, until even the walls felt it, and Millie came to a stop, as Agile and Rowdy remembered something. The sapper pit. The ground began to bow and dimple in a line towards the walls, and the rumble intensified, the earth getting sucked inwards. Agile and Rowdy ran towards Millie. "Millie! Millie, run!" Agile screamed, and slung his rifle over his shoulder. The ground skeletons ran towards the dimpling and quivering ground, watching the speed at which it raced with their own undead terror. Millie was smiling, looking confused at Agile, before looking down at the rumbling and shaking walls. "Millie!" It was as if time slowed down. Below that section of the wall, barrels of gunpowder were set off, and the ground erupted as if the earth had sneezed. The wall section lifted, and Millie looked up, suddenly afraid. She gradually rose into the air with other soldiers as the shock wave rippled up, carrying stones, men and supplies into the air as if they weighed nothing. Agile Skeleton leaped, dancing on rising stones, and slammed hard into Millie, her bag of goods between them. Agile had no eyelids, but he squeezed them together as she squeezed Millie, and burned a favour. They fell towards the ground, great pieces of wall raining down around them, smashing together, and men and women screamed. Millie closed her eyes and put her head into Agile's chest. If only I had stayed put, she thought helplessly, as the wind rippled through her hair. Agile's prayers were answered, and the tinkling laughter he heard before on that dark night came back into his head. "Well used," the lipless elf said to him in his head, and winked, her long, delicate fingers reaching out and turning the skeleton so Millie was facing up and he was on the bottom. He also felt like they were falling slower, but everything felt slower in this moment. He pulled Millie close and hit the ground, the stones of the once mighty wall impacting all around them. Rowdy was blown right the fuck off the wall, rattling through the air and landing with a whoomph on the ground. Ow! The skeleton pulled his nugget of a head from the ground and checked his weapon as the other skeletons ran over, helping him up. They had to dodge some pieces of wall here and there, but made it out okay. "Hole!" Chicken said and ruffled his feathers. Sure enough, there was a great ragged hole in the fortification, and the battle horns from the Arterman's forces rang out again, and the soldiers began to advance back towards the wall. "Pikes!" was bellowed from the other side of the wall, and the forces of Taliab marched towards their hedgehog formation and moved towards the ragged gap. Agile shook his head, rubble falling away, and looked around, hearing the echo of orders and horns darting around them. "Mr. Agile, I can't feel my foot," Millie said, coughing harshly from atop Agile. Agile was relieved to hear her breathing, let alone talking. They fell so far. Wait, her foot? Agile sprung up and held Millie still, looking around, and if he had lungs that could draw breath, he would have choked on it. A chunk of wall had come down too close and slammed down on Millie's leg just below her left knee. Don't. The heavy stone had sheared away bone and flesh, and now there was a ragged, ruined stump just below her joint. Agile inhaled through his teeth and began to tear at his clothes, making a tourniquet hastily and stopping her bleeding. He then lifted her and rattled out of the ragged hole, barely squeezing by the pikemen as they moved into the breach. "Millie is hurt, I'm taking her back," Agile said over the necroscope, and Rowdy filled them in on what happened on the walls. As Agile limped back, popping his bones back into place, the other skeletons ran forward, flanking the incoming troops that got too close to the gap. They were enraged and took no mercy on those that fell upon. They also felt Kyla suddenly surge up in power, and soon her presence was felt on the battlefield, along with many other powerful forces awakening in the city. The walls of Taliab had been breached. Agile held Millie close, checking her wound as he walked. "Mr. Agile, I'm cold," she murmured, and Agile hushed her, brushing her filthy hair out of her face, and finally making his way towards the little siege hospital. The nurses were busily bandaging wounds or amputating limbs, their neat haired garments bloodied, and their hair poking out from underneath as they worked without pause. One nurse saw Agile and bustled over, gingerly taking the girl into her arms. The nurse had a lot of muscle for a woman, and hefted Millie like she was a child. She stepped back and nodded at Agile. "We've got this, Mr. Skeleton. You head on back and do what you gotta do. Take care of her. I'll be back," he said bitterly, and hefted the supply sack. He and it were covered in Millie's blood, and he opened it as the nurse strode off, calling for a healer and a surgeon. Inside were dozens of hand grenades for Rowdy's hand mortar, and Millie had drawn faces on all of them. Smiley faces, frowny faces, snarling faces, all in chalk doodle lines. She had also rounded up powder and shot for their guns, as well as a drawing that lay tucked inside. Agile reached inside and pulled out the slip of paper and unfolded it. It was a little girl with face tattoos, holding hands with two skeletons, one with a long rifle and one with two pistols. The skeleton's bony fingers crinkled the paper as he clutched it angrily, but deftly folded it back into a small square after a few seconds of looking at it. Agile tucked the drawing into his pocket of his padded underarmour and hefted his rifle, jogging towards the front lines. Behind him, Kyla, Omen and First. The skeletons were cutting a swath through the troops, as was Chicken, bodies littering the ground behind them as they moved to their next victim. Rowdy had grappled a man and was using him as a human shield while firing his pistols at the enemy, making sure the barrel was next to the man's face and ear. He was now blind and deaf, flailing at anything dumb enough to get near and at the skeleton holding him. Drunk saw the door knockers were eagerly running towards the hole in the wall and took a long pull from his mug, which he had filled with blood in order to make more brew. Thinking back to the pummeled corpses of the little town he investigated, he hooked his tankard on his belt and burned a favour as well. He didn't see it, but atop the wall a bald monk smiled. The aura was devastating with a natural 19, and not a single ogre managed to pass a constitution save to not pass the fuck out in the middle of a battlefield. DMVing! Drunk Skeleton roared in approval, as did the walls, who simply say the skeleton hip thrusted at the bunch of ogres, and they then fell over unconscious. "Oh, very well done," a female voice called out over the wind, and the group turned. Striding towards them was the Mistress of Flesh and her paladin consort. The Mistress of Flesh slid a finger across the huge scar that adorned her once pristine abdominals, and pointed her daggers at the skeletons, revenge finally at hand. The paladin held his hammer in front of himself, and it began to glow as he invoked the will of his god. Auspicious decided to burn his favour point, and instead of asking his patron deity for help, he sent out an open SOS signal throughout the cosmos in hopes someone powerful would listen and give him a boon. An old god heard, one of the first, many say, but a long forgotten and powerful waning since the dawn of stone and flint. Auspicious Skeleton's gore torch began to emit flames, and soon the entire head of the torch was awash in crackling licks of fire. Furious, still having his fist stuck in a soldier's face, Auspicious and Drunk readied themselves as Chicken pounced and screeched in the background, a chorus of screams erupting from his victims as he chewed and clawed. The fight began without a word, just the thumping of feet and rushing bodies. Kyla could feel the discharges of energy in the distance, and shoved her way through the pikelines, casting great crackling purple skulls of necrotic energy up and over the heads of the pikemen, who watched as the skulls danced, crackled, and swallowed the bodies of men. As the skulls would bounce away, the lifeless body would clatter to the ground, not to move again. "Yesh!" one soldier muttered, and actually hopped out of Kyla's way. First an Omen pounced ahead of the necromancer and engaged in scattered duels amongst the levelled pikes, dipping and ducking here and there to avoid the point tips to stab and slash at anything that got near, making a path for the necromancer. Karen was not to be outdone, mimicking Agile and Rowdy. She leapt from the walls with a whoop and crashed into a gaggle of troops, the whole bundle of bodies falling to the ground stunned. Kyron realised having organs made that particular move quite dangerous, and heaved for breath with those around her. After an awkward couple of minutes she stood, still wheezing and holding her ribs, before drawing out her stolen battle axe. Where she spun, men died. Agile walked forward as well, lighting grenades with his flintlock mechanism and tossing them into the formations of troops.
the no-scoping soldiers that tried to charge him and got too close. Agile ran over to Rowdy, having broken his flint and needing to replace it, and used them for cover as he did. Rowdy saw the battle going down with the other skeletons, and felt like he needed help, watching Furious catch a hammer to the chest and fly across the grass, and Auspicious doing his level best not to get stabbed. "Here, hold this," he said to Agile Skeleton, and tossed the blind and deaf man at him. The enraged soldier screeched in fury and grabbed at Agile, who was trying to put his flint in the hammer. Agile had to fend off the man whose fingers gripped his empty eye sockets, and wrenched back in his head. "God damn it, why did you throw him at me?" Rowdy, however, had already run off, and Agile had to resort to beating the man to death with the butt of his rifle, the final crunch of iron butt plate and skull marking the end of the soldier's suffering. The fighting in the wall gap was relentless, as unwavering pikemen and unyielding legionaries stabbed and hacked each other. Bodies piled up, soldiers striding atop dead fellows, and enemies that made up the ever-growing mountain of the dead. The duel amongst the heroes was going as well as it could, really. The paladin was causing constant radiant damage to the skeletons, whose bones smoked and sizzled as they attacked. Auspicious found out the daggers of the mistress were magical, as even if they touched his bones, the pain was bizarrely effective, and he had to make constitution saves to avoid being stunned. The mistress was able to block his attacks, but the torch fire's boon would detonate on the block, causing both of the fighters to be engulfed in brief explosions of flames. While Auspicious wasn't affected much, the flesh of the mistress would burn and blacken at every detonation, and the flower petals of Auspicious's flower crown would shine bright and wrap in the light.
Hey.
After hearing the status of Millie, the skeletons were almost mechanically savage in their attacks, their skull devoid of emotions except for Furious Skeleton, having drawn on angry eyebrows with blood from fallen enemies. Furious and Drunk, both sizzling from radiant damage, clapped each other's forearms and nodded to each other. The paladin was too holy, too heavily armoured, and not taking much damage. It was time to enter the bone zone!
Yeah.
The paladin drew himself up, having thrown a heel over to the mistress to mend her blackened flesh, and turned to invoke a smite at the skeleton. What he didn't expect was the two skeletons to have dropped their weapons / human shield hammers and lunge at him. Furious was the first to make contact, tackling the paladin and going for his hammer hand. The paladin didn't falter, but looked down at the skeleton, rattling furiously and prying at his hands. "What the? Ah, get off it! Get off it!" The paladin whipped his arm back and forth, the skeleton howling as well as actually biting at the paladin's hands, his old leather boots bopping the paladin in the head as he flailed the skeleton. Drunk was right after, and leg tackled the paladin, taking him to the ground. Rowdy saw this and took the moment to let fly a shot that downed the paladin. However, the shot was ill-advised, and pieces of Furious's shoulder blade flew off into the grass. Rowdy slowly put the gun away into his belt, and instead drew out a dagger, looking back and forth to make sure no one noticed him take a piece out of his fellow skeleton. Agile Skeleton dug himself in behind a mound of dead soldiers, and began to plink at battle mages, who attempted to throw lightning and other such spells into the gap, and all the minor NPC party members. After a few shots, the game of Whack-A-Mage was invented, and soon they were all dunking behind the heavily armoured soldiers or stone debris in fear of the sharpshooter. Auspicious whipped his torch back and forth, having figured out he can throw fireballs with it in his duel with the Flesh Mistress. The Mistress easily dodged these at times, but one fireball goes wide and impacts the middle of the paladin's furball, setting the ground and the combatants on fire for a brief moment and doing fire damage to all involved. Auspicious was losing the fight as the health point loss climbed, and he called upon his new friends to help. "I cast chicken!" roared Auspicious, and pointed his hand at the Flesh Mistress. She was stunned by how ludicrous that sentence was. "What kind of stupid spell is chicken?" was all she got out before getting body slammed by the Velociraptor. The two rolled along the ground as she and Chicken shrieked, the Flesh Mistress getting a few stabs in while Chicken clawed and bit at her, his purple feathers glinting in the sunlight. High dexterity foes whirled and tumbled as Chicken kept pinning her to the ground, the Flesh Mistress trying to get space. She had no words,
only anguish and pained battle roars. Auspicious took that moment to walk over, patting out small fires on his clothes, and made his way to the paladin fight. The paladin got off a smite, catching Drunk full in the chest as he attempted to snap the elbow of the paladin. The holy burst washed over the skeleton, smoke fuming off his skeletal body to the point it looked like he was a being of shadow, and the loss of HP was felt harshly. Furious saw this and thought up a desperate plan. A side note, before we go on, his plan was to cause massive internal and external bleeding, as well as a large amount of pain. Anyway, the skeleton released the hammer arm and clambered over the paladin, hastily tearing away armour before finding his target, the paladin's ass. True, there was less armour here, and it was easy to get into. Oh, not get into, Jesus, it was easy to get to. And desperate times call for desperate measures. Furious's iron-plated knuckles glinting in the sun as he reared back, ready to punch this paladin's asshole so hard he could use his body as a puppet. But fate was not on his side. The paladin jerked, sending Drunk rolling slightly, and bounced off of Rowdy enough to mess with his strike as smoke enveloped him. Instead of punching the paladin in the asshole, he punched him instead in the taint. His skeletal thumb cave diving inside the paladin's rectum. Furious stared down angrily, eyebrowed at him. Sorry, I can't hear paladin's rectum without laughing. Right. Furious stared down angrily, eyebrowed at what he had done, and pulled his hand away, wiping it on the grass. Effective though, as the paladin was in high amount of pain and shock, allowing Drunk to get the upper hand and fracturing the paladin's elbow. Rowdy then leaped in, plunging his knife down into the paladin's helmet eye socket. It was a flippable visor, but whatever. The knife dug down deep past the metal and burrowed into the paladin's eye after a second push, blinding him in one eye and covering his face in blood. "Oh, for fuck's sakes, Rowdy!" Drunk breathed out heavily, eyeing Rowdy's now smoking form before leaning down and ripping the helmet visor up. He realised he didn't think that through, as the visor gripped the dagger, which, when swung out, ripped out the paladin's ruined eyeball and scattered it across Drunk's waist and leg. The paladin opened his mouth to invoke healing, but only got out a single word before Drunk's fist crashed down into the paladin's mouth, shattering most of his teeth and choking him. He was going for a kill strike, breaking the paladin's nose and sending the bone into his brain, but the smoke from his own body was even affecting his aim, it seems. Auspicious limped over and administered the coup de grace, hammering down into the paladin's back and finishing him off, also detonating another fireball in process. Furious stood up, sizzling, then fell over backwards, knocked out. Drunk now has 2 HP left, Auspicious has 8 HP left, and Rowdy is down to half. Auspicious turns around and looks at Chicken. Where's Chicken? Chicken, with 3 HP left after his scuffle with the flesh mistress, is now dragging her corpse away. She was fast, but she wasn't chicken fast, and had no armour or backup heals to help her in the fight. A bite to the neck and a scratch to the tummy was all it took to do her in, and now she was lunch. Food, 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 yummy food, yum yum yum, was all that Auspicious heard when connecting with the Velociraptor, who was happily plodding away with the corpse of the flesh mistress, holding it by the foot, and her entrails untangling along the ground as he ran. Rowdy leapt up, eyeing the knives in her clutched hands, and sprinted over to them both. Chicken! Chicken, you bring that here! Chicken saw the skeleton running after him, and ran faster, leaning into the run. The dead mistress's head and shoulders dragged along the ground as Chicken ran, her face getting covered with the blood and gore that was everywhere. Her eyes stared lifelessly at Rowdy, her lips parted, as if in a last final whisper. With her generals dead and heavy hitters still fucking unconscious, the will of the Aldermans broke, and a full rout was now rapidly forming. Kyla, striding out in front of the pike formation and throwing up her hands, sent more dancing skulls to chase at the men like hounds, felling dozens at a time. First saw this and actually squatted down to sit in the ground, hiding her eyes. Oh,
she's scared.
She was pretty spooked. Omen, bloody and panting, jogged over beside Kyla, leaning over her with hands on her knees. Chiron was looting dead men already, having a small sack full of wedding rings jangling in her hand as she stepped from body to body. Agile Skeleton was still sniping battle mages, reloading his rifle with contempt before setting it back down in his makeshift armrest. A literal arm he tore off a corpse, and sending another lead ball into the back of another wildly running battle mage. Reloading again, he looked over at the other skeletons, whom were all smoking heavily from the body, and they looked at him. "Mad cunts," he muttered, and cocked the hammer in his rifle. Hey guys, do you like models in your tabletop role-playing games? 'Cause we do too. Do you like having big bitty waifus on your table? 'Cause we do too. We got human biddies, we got lizard biddies, we got orc biddies, oni biddies, cat bussies. We've got everything you want at neckbeardia.co.uk.
Check the links down below, it helps us out a lot.
Sorry for interrupting the video, let's get on with the story. After the Ardaman's forces have fled the field, all that was left was to gather the skeletons up and deal with the sleepy/drunken soldiers still left in the battlefield. Still smoking heavily from the bones, Drunk and Auspicious grab Furious and look around for their necromancer Kyla. Kyla is some yards away with Omen still heavily panting beside her. "Yeah, if you could drag yourself over this way, that'd be great," Kyla calls out, pointing at the dead paladin still emitting holy aura and even in death causing damage to the skeletons. Chicken has found a nice spot to eat his lunch, and Rowdy is still chasing after him trying to find where he went. Kyron now has found many a gold wedding ring, her little sack in her hand having a heavy jangle to it as she steps among the dead, finding a coin purse here and there. The Taliab pikemen have also advanced from the hole in the wall, and are now taking war trophies such as ears and scalps from the slain Ardermans. Kyla begins to heal her skeletons with necromantic TLC, and the skeletons breathe out a sigh of relief as the radiant holy damage is ebbed away from their poor bones. Furious Skeleton gives a jerk and slowly sits up, still mildly sizzling as his skull swivels back and forth. Did we win? Drunk hears a noise and turns around, seeing that the paladin's hammer seems to be powering up and glowing. What the... It detonates with a holy aura, a big one, but thankfully none of them were stupid enough to hang around the dead holy warrior, so the dome of blinding light does none of them any harm. Kyla gives a bit of a sneezing fit, as if she had inhaled pollen. When the dome of holy energy dissipates, Auspicious gives a cry of anguish. He had suckered the paladin's soul energies into his torch, but when the hammer went off, it shortened out the torch and all the energy had dissipated, as if some foreign hand had snatched away the powerful souls inside. The fire was still there though. Agile Skeleton, as soon as the battle was obviously over, slung his rifle almost instantly and began to march his way towards the field hospital with Millie on his mind. Drunk remembers the very sleepy ogres and looked around, finding some grenades that Rowdy had dropped, and holds them up, waggling unseen eyebrows as he gets a devious idea. Furious and Auspicious are filled in on the idea, and a test face needs done. Soldiers on the wall and those taking trophies watch curiously as the trio of skeletons huddled around a large ogre, and are seen fussing about with its mouth. They then see the ogre almost waking up, and Drunk Skeleton trying to hold his mouth open as the skeleton is tossed bodily to and fro as another skeleton is trying to hold something next to his lit torch. "What are they doing?" one soldier asks, as suddenly all the skeletons begin to sprint away and find cover, while the ogre turns over onto his stomach and scratches at its ass. The resounding thump of detonation echoes through the battlefield as the upper half of this ogre simply disappears, and a ragged lower half and a hole remains of the once sleeping ogre. The skeletons look up from their cover and glance at each other. "Ogre lasagna," they say to each other, and begin to stack and layer the ogres into order to make their grenades work to best effect. Soldiers pass money amongst themselves as to watch these skeletons drag and fuss with stacking ogres, who are still fast asleep. All the soldiers pay attention when the skeletons make a run for cover again, and see that they have daisy-chained fuses together. "Oh holy shit," is heard from the wall before another concussion erupts from the battlefield, and a red rain begins to descend from the heavens. Chunks of ogre and ogre morsels rain down from the sky and splat messily all over the skeletons, who had this time stood proud behind their cover to admire their handiwork. "Perfect," cries Drunk Skeleton happily.
and places his hands on his bony hips as a lower intestine hangs sloppily from his skull. Kyla stared on, hiding her emotions for one reason and another, as Omen shrieks and flails, trying to get the ogre bits out of her hair and off her body. Rowdy finds Chicken, and the Velociraptor has been hard at work getting his HP back with lunch. Large portions of the mistress of flesh are missing, her innards laying splayed in the road like a buffet for the crows. Soldiers march past and poke her face as they go, knowing just who that foul abomination belongs to. Rowdy runs up and holds out his hand, shouting at Chicken. Chicken clicks at him and wags his great feathery tail happily, tilting his reptilian bird head. Rowdy realises now that Chicken doesn't know language all that well except for auspicious, and does his best to try and pantomime that he wants the daggers still clutched in the sopping wet hands of the mistress. Chicken is confused and leans down, ripping off a chunk of thigh meat and plopping it in Rowdy's hands. Rowdy isn't happy about this and throws it down in frustration, in which Chicken feels insulted that Rowdy would throw down such a prime cut of meat freely given. Chicken growls and turns his back to Rowdy, going back to chomping down on his meal, tearing away at her stomach and hips. Rowdy sneakily slinks over and manages to whisk away with both of the knives, giving them a twirl. One of them looks like a regular curvy knife, while the other looks, greasy. Rowdy rubs the knife with his thumb, and it's still greasy no matter what he does. Walking back towards the other skeletons, he sees his soldiers standing idle. A young boy who looks more like a jeweler's son from how soft his face and hands are. "Hey, you, can you help me out?" Sure, the boy says, hopping up and running over. Rowdy holds the non-greasy knife. "I'm going to poke you with this. I want you to tell me what you feel when I do." The lad is weirded the fuck out, but is convinced that this is helping, somehow. Rowdy pokes him on the knuckles with the knife. The lad doesn't react at first, but an "Ow, yo!" before he feels a con save. The very bones of his body react violently, and his body is filled with so much savage pain that he falls backwards unconscious, cracking his head on the ground.
"Oh, hey, help! This soldier is passed out, help!"
Rowdy screams, looking around while tucking both the knives into his belt and hiding them with his armour. A pair of soldiers walk up, and one of them coos out. "Oh, the poor lad must be exhausted from the battle. Hey, Georgie, let's take him to the hospital, eh?" And the two of them pick up and carry him away. When they are well away, Rowdy takes out the greasy knife and gives himself a poke with it. Nothing happens, so he shrugs and puts it back in his belt. He sees ahead that the group minus Agile is reforming and jogs away to join them. At the field hospital, Agile finds out that Millie was stabilised and moved to the hospital proper, and runs down the location of where she is. Millie is near the back, Agile having to walk amongst the beds of those others who have lost limbs. Ranks upon ranks of soldiers lay in beds, missing hands, legs, arms, a few civilians here and there, but no other young adults besides Millie. There's a chair beside the bed where Millie lay, her head on a pillow, and a small bottle beside her bed. Judging from how loudly Millie is snoring, Agile figures it must be some kind of painkiller or sleeping agent. He also sees that her wound has been well wrapped and treated, but a bit messy. The skeleton flags down a nurse, who strides over and cleans away the old bandages. If Agile could have blanched, he would have. They had to go in and cut away more of the leg wound, in order to make sure it was well cleaned and even, and they had now bound it to heal, and the scar foretold of a healer having come in and sealed the wound magically. Millie lay there snoring, her hands clutched her hospital clothes, and Agile looked down at her as sadly as a skeleton could. He relayed to the group that he was staying with Millie, and leaned back in the chair that was next to her bed. There he sat, unmoving, on guard for Millie. "He says he's staying with Millie," reports Drunk, nodding at Kyla. Meanwhile, First has Chicken. Rowdy had told First to find him something to stab, and some minutes ago, the gnoll went running off into town. Now, First had a chicken. "Where did you find that?" Rowdy starts, looking around for guards. "In front of house." "Did you at least ask first?" "No, you ask first to find chicken," First says, shaking the little animal in her meaty paw by the neck. The two exchange a few more words before Rowdy finally takes the chicken, as First pins her ears. "Rowdy tell First to find something stab. Ask first if First asked first. Riddles." She growls and crosses her arms. Rowdy looks at her sassily, then pokes the chicken with the greasy dagger. First's angry ears turn to fear ears, as the chicken gives a short screech before bleeding from every orifice and duct available in that body. "Holy shit! What the fuck is that? Why are you holding it?" screeches Kyla, and all the living members recoil away from the scene, as Rowdy drops the chicken into the puddle of its own original recipe. Oh god. I took it from the dead lady. He says, before realising he's still holding it and wrapping it up in cloth, leather, and stuffing it down into his rucksack. The skeletons turn into bait, chucking the dagger into the harbour, when a crunching sound is heard. Skeletons turn back around to see Chicken, eating the chicken. "Ah!" yawls Auspicious, and he launches forward. "Give it to me, spit it out, stop, fucking chew!" Auspicious has to reach arm's length into Chicken's throat in order to pull out the blade out foul, and rips it out with a wet slurp and throwing the chicken away. Then has to stranglehold Chicken to make sure he couldn't run after it. "Meat, my food!" Chicken cries out to Auspicious's brain, and the Velocichicken churs sadly. "It's poisoned, you idiot!" "My food!" Time warp to the next morning. Skeletons are milling about the inn during the breakfast hours. Auspicious and Chicken head off to get some armour made for the raptor, the little fox familiar trotting behind them as the living members sit down to have breakfast. Harla, Omen and Kyla all take a standard breakfast of whole grains and meats, while First seem to just want beer and meat, gnawing idly at a leg of something that apparently tastes delicious. Furious sees this and decides it's time to scoot, as Drunk and Rowdy take a seat with the party, Rowdy having a cup of coffee and Drunk with his tankard and a bowl of cereal. As Furious is leaving the building, he sees an official-looking gentleman striding towards the inn with a retinue of people, but doesn't want anything to do with it and slides past into the street. He's quite portly and cheery-faced, waving to people who look at him and generally acting quite friendly. Hello there! Oh, wait, okay," the man splutters as Furious slips on by, his bones rattling as he resolutely steps away. Straightening his vest and clearing his throat, the gentleman regains his composure and steps forward towards the door of the inn, opening it and stepping inside while his people filter in behind him. It is quite apparent who his target is, and walks towards the table. Kyla is staring at her skeletons as she's trying to eat her oatmeal, staring at them with slitted eyes as they mock, drink and eat, making a mess on the floor. "Ah, there you are," the man exclaims. "I assume you are the skeletons and necromancer from a few days ago, the ones that helped break the siege." Rowdy Skeleton holds his coffee up, pinky out, and looks at the gentleman. "Who wants to know?" Drunk Skeleton also stares, messily crunching his cereal in his jaws, and the milk falling to the floor below. "Well, you see, I control this city," he says, standing proudly. "So you're like a king?" Rowdy asks. "I wouldn't say a king, I'd say like a very powerful mayor of sorts." "Sounds like a king with extra steps," Drunk says, chomping loudly. "Sure, why not? Now, which one of you is in charge?" the gentleman asks, pointing a finger at the table. Harla and Omen sniff and sit back, while Rowdy goes, "Well, I don't want to toot my own horn." Drunk smacks him on the shoulder and then points his spoon at Kyla. "Yeah, I'm in charge of these idiots, how can I help you?" Kyla groans out, and flicks her extra silverware at Rowdy, who dodges it and rattles at her. "Excellent, excellent," he says, and sits down next to Kyla, snagging an extra chair. "I felt that you guys deserved a kind of reward after hearing what you guys did, and what happened to your poor little friend who lost the leg." The skeletons murmur in agreement, while Kyla lightly waves her hand at them to quiet them. "So, there's no good way to really reward these kinds of actions, so I decided to take a little initiative and visit the Market Guild here in the city, and kind of give you a blank check, so to speak. Everyone agreed to either give you charity or at least a hefty discount on anything you may need. I mean, how do you really reward dead people? Besides simple money. Money is so lacking in character and place. I decided to do something with a little more flair." Earlier, while standing guard over Millie at the hospital, Millie awakens from her rest and groans, looking around and seeing the stoic skeleton sitting next to her bedside. "Mr. Agile," she murmurs, and reaches up, giving his rifle sling a tug. Agile snaps out of his daydreaming and looks down, placing a hand over Millie's. He checks in on how she's doing, and then fetches a nurse to get her leg checked out and a few other vital things looked over. Millie makes it quite apparent she wants to leave while the nurse checks her pulse, and frowns as the nurse checks her eyes, quite annoyed by having someone's finger in her eyeball. She's finally given the okay to leave, and she happily swings her leg over the side of the bed. There is, however, a pause, as she looks down and sees that not everything is an equal measure. Millie's face contorts for a moment as she stares down, angry at her leg. "If I had just stayed put," she murmurs, and wiggles her ghost toes, her thigh muscles flexing with emotion. "It was very brave, though, what you did. I mean, not every little girl has the brass coconuts to run up on a wall, mid-siege just to hand out supplies," Agile says quickly, trying to distract Millie. He goes on for a bit, and finally manages to get Millie to crack a smile, before she cuts him off for a moment. "Who was the woman? The big, really big lady? I heard laughing and only saw her for a split moment." Agile Skeleton wrings his bony hands for a moment, before telling her about his chosen deity, and what she did to make sure they survived the fall. Millie furrows her brows for a second when Agile tells her she doesn't have a mouth, but takes all the information in stride. Figuratively, anyway. Millie looks at Agile, her voice quiet. "Can we leave?" Agile tilts his head, but his gaze catches hers, and sees that she's looking at the other people in the hospital, many of them also missing limbs and other grievous injuries. The skeleton pops up and skips Millie into his arms, holding her close as he begins to walk away. The nurse looks up and coughs as Agile is already halfway across the ward. Wait, you bonehead, you need these!" she bellows, and Agile turns to see her holding a pair of crutches. Millie and Agile look at each other, before Agile has to sheepishly walk over to let Millie take her crutches, holding them to her chest. "Let's get you some actual breakfast, I think," says Agile, and they both walk out into the sun. A few minutes pass as the two make their way down towards the inn, when a shadow swallows them as if something blocks the sun. Both of them look up and see a bona fide pocket frigate coasting across the sky, held aloft by a great gas envelope. Millie cries out in excitement at the sight of the big ship, as Agile's bottom jaw thunks against his armour from how low it's hanging. "Look at it! It's an airship!" Millie squeals, and sits up as best she can in Agile's arms. "Do you think we can see it later?" Agile Skeleton looks down at the happy Millie, and smiles on the inside. "Course we can, my little possum, but first, food." "Flaming skeleton and brave girl in the house!" Agile bellows, and strides up with a big bone energy, causing the scribes and other members of the gentleman's retinue to part. Agile had walked up in time to hear what was being said inside, and decided to make an entrance. They know who he is, and part quickly. Rowdy gestures to Agile. "This is our intern." "Oh, fuck off, cunt. I'm the iconic member of this outfit," Agile growls back, pointing at him with a hand from under Millie. Rowdy holds up his hands. "Oh yeah, real easy to be iconic when you burn the literal candle at both ends." Drunk Skeleton pipes up. "He's actually the main caretaker for our friend. He also likes tubes that shoot out explodey things." Agile gives his back a wiggle, his rifle a rattling. "I do like my boomsticks." The gentleman laughs. "Ah yes, Dad told me all about you." "Your dad?" Agile asks. "Yes, and he said you were having a lover's quarrel with this one." And the gentleman points at Rowdy. Rowdy slams down his hand. "We are strictly professional in nature." "What, are you dating now?" asks Millie, confused as fuck. Both skeletons begin yelling at each other and at the gentleman, who laughs and holds up his hands in front of him in self-defence. After everyone quiets down, the man explains again that whatever the party needs, the city will try and provide, though he cannot help them with his dad, after all, and chuckles after he says that. Skeletons all at each other, and Rowdy lifts his coffee cup to his lips, spattering coffee all down his chest and seat, then smacking his lips thoughtfully. A thud is heard, as Kyla exasperately thumps her head on the table. The gentleman chuckles, answers a few more questions as Agile and Rowdy begin arguing again over the rifle Rowdy stole, and then bids his goodbye, walking away from the domestic altercation. Millie is given a seat to sit in, as well as some food, and she happily ruffles First's ears. Usually First doesn't abide this, but due to Millie's leg, she lets it slide, for now, churring angrily. Harla looks down at her daughter as she sets down her teacup and nudges her, Kyla's head rolling on the table. "Kyla, darling, why don't you tell them what we were discussing earlier before breakfast?" "Nah!" Kyla groans and lifts her head, hair stuck to her face from embarrassed sweating due to her skeleton's acting, as they always do. Right. Kyla explains to the skeletons in front of her that they want to go home. Home? Only lands? Drunk says, leaning forward harshly and shuddering the table, causing Omen and Millie scrabbling for their cups as they tilt ominously. Yes, home. Mama explained to me that we should go home. And also, she growls, looking up at her mum, who flexes her arm menacingly, said that I need to let you guys do it because I've been telling you what to do too much. She bites off the last part, and Harla eyes her threateningly while still holding a soft smile. What? All the skeletons say at once. Harla speaks up this time. After all, you have shown yourselves to be completely competent, and, well, should be able to plan this all on your own. That's not what we Kyla erupts, rounding on her mother. But before she can get anything else out, Harla whips out her arm and hugs the necromancer to her bosom. She is so proud of what you guys have done, and really wants you guys to plan our route home after you go and buy supplies. Kyla screeches from under her mother's arm and chest flesh, scrabbling and kicking, but her mother is fucking strong, bro. Now, no time to waste, Harla chirps happily, and with her free hand bids the skeletons to go. Kyla is throwing how she really feels into the skulls of the skeletons, who are choking back laughter from the abuse as Millie and Omen stare on wide-eyed, slowly spinning food into their mouths. They, however, take the hint and begin to leave the inn to venture out into the markets of Taliab and take advantage of their free pass in the town. To sum up their mental link, it's more or less a long, drawn-out, angry, furious, necromantic... The skeletons lose their shit out in the street, hooting with laughter. Necromilf has a sense of humour, roars Drunk, and they all separate after. Rowdy decides he wants to get a very secure sheath for the death knife made, and tucks it, plus the box it's in, inside his ribcage, and sets off to find a leather worker. His first target is Gertrude's Simple Leathers, and walks in, the bell on the door tingling as he steps through. Well, hello there, young man, says an older woman, clearly well past retirement age, her hands shaking slightly as she works on a small pattern on her workboard. For some reason, Rowdy thinks this is the perfect person to ask. Rowdy explains to her that this knife is very dangerous, but would like a leather sheath made for it with clasps so it can't fall out. Gertrude, the sweet old woman, agrees, and asks Rowdy to place the knife on a leather blank. Her hands bobbing with her tremors, she begins to trace the blade with a little oil pen, rounding along the edges to get a good print. Rowdy flinches as Gertrude goes, "Oh, sharp it is indeed." Her finger is bleeding. Oh no! Rowdy bellows and leaps forward to help as the woman begins to convulse. He first thinks to burn his favour, but instead of beseeching the gods, "Hold on, I'll check my rucksack!" He screams as the woman begins to screech, blood pouring out of her eyes, ears, nose, mouth and elsewhere. As Rowdy leans down to rummage in his pack, he hears a thud. Slowly rising, Rowdy leans up and peeks over the top of the workbench. Gertrude?" he whispers, and rises a little more to see Gertrude has retired, permanently. With a flash, Rowdy shoves the knife back into its safety box, slams it inside his ribcage, shoulders his bag, snatches the outline, and books it out of the store, the bell tinkling as he runs out. Rowdy takes a moment to regain his bearings and goes down the road to Andy's hiding tail, walking past the door. The man working behind the counter sees Rowdy and waves. "Hey there! I was told you may make an appearance. How can I help you?" The skeleton holds up his hand to stop him. "How old are you and how fine are your hands?" I'm about 45-year-old, and my hands are okay." The man chuckles nervously. Rowdy explains what he needs again and lays down the outline. "Oh, this looks like one of Gertrude's outlines with how shaky it is. She'd really have retired years ago. Far too old to be working. Ought to stop by and see how she's doing." He chuckles and holds up the pattern. "Good thing you came here though. That knife is super dangerous by the sounds of it. Why don't you take a look at the wall for a steel scabbard and bring it over here?" Rowdy finds one that kinda matches with the knife, having pulled it out by the wall to ghost fit, and finds one he likes, with buckles for the hilt, a cavalry sheath. He then turns around and sees the man is wearing extremely thick leather armour and is standing against the wall. "How does it fit?" he shouts, muffled by his helmet. Rowdy slides it in. "It's a little wiggly." Any way to kind of tighten it up? Yep, just throw me the sheath, you hold the knife, he replies. Rowdy tosses him the sheath. Good, now stay there and keep that fucking thing away from me. You see, Rowdy had been a bit more adamant on just what the knife did, but lied, saying it made you burst into flames so his crime would be covered up. After a bit of tinkering with the sheath, Andy throws it back to Rowdy, and it fits snugly. Good to hear, now get that thing out of my store. Rowdy exits the store, dagger in sheath, sheath in box, box in ribcage, and walks out onto the road. And he sees Drunk there, waving at him and running over to him to go get some armour made together. Rowdy is, however, body checked by a sailor who didn't see him, and as the sailor apologises, the box in his ribcage, by bad luck, flies out into the air, oh god, and smashes down onto the road. The death knife, in its metal sheath, skitters across the cobbles. Ah! Rowdy screeches in absolute panic, scrabbling on all fours after the knife. Drunk Skeleton stands there. What are you doing? Death knife! Death knife! Rowdy yells again to him via necroscope, and Drunk sees the sheath get kicked by a passerby's foot and flies between his feet. Oh no, he groans and spins, leaping after it. Yakety Sax plays loudly. After a few successful rolls, both skeletons manage to corral the knife and tie it snugly to the bones of Rowdy's ribcage, before double tying it, and then tightening down the armour's straps. Drunk decides he wants metal armour, and heads off to the blacksmith's. Rowdy sighs and sees another leather worker. Guardbros Leather Works. He walks in, and the first thing he sees is a very cute woman working at her work desk, deftly sewing a leather mask while humming. She looks up and smiles. Oh, it's one of you, how lovely. Rowdy doesn't hear this, as the room spins around him. She's a leather worker, all right. All along the walls are rows and rows of fetish wear. Oh god! Gimp masks, ball gags, strap-ons, chastity belts, full-body leather suits, leather whips, leather leg shackles, leather body harnesses, corsets, stiletto boots of all sizes, thigh-high boots, animal tail butt plugs. It's all there. I don't know what Guardbros into putting an animal tail butt plugs into this, but okay. Rowdy says, backing away towards the door, but the woman catches his hand. Oh, come on now, you've just walked in, and pulls him inside, the door closing behind him.
Oh, Jesus, what's
Oh, God. Rowdy recovers long enough to say he needs armour. Oh, God. Don't tell me he gets like a full-on gift set for armour.
They should have given it to Agile.
But this is at the point I would take out the fucking knife. She says she knows just the thing, and leads Rowdy to a very normal-looking suit of leather in the corner, along with a few more normal things, such as a face mask. There's also a leather gimp suit next to it, with only a hole for the mouth, and Rowdy blanches as best as a skeleton can. Rowdy breathes out in relief, and says that armour will do fine, but that he wants a few certain custom things done to it. You want a door to access your ribcage? She says, crossing her arms, and the skeleton pokes his fingertips together. Wish I could say that was the weirdest thing I've been asked, but it's a little bit of a custom job and will take maybe a day or two. And while the king said it was free, I'm gonna have to charge you a little for my time. Rowdy agrees, then also pays for a face mask that she offered, and they both shop for a moment to figure out exactly what he wants, which is something that covers his face and mouth, is artistic, and only allows his eye sockets to show. They finger gun at each other and she giggles happily. I'll see you soon, she says, and drags the armour to her workbench. Rowdy turns to leave, and sees the wall with the door is top to bottom with whips, many of which have phalluses for the handle. Rowdy's boots squeak as he skitters to a stop, then continues on, pretending to ignore what he saw as he exits. Drunk links up with Rowdy again, and both of them make their way to Mad Jack's, the Hatter. Drunk asks Rowdy about the leather shopping, but Rowdy is reluctant to say anything, clamming up immediately. Drunk Skeleton is curious, but doesn't pry. The two find Mad Jack, and after wrestling with the mercury-addled mind of a hatter, make off with a bright blue JoJo-type hat, and a large red cardinal hat. Alas, no one expects the Spanish Inquisition! Both don their hats immediately and move on to the potion store. A young girl is working the counter, and once she sees both of the skeletons, she pulls down her pigtails, clutching them to her cheeks. "Oh no, not you two! I thought I was safe!" "Potion seller," begins Drunk. "I'm going into battle," follows Rowdy, striking a pose. Drunk Skeleton runs a hand along the edge of his stupid hat. "And I need your strongest potions," he roars, pointing a finger at her with a flourish. "Ugh," the young girl groans, and tries to hide behind the counter. The two skeletons level out after that, and purchase stuff for their living compatriots. Drunk buying a field surgeon's kit and some books on the subject to read. Over his shoulder he hears the young woman yelling at Rowdy. "There is no such thing as a bone-healing juice, you idiot! It's no shock the person dumb enough to test a knife on my brother is the same moron who thinks bone juice is real." Drunk laughs as Rowdy rattles at her. They make way with their purchases, and the girl purses her lips. "All purchases are on the house," she murmurs, placing a small jar on the counter. "But tips are appreciated." Rowdy tips her copper, in which it then pings off his skull as she whips it back into his face. Drunk likes her fire and tips her silver. See? He knows how to treat a woman. Earlier in the morning, Auspicious had gone off with Chicken with the mental fortitude to get his killer foul lizard some kind of armour. The Fork, a leather working shop mostly specialising in animal gear, became the target of Auspicious's aspirations, and the family that ran the Fork erupted into pandemonium when the skeleton, a velociraptor, and a tiny organic woodland fox walked through the door. The skeleton did his best to calm everyone down, but lost a bit of footing when he told the family of the Fork just what he wanted. A little bit of money had to be flashed as a tip, but they eventually got down to business. Chicken, naturally, wanted no part of this, and had to be manhandled by Auspicious in order for the family to get his measurements. When Chicken snapped at the air and trilled, many members of the family would take a moment to count their fingers just to make sure nothing was missing. The fox familiar sat with the smaller children and wagged his tail, quite enjoying the tug of war going on in front of him. As Chicken whipped his tail around, the males of the family having to struggle with their tape measures, and Auspicious having to headlock his velociraptor minion. In order to pull random shit Chicken would chomp onto out of his mouth. The children pondered aloud what the skeleton was thinking, buying such a thing, and the little fox made of sticks and leaves would just shrug. Time spent did end up worth it in the end, as the raptor now had some protection against slashing damage, the family taking a moment to enjoy their craft and made leather scales that looked like its feathers of the velociraptor, and even made armour pieces for its tail. "Invincible!" Chicken crowed into the skeleton's head, and whipped its great tail back and forth in order to look at the armour on top. "So stupid," the fox muttered, before the children plopped some armour onto it as well, looking akin to leather dog armour worn by warhounds of faraway Noland. The fox familiar didn't mind until he noticed it was covered in embossed hearts and a unicorn. Aww. It appears that his armour was made by the future craftspeople of his family, and they all giggled. Auspicious walked out of the Fork and back into the road, dragging his familiars with him as he went on to shop through the day. First he bought a small lantern he could wear, in order to give the little token of the fire gods somewhere to be and be safe from the elements and wind. Second, he bought a whole load of standard travelling cloaks from General Weaving Co., while the shops of Terry's Weaving and Catherine's Chop Shop stared on in laughter, knowing the company was going to take a large hit due to the king's generosity. Next stop was the butcher's, in which he got a whole half of a salted cow, tossing some to Chicken as they walked down the road, having the rest delivered to the inn. The last stop for Auspicious was the blacksmith, choosing to go inside the iron well, as, passing the kneeling anvil, he saw Drunk Skeleton and the dwarf inside, getting smashed on the contents of his tankard. Inside was a taller Nordic-type fella, busily whacking away on his rustic square anvil and sweating up a storm. When the bell above the door tinkled, he turned to see Auspicious standing at the door. He waves him in. Auspicious requests a suit of armour, akin to a more standard suit of plate armour, with a slight modification of a door on the front of the chest plate, in order for his fox familiar to have somewhere safe to be. "You want me to make a doggy door in your armour?" the Nordman questions with a chuckle. Auspicious says yes, and they both share a laugh. The Nordman points to a larger set of Viking-style plate armour, with chainmail and all the bells and whistles, and tells Suspicious he can put a little chainmail door in the front with a grill, so the fox can even see out if he wants to. Suspicious claps his hands together in excitement, then brings up the question of weapons. The skeleton places his battered and skull-adorned torch on the counter, and asks if he can do a trade, or a trade and some coin, since he's already getting the armour and some custom work for free. Well, I have to say, you really beat the hell out of this poor torch. It's barely even a weapon, remarks the Nordman, and holds up the still bloody, stinky, fetid torch. I do have something though, that I make out of boredom in order to practice my filling skills. It's a warhammer, of sorts. The Nordman pulls out a two-handed warhammer, with a skull on top and a spiky blade poking out from the back of its head. Auspicious is over the moon, and claps his hands together. Do you believe in fate? The Nordman just laughs. Aye, I think I do. Tell you what, slip some silver my way and I'll give you this hammer, and place this monstrosity on my wall. Sound even, friend? The two begin clapping hands, then Furious walks into the same shop. Furious asks about the metal piece fused to his bone, while Auspicious whips his hammer around like a child with a new baseball bat. Oh my, they used to do this to pit fighters like 100 years ago. They used alchemy to marry bone and metal to make them deadlier, despite being unarmed. You're like a walking relic, the Nordman explains, and goes on further saying how he used to see this in old books from time to time. Furious inquires about adding some studs or spikes to the metal, but when finding out how the man was going to drill into his precious calcium, he decided against it, and left, with Auspicious still talking about his new smashy stick. Furious Skeleton heads out and decides to put all his chips in the better armour basket, and makes his way towards the leather working shop of Guardbros Leathers, opening the door with the crashing of a door chime that dangles above the door. First thing Furious sees is a younger woman happily working on what looks like some kind of mask and hood type of helmet, and waves at the skeleton cheerily. I was hoping another one of you would stop by. How exciting! She cries and sets down her work, running over to shake the skeleton's steel-clad hands. Furious has, however, been looking around the room with his jaw open, horrified at just what he has gotten himself into. All along the walls are, as Agile Skeleton found, the accessories and battle gear of those who make war in oil pits and the roiling flesh piles of orgies of God. You said there was another one of us that stopped by? Furious stammered out, his eyes falling upon a kind of belt with a sword only suitable for one kind of combat mounted on the front. Oh yes, he snapped up my last suit of combat armour. What were you looking for, the same thing? She asks, tilting her head cutely so her raven hair fell down in an attractive way. Well, kind of. I was looking for an armour that's really, slick. Furious casts his eye over to the full-body leather suit that had holes where the ass cheeks should be, and make mine hard to hold on to in combat. Oh, darling, you know you came to the right place. She breathes out excitedly and takes Furious by the hand, leading him away from the door. I actually have one more suit of armour, but it's special and may just be what you're looking for. The pair round the corner to a back room, and she parts black curtains as they walk into it. Furious chatters his jaws anxiously as the back room is just filled with more macabre suits of armour. Assless chaps with wooden studs, dominatrix numbers with magical corsets that can heighten pain, chainmail armour that exposes everything and protects nothing, full body harnesses that also had a bit like a horse. Furious's skull is more or less screeching with horror and panic, thinking he's going to end up as some kind of slave in this place, when, as they were walking, he spies what looks like, well, really shiny leather armour. I made this way back when, but no one is brave enough to wear it. I imbued the leather with the slickness of fine oils, yet protective in case anyone pulled a knife in on one of the, establishments, she said with a giggle, and ran her hand down the armour, lined with fine rose silk and chainmail, reinforced studs, and even comes with a face mask, much like the one your friend asked me to make. However, I will not be modifying this. I want you to wear this into the field and really give it the purpose it hungers for. Furious thinks to himself, hey, This is actually really cool and normal as he walks up to the armour. As he gets closer, he sees that the armour has incredibly detailed embossing all over it and wonderful trimming. Oh whoa, you must have spent a lot of time on this. The last part comes out in a squeak as he sees what the embossments are. Oh yes, it was a passion project and I spent a lot of time. And on she rambles, holding up parts of the armour and pointing things out. Furious can't see it. His sockets are locked on the armour. The woman had embossed sexual acts all over the armour, some even seemingly impossible yet bizarre in their positions. There were also all parties represented. Man on man, girl on girl, man on girl. And what the hell is that? Furious leans in. It's a goose. It's a goddamn embossed goose with a pair of panties in its mouth. Furious tracked around the suit of armour. There were more geese. A goose was holding a dagger in its mouth. Another geese honking. A goose running away with a boot. What in the fuck? Furious breathes out, and the woman perks up. Pardon, sir? Nothing, Furious says, and has to admit, the armour is really slick to the touch. She wasn't kidding. The woman presses her fingertips together, teeth glinting wolfishly. So, do you have what it takes to wear such mighty armour? Furious drops his head and sighs. Furious walks out, adjusting the shoulder pad on his armour. It's really tricky to get on well, being so slippery, and he eventually gets it where he likes it. Last stop off for the skeleton is, of course, the clockworker. Hop's clockwork machinations. Earlier that morning, he had found the little Noland woman busy tinkering with her clocks, and had convinced her to make a kind of workable magic-engineered leg. She had agreed, but warned him it would need magic in order to power it properly, such as fire, lightning, something of that nature. When he inquired about other magics, she simply stated the rest were not as safe, and thus not much is known about it. The thought had been on his mind all throughout the day, and now he stood before the door, looking up at it, wearing his very special armour. She worried him from his first meeting with her. Her accent sounded almost convincing in a way, and she seemed really overeager to make this clockwork leg for Millie. When he had gone to inquire at the library hall about the same kind of theory, he learned the same things she had told him. They also were shocked he trusted her with the leg. Furious groaned and opened the door, her little chime bell tinkling in an almost sinister manner. Oh hello, welcome. Oh my god, he's making me do an accent. Oh hello, welcome back, Miss Hobbit said cheerily, waving at Furious with one of her screwdrivers. On her workbench lay, amongst the massive clockworkings and gears, a very articulate looking leg. The craftsmanship was undeniable, and the leg could be called aesthetic if not artistic in nature. I have been working on this leg all day. Very exciting getting to play after all this time, she mused with a smile, and flicked her work visor, a piece of headgear with multiple lenses on it to magnify the image in front of her eyes, to continue tinkering with the leg. Furious was, well, pleasantly surprised to be honest. The leg looked rather normal, and he waited for her while she worked. She looked up again with her visor. Oh my, that armour is really something else. What am I doing? Fuck's sake. Miss Hobbit giggles, gently holding her screwdriver to her lips as she did. Furious Skeleton kind of holds his hands to his breastplate, as if trying to hide some kind of exposed nether region. Look, it's really good in combat. Oh, I'm sure. Very close hand-to-hand combat, eh? Miss Hobbit giggles some more and Furious rattles angrily. Anyway, come check this little dandy. Miss Hobbit waves him over, and Furious looks down onto the leg thoughtfully, noticing little twists and push-type knobs near the knee of the leg. What are these, ma'am? He says, pointing at them. Oh, these are the best part, she says, glowing with a devilish grin, and gives the one just near the kneecap a twist and push. The kneecap flies open with a spring, and a fucking dagger launches out and embeds itself into the wall. Wow, hidden dagger spring trap. What am I doing? She exclaims and looks proudly at Furious. Furious is horrified. You put a spring-loaded knife in her knee? Oh, not only that, there is a flame...
What the fuck does that say? There is a Flammenwerfer as well.
And points to another actuator near the shin.
A what?
The skeleton yells, clasping his hands to his face.
A Flammenwerfer? Well, not exactly flames, but it shoots out energy from the power source. In here.
And points to the little tank inside of the leg where magic is disposed.
Okay, well, anything else?
Yep.
There is a self-destruct device, in case she does not want to be taken alive.
There is a pause. A long pause.
It is this one, here.
She points at the little safety actuator behind the knee and shows him how to work it.
Thank you for your hard work. Oh, no problem. It was very fun to do. Really makes me miss my old gnoll land.
What happened? Furious asks darkly.
Oh, never you mind. Here, take this and go get that little girl back on 2 legs. Off you go. Also,
she leans in.
I know about your necromancer. She may try to power it. It is not exactly, well tested. Anyway, off you go.
Furious steps out of the building, holding the leg as if it were a bomb in his hands. Agile will not be happy, he thinks, and walks away towards the market district to buy a few more minor things. Where has Gray and Millie been? Gray and Millie have been on an adventure, of course. After breakfast, Agile took her, still holding her in a princess carry, to tour town and buy things with him, as well as buying Millie some new clothes. Millie also gets hungry again, so Agile has to get her some stall food from time to time. They tour the animal auctions, both of them seeing the beasts from far away. They walk along the wall, where the ragged hole was being patched, and both of them stared at it for some time, before Millie remembers that she wanted to see that pocket frigate. Agile agrees, and both of them make the long way back to town towards the wharf. As they are travelling, people nod and some even tip their hat to the two of them, while some of the female townspeople even coo and awe over how the skeleton is treating the crippled girl, acting like a butler in a way. Seems like it too, as she makes Agile hold things in his mouth while she tries on some gloves, and makes him hold on to your stick infection in his teeth, holding on to the stick with his old chompers. Agile, his mandibles speckled with cream sauce, and Millie wearing a new pair of doeskin leather gloves, arrive at the wharf, and there is a large crowd. Not shocking, seeing as how there is a mini frigate being held aloft in the air by what looks like an elongated lung, festooned with ropes of all sizes and kinds. Whoa! Both of them say aloud, as they gaze up at the Queen Ferry, the name of which displayed at the rear, gold metal letters glittering in the sun. Do you think we can get on it? Millie asks, looking up at Agile, as she pokes her 2 pointer fingers together. Agile Skeleton looks down at her, and tilts his head as most do when they wink. You betcha, we're heroes after all. The skeleton strides forth with the girl in his arms, and walks with a purpose all the way to the actual loading deck. The Queen Ferry uses a winch and dolly system to lower and raise goods and freight up and down. Since the ship can't fully dock on hard ground without proper berth, and water landings are strictly emergency due to the difference of shipbuilding put into pocket frigates and regular seafaring constructions, the boatswain of the Queen Ferry, Betty Pearl, notices that amongst her workers on the loading dock and the movements of barrels, a skeleton holding a girl is standing on her fucking loading dock. Hey, you there! She roars, stomping over and holding up her clipboard. Yes, you! Why the hell are you pointing at yourself? No, don't point at the girl, I'm talking to both of you. Pearl is strapping for a woman, arms covered with nautical tattoos and both of her ears pierced with grand hoops of gold, and her meaty legs made audible thumps as she stomped towards Agile and Millie. What the hell are you doing on my loading dock? We wanted to see the ship, Agile and Millie say at the same time, and Millie points up at the boat. The fucking gall of you, Pearl says quietly, when a faint buzzing comes from her pants socket. She fishes out what looks like a small metal orb and holds it up to her ear. She looks shocked, then places the orb near her mouth. Captain, yeah, can't be sure. She's cut off by the orb vibrating, and then they almost hear the voice coming from it. But what if they fall off the fucking thing? Pearl whines. I just got the rest of the dock worker from Carbonoi from in between the boards, she says. From in between the boards, in a very feminine whine. But still the little orb buzzes and she glowers at Agile and Millie. Fine, ride the feckin' thing then, stand there, centre. I bet the little one would throw her innards like an inflated cow. Millie makes a contorted face of indigestion while Agile turns and stands in the middle of the platform, looking around at all the barrels and crates near him. What a rude woman, Millie utters, as the platform shudders and is borne aloft slowly by the ropes and wheels being actuated by the ground crews. Millie sits up as best she can in Agile's arms as they travel roughly 3 stories into the air via the little system and come to a final shudder near the edge of the boat. Experienced workers wearing rope harnesses stop onto the platform to begin offloading supplies, and a rather dainty little woman steps forward and takes Millie's hand, leading her and Agile off the platform and onto the deck. Millie's eyes are the size of saucers, and Agile's skull is swivelling back and forth, his jaw agape. Women dart back and forth amongst the rigging and the gas envelope, checking for leaks and any damage, while others seem to be checking on birds that are trying to make nests in their rope tangles. Mr. Agile, I don't see any men, Millie says, looking back and forth from Agile's arms. That's because there aren't any, little missy. Agile turns around to see the captain, Colleen McBust, standing proudly with a pop to her hips as she collapses a long spyglass between her hands. Captain McBust is well endowed with powerful weaponry. Across her ample chest sits 4 pairs of gold inlaid flintlock pistols, with a sabre on each side of her hip, which are held in place by a very formidable looking belt and collapsed with a buckle shaped like a mermaid. Millie is quite excited to see the captain, and she tells her all about how much she loves her ship. Captain McBust almost seems to swim in the adoration, absorbing it like a plant does sunlight, and Agile gives a snort every once in a while, except when he's admiring her pistols. Oh, I wanted to ask, Millie chirps, while Captain McBust gives them a tour of the gun deck. Why are all the crew women? Captain McBust just smiles. Well, we've all been besmirched one way or another by the hairier sex, and we've all banded together a crew of fair, sky-wandering ladies, keeping each other company when men could not. Millie looks a little confused by this. Captain McBust notices and clears her throat a little awkwardly. Well, we prefer each other than, men, you see. Makes things easier, no worries of babies and such. Millie gives it a long think, her eyes following a sailor that was also missing a leg and walking around with her own mechanical leg. Captain McBust follows her gaze. Ah yes, we pick those up in Noland when we can. They are mighty handy when compared to regular old wooden peg legs and the like. Hard to run the rigging when you lack a foot. Millie nods in agreement, and her thigh flexes as she tries to stretch a foot that is no longer there. Anyway, let me show you where we store things. They get a nice tour, meet a lot of the crew, and after a few hours pop back up into the sunshine on deck. Word has gotten around that Millie was asking questions, and a lot of the crew that is missing legs show up to give her a little bit of a pep talk. They take her out of Agile's arms, and he stands back a bit as they give her a shoulder to lean on and tell her their stories. It helps Millie a fair bit seeing dependable and strong women with the same problem as her, and Captain McBust stares on proudly before looking over at Agile. You know, if you and her are looking for travel accommodations, we've always got spare rooms in case of it. And she winks at Agile. Agile looks back cautiously, as Millie giggles in the background as one of the women tells Millie of how she lost her foot from slipping into a box of hatches from a rope. We are still considering different options, Agile manages to say back, and Captain McBust just smiles and shrugs. After all stories are told and Millie has her fill, Agile gathers her back up into his arms and they step into the loading platform. The crew waves goodbye and wishes Millie good luck, while Captain McBust leans over the rails at them, giving both Millie and Agile a feast for the eyes. Oh God. Millie coughs into her fist as Agile pretends to fiddle with his rifle sling. Let me know about my offer, Skeleton. Would love to have you both back on board. She is an evil thing, it appears, as she winks at Agile and blows a kiss to Millie. Agile actually leans to the left with Millie, as if dodging the invisible missile. Captain McBust laughs, as does the crew, as they are lowered down. The ropes creak and groan as the platform is lowered, and after a few feet, Millie pipes up. Mr. Agile, I think I know what kind of women those were. Agile Skeleton begins to inwardly sweat. Oh yeah? What were they? Millie leans in towards Agile, bringing the back of her hand towards her mouth as if the sailors could read her lips, and whispers out a single word. Thespians! Oh, for fuck's sake. All that is left is Drunk, who has had quite a busy day. After shopping with Rowdy and visiting a few more general stores to buy small things, Drunk arrives at the Kneeling Anvil, strolling inside the place as if he is an old friend. The dwarf inside looks up in surprise and waves a ham of a hand at the skeleton. Hello there, what can I do for you? Drunk Skeleton strikes up a conversation with the dwarf about the kind of armour he wants, and the two begin to talk shop. Drunk Skeleton wants some Lemaire armour with a fancy helmet, and the dwarf actually happens to have a few sets of what Drunk wants. The skeleton hums and has over a few of the selections, and finally decides on an Abelararian variety that has a long skirt of the plates and a very strong looking chest piece that sits on top of a gambeson, with steel plate shoulder pads and arm armour that's also covered in the small plates. The dwarf eyes the skeleton greedily. Tell you what, you let me have a few strong pulls from that tankard and it'll be free.
Yeah, that's not a bad deal now, but, well, I know it's a dwarf and all, but, like, can he handle?
Oh, you can handle it.
Aye, okay.
Drunk, naturally, thinks that it's a hell of a deal. The dwarf whoops happily and takes the tankard from Drunk's hand, having heard about it from those who've seen Drunk use it in the city, and pulls out a gigantic water jug. Holding the tankard to his lips, the dwarf begins to pour water into the tankard, and then angles it towards his lips. So he has a constant stream of the golden brew coming to his lips. Drunk is beside himself. Chug, 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 chug!
Fucking loving it.
Drunk Skeleton is waving his hat and pumping his fists as the dwarf is beer foam from neck to ears, having downed almost a gallon of brew at this point. Revitalised by the wonderful drink, the dwarf smacks his lips mightily and closes the tankard with a thunk. I haven't had beer this good since home, the dwarf remarks, and brushes the beer foam from his beard. Drunk has already put on his new armour and looks miles better than he used to in his borrowed gear. The two barter a bit more for an extremely fancy dwarven warhammer, and the two come to another agreement. Chug, 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 chug! The cheering echoes out of the Kneeling Anvil like a spell chant, and after a few moments, a loud belch is heard. Walking down the road in his new armour and fancy hammer slung on his back, Drunk has but one more stop to make. You see, while putting out the fires from when Auspicious decided to set the Red District on fire, Drunk had spotted a brothel called the Big Spoon and made eyes inside the doors. He liked what he saw and had a plan in mind. His freshly booted feet came to rest outside the jeweller's shop, baubles in my gear, and he stepped inside. Oh, hello there, dearie, came from the glass counter as he strode inside. The older woman working the counter waved at him politely. Ma'am, I'm hunting me a mighty great beast of a wife, and need your mightiest ring to woo her. Drunk roars out, motioning with his hand towards the glass case. You're gonna get married? But you're a skeleton. The till death do us part has already flown the coop, dearie. That's quitter's talk, Drunk says, and pulls out a gigantic bag of silver. That'll do, the old woman says happily, and begins showing him rings. A great sapphire ring, with winding horns of thorns wrapping around the gem, catches his eye, and Drunk holds it up to the light. Oh aye, that'll do for my kind of quarry. Lads, Drunk called out via necroscope, calling out to everyone. Meet up on me. I need witnesses. All the other skeletons were confused as hell, and even Millie thought he was up to something sinister from that kind of language. But all the skeletons, not furious, he's going to be late, and Millie met up with Drunk. Everyone arrives outside the building inside the Red Lantern District, the streets brimming with people going to and fro, and the skeletons look around confused. Drunk, however, is beside himself and motions to the building. It's quite quaint, with 3 stories and a wraparound porch. but the doors are taller than normal, as are the windows, with dark cream curtains covering the windows from inside. Alright lads, history's getting made tonight. Let's all head inside and enjoy the show. Agile and Millie share a look, having not been able to see a sign or anything, but walk up first and step inside, Millie opening the door for Agile. The two step inside, get about 5 paces, before Agile grinds to a halt. What in the... You see, Drunk had found a bordello that caters to his particular wants and needs, and had been making plans ever since the fire to come back here and enact his objective. Millie laughed with her lips pursed, sputtering out in glee and exasperation. Inside the room, not a single woman was under 6'5", and the women were muscular in nature as well. Onis, Amazonians, Minotaurs, half-orcs, orcs, all kinds of taller, muscular women stood around or sat at the couches or chairs, dressed either in elegant finery, seductive battle armour, or just common clothes that one may wear around town. Are you kidding me? Millie cries out, laughing more as the rest of the skeletons poured in behind her. The skeletons had about the same sentiments as Millie. What did you bring us here for? Cried Rowdy. We don't even have the tools for this trade. Hush! I know what I'm doing. Drunk purrs, and straightens his helmet before walking towards the staircase. Agile finds an empty couch and sits down, setting Millie down as well. The women find Millie just cute as a button, and bring her tea and cakes while sitting around her on the couch. A monster of a woman leans in behind Agile and wraps her arms around his bony neck, nuzzling the barrel of his rifle out of the way. Look at you being the stoic bodyguard. You've been carrying her around all day. Her arms were as thick as tree trunks, and Agile swallowed nervously while Millie thanked him for the cake. What on earth is going on down here? Came from upstairs, as Madame R walked down the steps, her elegant ball gown channeling every inch of Dolly Parton as it could. She was a dark red Oni woman, with 2 short horns on her forehead and very carefully braided white hair rolling down her shoulders. Guardbros thought a lot about this.
Yeah, he really put into detail.
Really big detail.
Yeah.
Draped along her strong but elegant body was an evening dress, with a great wolf fur shoulder wrap, and amusingly enough, boots of hard leather and buckles poked out as she walked. The skeletons all froze, as Drunk Skeleton wiped away at imaginary eyebrows, looked back at them with a winking head nod, and began to walk towards her. Oh my, look who it is again! Madame R purred at Drunk, her smile genuine. She came to the bottom step right before Drunk, who whirled off his ridiculous Inquisition hat and bowed low. Agile looked on, his arms folded angrily. This is just fucking ridiculous! Millie, however, was having a rather nice time of it, as the ladies, if not the whole city, knew of the skeleton darling, the one who lost her leg. Mr. Agile, look! They made little drawings on the cookies, Millie said happily, and showed Agile the sugar cookies that had royal icing flower patterns on them. Wonderful, he muttered, and had to keep ducking and weaving to get away from the large Amazon woman who kept trying to hang on to him from behind. Rowdy and Auspicious were flabbergasted. He can't be serious. I think he's serious. Look at the size of the one in the chair. This was all background noise to Drunk, as he looked up into Madame R's eyes. Well, if I may, madam, I'd like to ask you a question first of all. She looked down at the skeleton, her eyebrows raised. I'm all ears. I bet you are. Now, when was the last time you considered children? The woman crossed her arms and rested her cheek on her fingers. A long time ago. I found if I stood up, men were never able to reach me. And she says this with a rueful grin. Children? The skeletons all roar out at once, and Millie has to quickly grab a napkin to catch the tea spilling out of her nose. A muscular Nord woman with beautiful swirling tattoos laughs into her shirt, snorting loudly. Well, lucky for you, I won't need to. She looks down at the skeleton and blinks a few times. Alright, wasn't expecting that. I'm a little confused. What brings you here then? If you want babies, yet no one to make them? At this point, Furious opens the door and walks in, skidding to a halt as he sees Drunk down on one knee in front of an Oni woman. Rowdy and Auspicious standing horrified in the middle of the room, Millie coughing and laughing into a towel. and Agile, staring as angry as could be at Drunk while being hugged from behind by a woman that looks like she uses boulders as toys. What did I miss? Rowdy and Auspicious fill him in, while Drunk continues. Drunk goes on to explain that he wants his name to continue on after he goes back to being dead, to continuing his legacy and name. All I want from you is to adopt a sweet little cherub, and for him to take my last name of O'Connell. Madame R is taken back, but seems to find the sentiment almost darling, and fans at her neck with her hand. Good heavens! You're almost too pure for an establishment like this, she says with an airy laugh, and the entire room is either giggling or staring on in abject horror. However, she looks back down at Drunk, and beckons him closer in a whisper. As flattering as it is, and you wanting a child not your own simply to carry your name, I may know someone here that can fit the bill, and is even prettier than me. Impossible, Drunk says with a head wink. Madame R motions towards another Oni, standing some feet away, who's wearing what looks like loungewear. You can have me, or you can ask Abigail. She already has a child. Abigail gives Madame R an unsure look, but waves at Drunk regardless. She also has 2 smaller horns on her forehead, but has light blue skin and black hair, while being slightly taller than Madame R and bulkier. Don't worry, I'm fine, she whispers down at Drunk, but she could really use the stability. Drunk's skeleton taps his chin and looks back up at the Oni. Alright, but if she says yes, you adopt a kid anyway, and I get to still call you my wife. Madame finally breaks and starts to laugh, reaching down and grabbing Drunk by the cheeks. Sure, but only if she says yes. Abigail was confused when Drunk walked away from Madame R and instead came up to her, but quickly caught on what he wanted, and agreed to Drunk's request. With that, Drunk got back down on his knee and asked Abigail to be his wife. Aye, till death do you part, shouted a Minotaur woman, and the room broke into uncontrolled laughter. Nonetheless, Drunk slid the ring onto his finger and handed her a small bag of gold, and another handful of coins to Madame R. It was only after that everyone noticed Furious standing there with a mechanical leg, and Millie noticed before anyone else. Is that a leg? Is it for me? She cried, and the woman beside her helped her stand up so she could hobble over towards Furious. Ah, yeah, I got it made for you, Furious said, but then both of them stopped and narrowed their eyes at Furious. What on earth is that armour?
Is he wearing the gimp suit?
He's wearing the gimp suit.
Oh, for God's sake.
Millie asked, puzzled, and the woman holding her began to try and suppress her laughter. Oh, that's definitely Guardbros' work, she snorted, and the rest of the ladies began to crowd around Furious. Look at how far back her legs are. You'd right die if you tried that. What on earth is he doing with his elbow? The attention of so many women at once almost made Furious start emitting bone steam before he finally broke away to show Millie her leg. The spring-loaded dagger was a crowd favourite, though the flamethrower and self-destruct had Agile rattling most angrily and asking why he had her leg made into a bomb. The 2 skeletons bickered, while Millie reloaded the dagger the way Furious showed her, and grinned happily down at her new appendage. Auspicious Skeleton, seeing the Minotaur woman, decided to try something and began to try and woo her. Not with charisma, but with animal handling checks! Yes!
What your home would be... Oh yeah, Auspicious would be great.
Yeah. Unfortunately for him, she is quite smitten by the charming little skeleton, and they two begin a long dialogue, even going as far as to Auspicious asking the Minotaur woman for a date. To his sadness, the Minotaur woman declines him, saying she doesn't date customers, and that it would interfere with work after all. Auspicious pushes his luck, and tries to convince her to at least meet him for breakfast. The skeleton holds out his arms for a hug. I'll buy, he says, and her hungry eyes are enough to seal the deal, along with the crushing hug she gives him. What kind of muscle girl can turn away a free protein load after all? After Drunk made sure the 2 ladies knew what he wanted, and Abigail giving Drunk a small communication device, the party left the building in high, if not aghast and confused, spirits grey, carrying Millie, who linked up with Furious outside. So, where are we going to get her fitted? Agile asked. Hobbs said she needed a harness to keep the leg in place and from flying away or something, and I may know the perfect place. Agile, Furious and Millie made their way down the lantern-lit road back to Guardbros Leathers, and Millie actually had a moment to really look at Furious's armour. Huh, there's even thespians and geese on your armour, Mr. Furious. Agile moved around Furious so Millie could no longer see his armour, and glowered at the skeleton. Look, Millie, sometimes you gotta ignore how stupid something looks because of what it does. Let's leave it at that, Furious growled, and pulled the mask up tighter on his face. After a tense walk, they arrive at Guardbros Leathers, and Furious could see Miss Guardbros inside working on Rowdy's armour. Open mind, Furious said, and opened the door. Agile was livid as soon as he entered the doors, and Millie just laughed aloud, now realising why Furious's armour was the way it was, while hiding her hands in her face. "Oh, welcome back," Miss Guardbros chirped cheerfully, and ushered the skeletons and the girl inside. Over the course of several hours, Miss Guardbros modified some of her intriguing belts in order to make a discreet leg harness for Millie, who took it all in a stride. After all, she was excited to get this fancy new appendage. While this was happening, Agile was just looking around the walls, clicking his jaw in outrage and disgust. "Can't believe this is where you do your shopping. Look, man, it's good stuff." The skeletons waiting around and poked at Rowdy's armour while the last bit of touching up was done on the leg harness, and with the knee joint locked, Millie was able to wobble around a little, which made her laugh with rich happiness. Miss Guardbros then had a small request from Furious, in which she stitched on some very angry eyebrows onto his helmet. Yay! Agile bought a leather mask to be polite. And Millie, not sure what to do, said that maybe a whip would be handy. "Nope, we're leaving," Agile said, and skipped Millie back up into his arms and rushed out of the building, the doorbell ringing behind him. "I'm sorry, they are so weird," Furious says, hands on his hips. "Here, just in case she wants it," she says, and hands Furious a normal-looking bullwhip. Normal, except for the goose holding a whip in its mouth embossed on the handle. Furious laughs, thanks her, and heads out of the building to meet the rest of the skeletons at the slowpoke, their inn of choice. Inside, the skeletons finally regrouped and sat down with the rest of the group, and Millie was showing off her new leg to those who had not seen it yet. Rowdy noticed First had also gone shopping today, as she was wearing some new leggings, a combat harness, some small piece of armour and a chest piece.
I really want this combat harness.
No. "First, where did you go shopping?" Rowdy asks politely, looking over her gear. First think it was animal taming shop." Rowdy, Furious and Agile looked at each other, but don't say anything. Wait, did she go to the sex shop as well?
Yeah, that's what I'm like.
Kyla, after hearing about Millie's leg, claps her hands together. "Alrighty, let's get this thing running, shall we?"
Why has Guardbros made his party for
I don't
fucking
know, all our gimp suits.
Oh, it's pretty funny, like, I enjoy it.
And begins to rub her palms. Furious and Agile leap forward, holding up their hands. Whoa, wait! Furious shouts. "She said that, only stable magic would need to be used." Kyla looks at him, her brows knitted and a curt frown on her face. "What do you mean? I've kept you boneheads up and running. What's more stable than that?" Furious looked up at Agile for help. "She said lightning and fire were best, and that's, anything else may be dangerous. Especially necromancy," blurted Agile, and Furious punched his shoulder. "Oh, I see how it is," Kyla says, holding her chin up slightly as she crosses her arms. "This is standard discrimination against necromancy, isn't it?" The skeletons do their best to tell her that's not it, but Kyla isn't having it. "What's so wrong with necromancy? Pyro magicians set people on fire all the time, but because they can power stream engines, it's okay, is it?" Kyla takes a hand out and holds it palm out, cocking her index finger with her thumb. "Too bad. I call the shots," she growls, and flicks her little smote of purple energy towards Millie. Both skeletons scramble to swat it down, and the little orb ducks into Millie's leg as she's telling Omen about the knee dagger, and the leg suddenly begins to whir and click as the mechanisms come to life. Kyla stands there smugly, as Millie undoes the knee lock and, with the whir and click of gizmos, is able to walk around quite normally. "This is fantastic!" Millie cries out, twirling on the spot and giving her leg a shake. Agile and Furious look nervously at each other, then back to Kyla, who pokes her tongue out at them. Millie happily stamps her foot, and with a swing, all the party members look down at her metal foot. From the toes of the foot, an 8-inch blade has sprouted, a little hidden gift from hobbits, it seems. "I've got a foot knife! Look, Omen! My toe's got a dagger in it!"
And now, the models of our website, brought to you by neckbeardia.co.uk. Get y'all some of these titties.
Dwarf titties, orc titties, cat titties, fat titties, the gases and wastes a bit. Vampires and goblins and all the buff champions and even hentai, yeah that too. Dragons, manticores, ogres and gnomes and bugbearers and even more to go still. Undead and demons and then our friend Pally and definitely not 40k. Wood elves, dark elves and lizards and Megan the Slither and James the look cool as he stands. Beholders and kobolds and tyrants and only in a donkey with a frying pan. If you don't want no models, then no need to bother. We now have subclasses and teas. Also, Guardbros Book, go have a look. Check out the link to Ko-fi. Thank you for watching our videos and giving our channel a hand. But this is the end, our viewers and friends, so let's get back to the video, man.
I fucking hate myself. After their shopping trip and events of the previous day, with Drunk getting married to 2 Oni women, one including the brothel owner, everyone is in high spirits as they await their armours and other such things to be completed. But no one is as excited as Auspicious. On the same night of Drunk getting married, Auspicious has gotten a Minotaur woman to agree to a morning breakfast date with him, and the skeleton is simply beside himself with excitement. First, however, cannot summon such excitement, as Rowdy and Agile show up as soon as the day breaks to drag her off to the boomer? What? The plan is to find a long-range weapon that will fit the gnoll's giant hands, where she can easily fit her big, meaty paws into and actuate the trigger mechanism without accidentally blowing away the person next to her. If that's going to happen, they rather it happen on purpose rather than coincidence. First is, however, not game with the idea of waking up 3 hours earlier than she wanted, and takes a lot of coaxing to even flop halfway out of her little nest that she keeps having to rebuild, since the staff keep taking the blankets away and resetting them in her proper place. Rowdy finally has enough of this, and just picks up first and sets her over his shoulder, the gnoll snoring loudly as they walk down the staircase and out into the very early morning. Drunk is there as well, waiting patiently for the barmaid to come out and start serving breakfast, as is Suspicious, who is facing the door, sitting in a chair with his hands resting on his pant knee. Furious heads out soon after as well, going to wander off towards the siege weapon camp they never got to visit. Agile and Rowdy, with first over shoulder, make it to the boomer's house about an hour later and knock loudly on the door, and keep knocking until the little old man is finally awakened from his gunpowdered slumber and opens the door. "What in the Sam hell? You know it's barely daybreak, right? Sheesh!" But he opens the door anyway and allows the skeletons inside. First is set down on the floor, in which she immediately banks a hard right, and Rowdy has to scramble after her and hold her straight by her shoulders, as she blinks blearily and sniffs tiredly at the strange smells around her. "Where first be?" she murmurs groggily, and rubs her palms at her eyes as Rowdy still has to hold her upright. "We're at the gun place first. Now, Mr. I know full well why you're here. You're hoping to cash in on my idiot son's gift, I'm sure. Well, I'm here to tell you right now, I don't care what that muttonhead said. I'm still king here, and he's just a directorate. Only way you're walking out of here with anything is if coin is spent." "Fucking boomer," Agile mutters, and first perks her ears up to this new word despite her exhaustion. Rowdy is also a bit angry at him, because that was in fact his intention, but still manages to corral his anger enough to begin telling the old man what they need. "We need a rifle or something short enough that my, daughter here," first looks up at Rowdy, confused and almost aghast, "can use it without being off balance, and she needs a large trigger as well." The old man gives a hard think and waddles over to his pile of junk, and begins rooting around, until he finds a shorter flintlock carbine with a long flowing handguard, allowing even an ogre to reach in and grip at the thing. "How much does that cost, sir?" Rowdy asks, checking first one last time before letting go of her shoulders. She stays put. The old man rubs his knobbly chin a little before shrugging and exasperating. "Oh, I don't know. Make me an offer. And don't lowball me. I know what I got here." Agile mutters some more about boomers and how they should be turned into food, while Rowdy takes the gun from the old man and makes first try it out. It's short enough that she can control it easier, and can almost one-hand it if she really felt like it, and nods at it approvingly. The old man is squinting at first, tired old eyes, bad eyesight, and morning sand blotting them. "Your kid has pretty huge hands, almost like she's part bugbear. What are you, a bard?" First puts her ears back, knowing full well her hands are average in size. Rowdy and Agile walk over to the old man to begin negotiations, and the old man is really being a piece of shit about the whole ordeal. First, tired, no breakfast, and barely able to keep her eyes open, decides, "Fuck it, I'm walking out with this thing, oh god." Despite bumping off a side table and spending a solid minute struggling to get the knob in the door to turn, she finally opens it and slips out into the morning. Fine, 14 gold. The old man gives up, holding out his liver spot-addled hand. "Very well, here it is. Come on for—" Rowdy has to stop, as he turns around and sees first is gone. And Agile turns as well, seeing a lack of Gnoll. "Thank you very much, sir, bye." Rowdy rattles out as fast as possible before slipping out of the door, with Agile sniffling and walking out behind him. First is sitting outside on a box, playing with her rifle, and checking it out in the morning sun, letting it warm up her fur. "Hey, First, is that thing loaded by chance?" Agile pipes up. "You know, first find out though." And she cocks the hammer back of the rifle. Agile and Rowdy react with the speed of a puppy owner / toddler parent, and are able to not only point the weapon away from the people on the harbour street, but Agile is even able to shove his hand down, catching the hammer before it struck the strike plate. Ow! Agile takes a point of blunt damage and 10 points of annoyance. Rowdy takes a peek down the barrel and sees he's looking at a round ball. Both skeletons pick up First by the arms and pull her off the barrel, and begin to grill her about gun safety as they walk down the road back towards the general store to pick up more gear for her rifle. Furious finds the camp, having jogged most of the way there, and looks around at the scorched and savaged war machines. The once mighty trebuchets are charred and scorched in many places, if not blown apart completely, and the trench lines are filled with bits of Arterman soldiers. "Jeez!" Furious mutters, and steps through the old picket lines and trench works that were once the siege weapons camp. It looks as if very powerful battle wizards stepped in after taking advantage of the route created by the skeletons, and took to the camp like gasoline does to a bushfire. Furious can surmise that perhaps it was lightning or fire mages, as some of the bodies were very exploded, as if their blood was boiled so fast that the steam and pressure caused the bodies to pop like a dead animal left on the road in the summer. He takes a look around before seeing a shovel, and eyeballs it for a moment before walking over and picking it up, hefting it in his hands. The shovel bits deep in the earth, and he is able to dig pretty quickly with the magical strength of undeath. 5 men, or at least chunks of men, to a grave, and he simply drags them over and tosses them in before shoveling the dirt back on top and beginning another hole. He gets a number of graves in before hearing a rustling in the distance, and he rests the shovel over his shoulder, brushing dirt off his skull. It's not really easy to tell where it's coming from, but it's definitely movement from what he can tell. His boots scud on the ground as he steps around the war-torn grounds and spies way in the back a bunch of tents, probably where the majority of the troops rested and slept when not on the siege lines. It's a quick walk, and soon he's passing rows and rows of mostly unmarred tents. When he poked his head inside, he can see they have been looted, or that the occupant has taken all their gear with them. Either way, it's empty. Furious muses, and hears the rustle again. He sees it this time, as the fabric of a tent is pushed from the inside, and the skeleton wanders over, using his shovel to open the flap to the tent as he readies back his steel knuckles. Inside there's a gasp, and a whirl of movement as the occupant spins round to face the skeleton. Furious clicks his teeth together in thought. Inside is what looks like a 15 to 16-year-old boy. He matches the complexion of the soldiers that were there. He is wearing armour and regalia of the soldier as well. A short sword also rests at his hip, but the boy's arms are occupied by a sack full of what appears to be rations or random food bits. Furious and the boys stare at each other, before Furious asks him who he is. "No one," the boy responds. "Where are you from?" Skidrithrow? Furious doesn't know where that is, but he knows the boy is Otterman's. "It appears this tent is empty," he mutters, and slowly pulls away from view. Furious walks back to his grave digging, and he hears the sound of rapid footsteps in the distance, and smiles to himself. "No need," he whispers, as he drags half of a man to the hole he just dug, and tosses the corpse inside. The inn is waking up, and standing by her bar is the main barmaid/innkeeper, holding a mop with a bucket of water beside her. She is angrily staring at Drunk, as he noisily eats cereal and drinks beer. And by eat and drink, Drunk is littering the floor with splashes of brew and soggy pieces of grains. But he tips well, so the poor beast woman just stares, daggers, and waits for him to finally finish, which she knows won't be anytime soon. Her underlings are running out of food and drinks, as the crowd who believe the breakfast of champions is beer have shown up as well, and are also taking to eating cereal thanks to Drunk starting the trend. Drunk, more or less, holds this pattern for the morning. Auspicious is still watching the door, when he sees a pair of horns in the distance, and rattles giddily. He leaps out of his chair and strides over, opening the door and walking out to meet her. She is wearing a sundress, but oddly also wearing knee-high leather boots that look more for combat than for comfort wear, but Auspicious doesn't notice. "Good morning," Auspicious calls out, running over and standing in front of her, looking up at her face. Good morning," she says back, a little unsure, and nervously rubs at her forearm. "So I hear this place has good food and free coffee. For some reason I've never came here to eat." And she kind of perks up to the thought of food. "Of course, come on. I promised you breakfast." Auspicious reaches up and takes her arm, which is a little odd because she's almost 2 to 3 heads taller than him, but he does his best. The Minotaur woman almost laughs, but is able to keep her composure as Auspicious walks her inside to a table. The innkeeper, starting to try and mop around Drunk, snaps her fingers at another Serbian and throws her thumb over her shoulders. The innkeeper's accent is harder than usual, and definitely Serbian. "Lada, take care of them." Oh my god, I fucking can't do accents! Lada grabs the menu, but her shoes squeak as she stops mid-step when she sees the skeleton talking with a huge Minotaur woman. "Taishutis shotoli," she mutters, and begins to nervously sweat as she walks up to them. She puts on a brave face though, and sets a menu down in front of the Minotaur. "Good morning. What can I get you?" I'm thinking of Borat.
Yeah, I'll just be Borat.
Very nice. She then sets a menu down in front of Auspicious, but doesn't take her fingers away. She kind of pulls the menu away, goes to put it back, looks over at Drunk, then pulls the menu away fully and tucks it back under her arm. Auspicious doesn't notice. His attention is on the Minotaur. She happily looks over the menu, her ears twitching and tail swishing, before she orders coffee and everything on the menu. Everything on the menu. Yes, of course. Lada bows before running off into the kitchen, and rapid Slavic-sounding curses are thrown around as they have to prepare their entire breakfast menu. That is probably only a single meal for this monster of a woman, sitting outside with a literal monster. Auspicious begins to ask the Minotaur about how she got here, and she begins to share her story. "Well, I sailed to the mainland from Bry, landing down in Rosado, which is kind of in between Serbina and the Land of the Mountains, which is chock full of these silly little cat people, except they wear much taller hats for some reason." She gestures towards Lada and the innkeeper, who is wringing out her milk and beer-laden mop into a bucket. Inside the kitchen, another Serbian is trying to figure out what to serve this beast her coffee in, holding up a regular cup. In the distance of the kitchen, Male Serbians are bickering over how the hell to get all these plates on a single carrying tray. Nyeh, this one! And she holds up a large soup bowl that has a handle on it, and a huge carafe of coffee that usually serves an entire table. Lada! 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 The Serbian cries out, as she hefts up almost a gallon of coffee and this mug. Lada screeches around the corner, hefting her own giant serving platter with enough food to sedate multiple dwarves. I'm coming, jeez! The two walk out into the inn and see that the skeleton's other living crew members have come down. Davia Blatt, the taller one always eats too much fruit, Lada growls, but walk over to the Minotaur and the skeleton, and the Minotaur is in the middle of her adventure. So when we were travelling along the mountain ranges of the Loblolly, a stupid name for mountains if you ask me. Oh! She claps her hands together, looking up at the two Serbians coming towards her. Lada groans as she sets down the platter to start unloading it, and the plates almost covering the entire table. This will definitely help with my workout later. I can rarely afford to eat as much as I should. Her eyes are almost shining as she also sees the giant bowl, and Auspicious can tell she usually has to drink from smaller cups. Enjoy your meal, Lada says, and both of them bow down slightly before walking away to take care of Kyla and the group. Oh, my necromancer is over there, and he points at her. Kyla is staring, open-mouthed and eyebrows furrowed, while her mother is laughing behind her hand. Omen has her hands together under her chin and is saying something to Harla, and the both of them laugh quietly. Kyla sends a message to Auspicious. What the hell are you doing? I'm on a date, duh. She's like 10 of you put together. Auspicious waffles his hand at her, and she just blinks while moving her head side to side. Very much in a, just when it can't get any fucking weirder kind of way. The Minotaur, after making sure all of her foods are not touching, and all the plates are arranged in a logical manner, begins cutting small slices of her pancakes. Oh, so she's one of the Oni people. Feisty people they are. They also share the weird habit of naming their towns and cities after their race, like Heroni, Shashnoni. And the Serbians do the same thing too. Kokyushnia, Robondia, on and on. Look, fuck.
Look, Guardbro, what are you trying to do?
I know.
Here?
Anyway, we were making our way through the Loblollies, which is lousy with elves, and we have to travel by armoured carriage because they would just shoot at the carriages. Imagine me just tucked up inside one of those things for days on end. Probably a very tight fit, Auspicious says, which gets a chortle out of the Minotaur woman. Anyway, we made it through there and arrive here, in Tlaib. However, I found that not many people want to hire you, and fell into what I do now. Not exactly what I was planning on doing, but the money's good and I'm comfortable. Auspicious is nodding enthusiastically, and begins to tell her about how he was awoken, and their journeys thus far. You went into Arderman's territory? That's so brave! And your party killed 2 paladins? I hope those rumours aren't true. She avidly chews on a slice of rasher, looking up thoughtfully. Rumours? Kyla has been listening in via Auspicious, and relaying what they've been talking to the others, but perks up to the word rumours as well. Oh yeah, like they train little kids to be paladins at a young age, but the more pure you are, the better the paladin or something. Because the older you get, the more deviant you get. She wiggles her fingers at Auspicious while grinning. But there are very special holy warriors, and rumour has it that they use them as assassins, and the kids are trained as spies from like almost birth. Some even call them holy grenades because it's rare that their target and themselves survive contact. Kyla breaks a sweat and is pulling at her shirt collar rapidly, while Omen chokes on a mouthful of pancakes when she hears what Kyla says. Around this time, Furious has finished his digging, and the rest of the group that is out is heading back. Before Auspicious can ask further, the Minotaur woman speaks up. Oh, you do have a Bohemian with you, and points over at Millie, who is happily dancing down the stairs in a town outfit. A what? Bohemians. They're like lifelong enemies of Arderman peoples. They have magical tattoos and everything. Oh, look at her, she looks so happy with that leg. I never even noticed her tattoos before because they were wearing all their gear or being carried around. And her eyes follow Millie as she sits down with the rest of the party over yonder. Auspicious scritches at his bony chin, but hears a gulping noise. He looks up to see the Minotaur woman draining her coffee bowl, and also sees she has finished all the food as well, having stacked up plates as she went. Lada, look! The Serbians look over at the table, now empty of food. Nice as shit though. It's all gone. Where did it all go? Both of the Serbians look out in shock, before they engage gears to move out and collect the plates. Okay, Lada. Now we can Blat! That one has coffee! Rowdy tips the cup towards his lips, and a splash is heard on the floor below him. You know, it felt kinda rude, just sitting here eating food in front of you. Here, let me at least try. And she picks up a small sliver of bacon that's left, and holds it out to Auspicious. Kyla, Omen, Harla, and Millie all lean in and are looking over, as Auspicious does his best to lean over and take a bite of the bacon. It just falls out his jaws, and the Minotaur woman just snorts in laughter while apologising to Auspicious. He takes it in stride and refills her coffee for her, when behind them, Chiron walks in to take breakfast for the party. Chiron takes one look at Auspicious, picking bacon off his shirt, the woman, and coughs loudly. What are you doing? She's like 3 of you. If you were a living person, she could lay on you and no one would be able to tell. The Minotaur woman coughs hard and whips a napkin to her face as she struggles to laugh through her coffee, her eyes tearing up despite her painful laughing. Auspicious yells at Chiron, while everyone else at the other table laughs and giggles behind their hands. The rest of the skeletons walk in and know what's up, but after the Minotaur lady has cleaned herself up and she has embarrassed laughed herself silly, Auspicious asks her if she wants to go out on a walk. She agrees. Auspicious plops a fat 10 gold tip onto the table, and the two leave the inn into the bright day outside. The innkeeper yowls and rushes over, bumping into the table and swiftly gathering up all the coins, holding them in her hands and rubbing them on her cheeks while chuckling happily. I'll be set for months. Lada and the other Serbians see this and run over, demanding their cut. Chicken has been waiting outside and spooks her, in which she yells at Chicken for being a spooky little bird. Even Chicken is intimidated by her size and cowers next to Auspicious. Big. They continue to talk as they walk, and she tells Auspicious that she never thought she would end up here, and thought she would be off adventuring. But after being shot at and constantly dodging pirates all the way to the mainland, I just wanted to be comfortable, you know? I mean, you've described many times how your entire party has almost died, or are constantly dodging danger. Auspicious goes on to tell her the good times as well, and she listens intently while walking beside him, her hands together behind her, and he tells them about their plan to take Kyla back to her homeland. Auspicious has been leading her the entire time to show her his cows, but when he shows them to her, she cocks an eyebrow, and the bovines and Minotaur look at each other. I see you have particular taste. Oh God. No, Auspicious says, summing up his fox familiar. I just have lots of buddies like this, see? And holds the small bush fox up. Hey boss, what? Whoa, hey! The fox looks up at the tall woman, who leans down and scoops up the little fox in her massive hands. Oh, look at you, you're like a little leaf dog. As the Minotaur woman is playing with the fox familiar, Auspicious is wringing his skeletal hands and looking up at her. He has very, very deep feelings for her, and wants to take her on the journey they are about to go on. Hey. She looks down at him, while rubbing the fox's leafy ears. Yes? Do you want to come on the trip with us? You know, an adventure? You said you always wanted to go on one, and we can keep you safe. We're getting new armour and new weapons. I've got stronger and new friends. What do you say? Dice are rolled, and the Minotaur looks down at him, and her fingers stop rubbing on the fox, and she begins to look uncomfortable. She looks up and left, then back down at the skeleton. This has been a lovely morning, and you're a very lovely person. As many people wouldn't have the courage to ask me on a date, but I travelled all the way here, and you're heading all the way back to take her home. And I'm comfortable here. I have a place to stay, good friends, good money. She reaches up and lightly holds onto one of her horns. I think, we should just be friends. Back at the inn, Kyla has told everyone what just happened, and the skeletons all clutch their chest as they feel a tidal wave of emotions roar out through the necronet.
and even Kyla feels the punch. Oh no, no, no. She sputters as Auspicious's grief washes over her, and she starts crying unwillingly for him, because he cannot. That muscly tart just broke his heart! The skeletons are all in several stages of grief, with Rowdy simply laying on the floor face down, and Agile collapsed in a chair and staring at the ceiling. Drunk is just pouring beer onto himself, as if trying to drown the sorrow out of his mind with booze. Distant Slavic bleating is heard, and the rustling of a bucket. Agile is curled into a ball. Furious has his head in his hands, and is rocking back and forth. Auspicious looked down at the ground as the Minotaur woman leaned down and placed the fox in his hands, before planting a kiss on top of his skull, rustling the flower crown he wore. I've really enjoyed this morning. I hope you have a safe journey, she murmurs, before walking past him and moving off back towards the big spoon. Boss? The fox says, planting a wooden paw on the skeleton's chin, and perking up his ears to the skeleton, who just stared down at the ground. Hey boss, come on. Let's, go check the walls, huh? Cows are doing fine, it says to him, and hops down out of his arms, grabbing the hem of his travelling cloak with its rocky teeth, and pulling the skeleton any direction but where the woman walked off to. The skeleton shuffles at first, but walks on with the fox familiar, robotically striding while looking down at the ground. When Auspicious reaches the inn many hours later, Harla is the first to greet him, and wraps him up in a mama bear hug, his skull pressed hard into your chest. Oh honey, I heard. I'm so sorry, she coos, placing her head on top of his. Auspicious's skeletal shoulders give a tiny shrug, and the hug is joined by Millie and Omen, who just try to make the skeleton feel better. Millie's leg giving a small whirl and hiss as she tries to tiptoe up and fix his flower crown. Kyla and the rest of the lads are sitting sprawled in chairs. For some reason, Rowdy and Agile are smoking, all of them still reeling from Auspicious's typhoon waves of sadness, depression, and inner anger, now radiating off him like a bonfire, and Kyla has to keep wiping her eyes while cursing. This is going to be difficult, she breathes, as Drunk hands her his tankard, filled to the brim. A few more days pass for the skeleton crew, in which they mostly wait for their armour and such things to be finished. When the armour is finally delivered and everyone is in squeaky clean gear, they can claim as their own, and no longer ripped from the dead. While Drunk still has the baby socks from session 1.
Fuck yeah, I forgot about them.
Yeah. Everyone begins to plan for the actual road trip they have to take in order to get the necromancer home. All the skeletons seem very keen on the pocket frigate, as travelling by air would make a lot of things easier than having to travel by land and through so many countries. Everyone heads off except Auspicious Skeleton, who is sitting in his new armour and writing a letter in the dining room of the inn. After getting placed in the friend zone, the skeleton had gone back to the blacksmith and asked for a few modifications to his armour, in which the blacksmith was more than happy to do as a chance to even further his skills, and was paid a little more coin in order to do so. Now his helmet had an exact metal copy of the horns that the female Minotaur had, as perhaps the blacksmith had gone to see for himself and get a good look at her.
Aww. Poor skeleton.
Due to this peeping tomfoolery and a string of very high skill checks, he was also able to etch into the breastplate of the armour an almost flawless recreation of the Minotaur woman from the waist up, and the door of his armour, for his familiar, rests right where her and his heart would be. Aww. Auspicious was satisfied with the armour on delivery, and put it on, while everyone else tried not to make a comment on it too loudly or found somewhere else to go. At the pocket airship, the skeletons all gaggled down the harbour with Millie, and came upon the air dock at which it lay, and they found the bosun Petty Pearl at work, doing their final checks on gear and loading up any more supplies they may need. Rowdy Skeleton took the lead, and began to try and make a deal for the travel. Millie, on the other hand, was talking to the rest of the female sailors and showing off her leg, and the group of them got into a discussion of replacement body parts. Everything was going quite well in the negotiations until Rowdy mentioned chicken, the horses, and the cows. Whoa, hang on. There's no way I'm letting farm animals on my ship again. No way. The hold smelled awful and it took weeks to clean. She then took out the speaking orb from her pocket and confirmed this with Captain McBust.
Rowdy relayed this to the skeletons, and an argument lasting almost 15 minutes ensued, in which Auspicious was adamant about Chicken and his cows, while Drunk was saying just to sell the animals and find a good home for them.
Oh, you can't do
No,
that. No, they've had
the cows
since fucking day one.
Yeah.
Why did they even bring the cows? They just fall.
And Chicken, is OP as fuck.
Yeah, Chicken's pretty cool. Chicken's really cool.
Drunk then got an idea to try and get Harlow to convince Bosun Betty Pearl. And in his theory, how could an aeronautical lesbian resist the buxom figure of an exotic lady with scars? Auspicious, still at the inn, writing and talking with the innkeeper, rousted Harlow from her napping and told her what was going down. She teeter-tottered down the road towards the harbour, and after some time arrived, yawning and trying to fluff her hair back to life. "What's going on, guys?" she murmured, and looked around mutely. Drunk gave her the rundown and what he wanted her to do, and she snorted, tying her hair back into a braid as she spoke. Millie was now showing the sailors the boot knife. They were quite enthralled with the idea. Harlow walked up to Betty Pearl and did her best to convince her to allow the entire crew on board. But not even she would budge the old veteran sailor, and the whole thing got Harlow in a rather bad mood. "What a cantankerous woman," she muttered as she walked back over to the skeletons, told them what Pearl told her, and then went back to the inn with more of a stomp in her step. The skeletons were devising another plan when Rowdy gets a brilliant idea. Rowdy wanted to speak to the manager and went full Karen.
I need to Photoshop that together. Put the Karen hair on a skeleton head.
Yeah.
If I haven't put that into the video, I failed.
I rolled to pickpocket the speaking orb from her pants, in broad daylight, with everyone around. Her front pocket and her back is to him. To say he failed spectacularly would be an understatement. As he moved forward and stuck his hand under her pocket, Pearl's back seized and her head jerked up harshly from reading her clipboard. "What you doing there?" "Nothing," murmured Rowdy. Bosun Betty Pearl was not one to take insults to her station, and rounded on Rowdy with both her fists raised as combat began immediately. God.
Gonna get
gun knocked in by a lesbian. Don't. Rowdy managed to duck and dodge the first two swings, but the uppercut on his chin sent him reeling back into the other skeletons, and Millie turned around to see what all the noise was about. "I'll be damned if you or any other of your sticky finger gang make it onto the Queen Ferry," Betty Pearl roared, and threw her clipboard at Rowdy, who ducked again but made no moves to further the combat. Drunk Skeleton was beside himself. "What are you doing, Rowdy? The thespians, Sky Pirate thespians, we would have been on their ship for weeks. You ruined everything." This row followed the same vein all the way back to the inn, with Drunk hurling abuse at Rowdy, who scrunched up his shoulders and sucked his skull as far into his leather armour as he could.
Like, there was a good setup for them. Like, we had a full session with fucking, what do you call her, Kyla going to the thespians.
Yeah. Well then, since travelling by airboat full of women is off the table, I'm going to go look at the stables. Drunk screamed into the sky, fists clutched in rage, and he stomped off towards the stables to see about their carriage and what else they had in there. As Drunk kicked in the door and stomped in, he looked around for the man who ran Click Clack Inc., and he spied Johnny over in the corner, whittling on a piece of wood. "Oi, you!" Drunk yelled, and pointed at Johnny. Johnny spooked and dropped his knife and wood, holding up his hands. "What other carriages you have round here?" Johnny quickly brushed off his pants of wood shavings and ran over. He began to tell Drunk about what he did to their carriage first, and then the other carriages he had for sale. Their original carriage had been reinforced in order to appease Auspicious and make sure he didn't suck out Johnny's soul, and a lot of the wheels, doors and upper parts of the carriage were reinforced with thicker wood and thin sheet steel, plating it to make it tougher but not too heavy. The top parts had what looked like walls, where a first size being could duck and cover from incoming fire. Johnny also fixed a lot of the interior, after a rather large bullet caused a lot of spalling and put a large hole into two of the walls. Drunk, surprised yet satisfied at the improvements, nodded approvingly, and Johnny began to show him the other carriages for sale. At this time, the rest of the skeletons have shown up, including Auspicious. The rest of the normal carriages were nothing really to look at. Some two-seaters, wagons and the like,
Nothing too far off from what they already had. However, when Johnny got to the armoured carriages, then things got a little interesting. The smaller ones would not do much for the party since they were designed to keep VIPs safe along rides. They can only fit 2 to 3 people. The larger ones really caught the eye of the party. 3 or 4 axled behemoths that were drawn by 6 to 8 draft horses, had gun ports, spotting positions, and armoured rear outlets for keeping an eye on the roads.
That doesn't sound too bad. This is a nice alternative. If you can't go by air, I do like the idea of having gun turrets.
Yeah, if you can't go by an armoured thespian ship, go by this.
Yeah, this sounds pretty, like a good alternative.
The biggest, and Johnny's pride, was Bertha. Bertha was the largest on 4 axles, a fully custom suspension, and was sheet steel plated everywhere they could see. She needed a minimum of 8 draft horses to move, but all the weight was on the axles, which did a good job of keeping most of the stress off the horses. Inside it was outfitted like a barracks. The walls were lined with flip-down bunks that lay flat against the walls with the assistance of chains. A small stove was inside to keep it warm, and the entire thing was enclosed. The rear of Bertha was like the rear gunner position of a bomber, lined with thick glass, with a window that could be lowered so someone from the inside could shoot or stab out. On top was a single rotating lookout position with no top, but the person on top just had to climb a small ladder and could perch up and see as the lookout and be relatively safe.
Honestly, this thing sounds like a fucking tank.
It does sound like a fucking tank.
It's missing a turret and whatnot, but like, you know, it sounds like a tank to me.
Yeah.
A horse going a tank, but it's a tank nonetheless.
Could it go faster than a tank?
Nah, probably not with the horses.
Old tank? Yeah.
Well, okay, old tanks, yeah.
Like World War One tanks.
Yeah.
World War One tanks at what max speed was like, 6 miles an hour?
Yeah, like
if
10,
even.
10 was like fucking bleeding speed. But World War Two tanks can go pretty quick. They can go like
I'm
40.
not talking about World War Two. Like, this is like medieval, so like World War One tanks. It'll go faster than that with 8 horses.
Yeah, the horse would be imagine.
The driver position could be accessed from a small door at the very front of Bertha, but had a proper speaking tube to the interior. And you could sleep inside of it, not having to be outside in the weather or cold or danger, and you can just bottle up inside. Johnny was quite proud of his creation, having poured a lot of his heart and soul into it.
I'm gonna have to fucking say about Guardbros sorting us out with one of them in the Westmarch game. I'm sorry to say, but that sounds really fucking cool, and I want one. Alright, I just fucking want one.
But as Johnny watched the skeletons walk around it, inside of it, admire it, he got a sinking feeling. Oh no, you're not going to. Rowdy was already pulling out the writ from the directorate when Johnny asked this, and Johnny's face fell when he realised they were going to cash in on Bertha. Oh, put your heart and soul into something these boys just pull around going, give me it for free! Give me a fucking tank!
Give me a fucking tank! That's exactly what it is. Oh, fuck.
Not even the biggest tax break could heal the fact Bertha was worth hundreds of gold and took years to build, but was also afraid of both the skeletons and the directorate. In the end, the skeletons got Bertha, but a lot of them felt guilty because Johnny just had his head in his hands in the corner of the stable. So they all pulled together some gold, a fraction of Bertha's worth, and gave it to him, just to console the man. They also got some of the old alderman's draft horses. When the army fled, they left most of their beasts of burden, and these tall monsters would do the trick for Bertha. They were a bit bitey though, so with a bunking on the noggin from auspicious, with a stern talking to, they were wrangled and fitted to Bertha, while the original horses were hooked up to their original carriage. The whole party convened at the inn, with auspicious handing a letter to the innkeeper and the two exchanging a few words, and everyone else lugging their stuff off into the carriages. The cows were gathered and tied behind the original carriage, and Chicken was more or less stabled inside the interior of the old carriage, with a happy little nest made inside for him. It took a while for him to figure out the door handle though, and first tried to coach him on it to some success. Afterwards, First hopped on top of the original carriage with a rifle, and was super pumped to be off in the road again, and Drunk took the reins of the carriage after thunking around in the driver's seat. First saw this, and hopped down to sit beside him, laying her rifle across her lap and wagging her tail excitedly. Drunk gave her a piece of milky taffy to celebrate, but it got stuck to the roof of her mouth. Everyone else piled into Bertha and got comfortable with Agile sitting up in the lookout position.
Furious reached up to give his boot a playful smack, and when he did, something odd happened. Somewhere in Bertha, a small honk was heard, and Furious looked around, while above him Agile roared, "What the fuck?"
What the fuck?
Furious looked up, then down, and in his hands was Agile's rifle. Furious stared down at the rifle in his hands, flabbergasted, while Agile looked down from his little sling chair at Furious. The two stared in silence, as Furious handed back Agile his rifle, and Agile held it close to his chest. A word was not spoken about the incident, and Auspicious gave his new steeds a chuck of the teeth to get them moving. His fox familiar was also out and sitting on the seat next to him, swaying slightly in tune with Auspicious as Bertha heaved forward. To be fair, Bertha was very well balanced, and the horses didn't seem to have much trouble hauling her, despite being a monster of a travel carriage. People came out to see her as they travelled past, the old carriage toddling behind, and Agile waved out to them. All the skeletons were also wearing their special helmets and masks, so they didn't even look like skeletons unless you got too close.
Fucking
And then you see one with a gimp mask. People in the town didn't even know who they were.
Fuck.
Gimp mask. As armour changed and skeletal features were hidden, Auspicious thought back to his letter, postmarked for a day after they left, and he gave a great sigh as the sunlight glinted off the horns of his helmet. Drunk found how he liked to hold the reins, and his mind drifted off to the sky lesbian pirates and the adventures they would have had.
Oh.
Furious poked his head out of the window and watched the grass go by. Rowdy sat at the rear of Bertha, and waved at first he waved back cheerily while picking at the taffy on her mouth. Agile just enjoyed his little lookout hole, and swivelled back and forth on his little sling chair. Harla and Kyla put their feet up and lay back in the seating inside Bertha, while Omen and Chiron chattered about what the elves were going to be like. Millie asked Rowdy what happened about travelling by air. We couldn't come to an agreement. He tried to pickpocket the fucking bosun! Drunk screamed from the rear of the little convoy, and the rage of his voice carried all the way through to Millie in the middle of Bertha. Then, somehow, the skeletons started talking about Pirates of the Caribbean. Auspicious, Rowdy, Furious, Drunk and Agile began to regale the living members of the story about the adventures of Captain Jack Sparrow, and they all sat together listening intently to the skeleton barking bits of the story from all over the convoy. And they sometimes had to ask the skeletons to repeat certain parts or explain certain things in the stories. "So, this Davy Jones, is he real?" Omen asked, her eyes wide. "Face tentacles and all?" Millie had a bad flashback to the fish and muttered, "Tentacles, and the screeching." "Aye, and he waits all he sinks beneath the waters," Riley said in a creepy, guttural voice. Agile flipped upside down and hung in front of Omen from his sling seat. "Do you fear death, Mrs. Omen?" He purred. "Oh, shut up," she growled and pushed Agile away. He swung back up to his seat as everyone else laughed. They got through all the movies, or tales, as they told them, and began to discuss how the ones after the first weren't really as good, and confused the shit out of everyone else.
Yeah, you know what one was good shit? The fourth one was...
No, the third one was from the third... I like the first and the second. Look, let's not talk about it.
Okay. Everyone knows the first Captain of the fucking Pirates of the Caribbean movie was fucking beast.
It was beast.
It was beast.
I really like the second one as well.
I can't stop saying that about
it. Was beast and red pilled as fuck.
I can't stop saying that over like anything though. Okay, so the first one was outstanding. The second one, I kind of see what they were trying to do. The second one felt like it was like it didn't really do anything.
No, I liked the second one.
No, I'm sorry. I mean,
the third one, it was shit.
It was more just like a connection almost to the next movie. It felt like it was.
I didn't watch after the second one. Not gonna lie.
Well.
Oh, I did watch the third one halfway through. Then I walked out of the movie.
And then the one about the mermaids was shit. It came out in like 2010.
I don't remember that one.
It was not. Look. Anyway, enough of this. Let's keep going.
First was fast asleep next to Drunk, snoring loudly and leaning against his shoulder. Drunk kept having to grab her rifle and put it back in her lap from time to time as the hours passed on. Night eventually fell. Horses were tethered out to rest and eat. Tea was made inside. Dinner was had, and all the living fell asleep. Except first. She never even woke up when they stopped, just snored on the bench seat. The skeletons began to play cards as Auspicious just hung out in the driver's seat of Bertha. The little lantern holding the ember of the flame spoke up. You doing okay, buddy? Auspicious shrugged. Hey, buddy, it's going to be okay. We're going off on another adventure. Who knows? You may meet someone new. Orler, the ancient god of fire, had this weird dad vibe going on, and you could almost picture him grilling steaks in sandals. Auspicious felt a different presence come down beside him, and Orler's flame gave a flutter. Oh, hey Melanie. Melanie, the goddess of love, sat down beside Auspicious, and the two sat there in silence for a few moments, and she drummed her fingers on her knees. Melanie was fair, but not overly beautiful, wearing a simple blue sundress and no shoes, her toes flexing on the wood of Bertha as her auburn hair flowed around her head.
Wait, hold up here. Is Guardbros like fucking Quentin Tarantino when it comes to feet? Tell me I'm not the only one getting this vibe here, right?
You could tell she was uncomfortable about the whole thing, and a real air of awkwardness surrounded them like a cloud. So, I just wanted to come down and check up on you. You have a lot of people running confused, you know. The undead normally don't get involved with love, yet alone can love. And while your buddy drunk got married, no one is quite sure how to cope with the vibe you're giving off. Again, Auspicious shrugs, and as Familiar pokes his head out from the doggy door inside his armour. The last time we felt this kind of woe, a guy genocided like an entire country. So I wanted to come down to make sure you weren't feeling like wanting mass destruction. Oh, come on now, Melanie. He isn't like that. Orler piped up, and the little flame fluttered angrily. Orler, this kind of thing is unprecedented. We're taking this very seriously. Anyway, I just want you to know things can get better. Try to keep your chin up, okay? And Melanie held open her slender arms for a hug. Auspicious stared at her for a moment, then leaned in to be hugged. She hugged him tightly, and whispered into his skull, try not to murder everything, okay?
I think everyone needs that, and it's like, stop killing fucking everything. Please be nice. Please.
Please. Before she was gone in an instant, and he was being hugged by no one. Such drama, Orler murmured, and Auspicious dropped a little piece of salted cow in for the flame to devour. Agile, having seen and heard what's going on, rounded the opposite side of Bertha, and tried to contact Fintry, his own patron goddess. He wasn't sure how to do it, so he just bowed his head and body and tried to talk inwardly to her about him wanting to talk, and was at this for a few minutes before he felt the presence next to him. What you thinking about? The great mouthless elf woman was leaning down next to him, and spooked the shit out of Agile when he turned his head and saw her massive face. She laughed, the sound echoing in his skull, before she sat down in the grass, her long slender legs stretched out and her eyes smiling. Even seated, she was taller than Agile standing. Ah, hey, thanks for, showing up. Agile coughed into his gloved fist. Could you tell me about me when I was alive? Oh sure, I suppose. Fintry smiled again with her eyes, and began to regale Agile about his long past life. Agile had been a lady killer, a fantastic dancer, and had been able to slither into any space that needs slithering into when it came to robbery.
Oh, come on, you don't find like the Guardbros start blasting that there. I was a highwayman. I was born. Oh, what is it like again? What is it? What's the song?
I know what you mean.
You know.
He had been contacted by the very same people he was partied up with now, minus Furious, to take out an evil necromancer that was plaguing the world when he was alive. Ironic, eh? Fintry says with a giggle, and Agile snorts as best as a skeleton can. Fintry continued on to say that when he slipped inside to sneak past the complicated puzzles and hard-to-reach places to let other party members in, he failed to notice a trap. It seems your luck just ran out. Poof, you were dead, she said with a head tilt, and waggled her slender feet in the grass. What? What do you mean I just died? Agile said aghast. Well, you just failed to see the trap at your feet after letting the rest of the party in, and you were crushed to death. Quite the terrible end for you, I must admit. Okay, so how did everyone else die? Beats me. Fintry bumped her elbow against Agile. What? Are you a goddess? Don't you see everything and are omnipotent? It was her turn to snort. I can't be buggered to watch everything. I have things I want to do too. Agile was beside himself. Like what? I do like my bubble baths.
For fuck's sake.
And she laughed again, giving Agile's helmet a rustle, and it fucked everything up. So he had to readjust his mask and helmet. When he did, he looked around. Fintry was gone, and the sun was beginning to rise. Back in Tlaib, the morning post was delivered a few hours later, and at the Big Spoon, a letter was delivered. A Minotaur woman opened it from up in her room, and she read it aloud. By the time you'll read this, I'll be gone. It's a shame you couldn't join us, or rather, myself. But as long as you're happy. I worked a deal with the owners of the inn. You will be welcome to breakfast any time, since you said you never get to go. I wish you the best of luck. And until next time, auspicious. That same woman got up, put on her town clothes, and walked out into the morning air. She went to the same inn, and the Serbians knew who she was. She was given the whole menu once again. She ate it all, once again. When she was done, she sat there, drinking coffee for what seemed like an hour, staring at where that skeleton sat only a few days before. At the same time, Bertha came to a halt in the town of Cansitra, and that very same skeleton hopped down from his seat, applied the brake, patted the draft horse on the bottom, and stared back down the road that led to Tlaib. Cansitra was a quaint little farm town, everything neat and in its place, from the boxes of flowers outside of the windows of homes, to the very people whom walked the streets to peer curiously at Bertha, sitting parked near the inn. The skeleton crew unpacked themselves from Bertha and sussed around the area, making sure there was nothing that could do some kind of harm to the fleshy inhabitants inside their carriages. Said fleshy inhabitants were quite tired of smelling like road, a smell of the wood stove, flesh only really bathed via bird bathing inside Bertha or in any creek they happened to come by, and just the dank of horses and leather. First, of course, was always in high spirits, as there was no brushes to attack her from behind, and she had room to sprint away when someone pulled out a bar of soap.
Fuck's sake, dirty wee bitch. What is it with dogs not wanting bath, but they love water?
Yeah.
Like, they love swimming, but
Yeah.
they hate getting
Bathed.
bathed.
I don't know.
It's so unusual.
Cansitra villagers were taken aback slightly at the elite bodyguard that seemed to appear around Bertha. 2 men in suits of heavy armour, one adorned with many lamellar plates from shin to head, another in full plate with horns on his helmet, and the inscription of a Minotaur woman on his chest piece, as well as a curious doggy door, where 2 yellow glints could be seen within.
Oh, that's quite nice. He's got like a wee flap
Flap
almost.
for him, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I like that. A lot of thought's been put into the armour.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty cool. I like it.
3 more dismounted from the top hatch, all in various forms of leather armour, and 2 of which hefted rifles and pistols, and another with glinting steel plates on his gloved knuckles. Most curious of this guard was that their faces were all hidden under their helmets and face masks, and the sun shone on nothing but dark pits where their eyes should be. Villagers watched and waited as the bodyguards stalked around and checked every corner and nook they could find, before one waved at one with a long rifle on top of Bertha, and the guard knocked on the roof with a thunk thunk. If the guard was bizarre, what came out of the giant carriage caught everyone off their own guard. 2 Bolimian women, adorned in their cultural tattoos, stepped down from the door and stood on the gravelled parkway, stretching and cooing at the large inn before them. One even had what looked like a metal leg, which whirled and clicked as she walked, while the other looked like someone who robbed battle sites from the amount of random gear and belts adorned her, as well as the giant battle axe that bobbled on her back, and the many knives that ringed her belts. After them, a large Oni woman stepped out wearing a lighter outfit, travelling outfit, and a cloak, with a smaller Oni walking down behind her. The smaller one looked like a bookworm, or a mage, as she seemed to lack any real combat gear besides a giant book that was in a satchel on her side. They seemed equally eager to get inside, and called inside for someone named Omen. Omen stepped into the morning light, and seemed the most normal out of this group except for some small scars that adorned her arms. One on her cheek which seemed fresh, and wore nothing but a normal steel breastplate, a single sentry pauldron,
and a short sword that hung at her hip. After Omen came a gnoll, eagerly wagging her tail and snuffling the air as she hefted a rifle off her own. "Well, you just know they're up to no good," Samantha Aldrin, one of the villagers, said to her friend Yaris, and Yaris agreed with a chuckle. "What on earth are they putting in that stable? It looks like a giant rooster." "I want a bath," Millie groans, leaning against Kyron, as Kyla and Harla get the room situation handled. They have been on the road for days now, and while Bertha provides many comforts, bathing was definitely not one of them, and they had not been able to properly bath in hot water since they left Taliab. "First no want bath, first just want fresh meat."
Fuck's sake, first any chance.
First look towards the dining area, still awash in the smells of breakfast, and the aroma chased away the memories of the road provisions they had been eating since leaving the big city. Omen agreed with Millie. "After spending so much time in that city, I'd forgotten what it felt like to be actually dirty again. I'm afraid it spoilt me." After rooms were bought, everyone more or less split up in the town, with almost all of the female members of the group heading to wash away the road. The inn was exceptionally large, and featured a full bathhouse portion, fitted with instant hot water via boilers and types of tubs depending on what money is spent. Wood, iron, etc. I don't trust Guardbro with bathhouses.
I don't trust him.
I don't trust
I
it.
don't like where this
I don't like where this is going either.
I think we're going to have some nasty surprises. I don't know.
I don't know.
It's up to you if you call them nasty surprises or not.
A little more money is spent, and first is lured into a bathing room.
Guard? How the fuck do you lure her into the bath?
Grab her by her collar and drag her.
Throw a few balls in the bath.
Where deft maiden and male hands quickly yonk her inside and disarm her before a fight can start, and so she can be bathed. Apparently a member of the party was not fond of the wild dog smell inside of Bertha. The skeletons, however, have gone their own way in the little town and are exploring, either bothering the locals on information about alchemists, prowling around the houses because they believe the town is too nice, and searching for some sort of deviancy, or just loitering around the living members and providing area security. Auspicious visits the local general store and buys a load of brushes for his small fleet of horses and horse treats, with the threat of giggling children constantly whirling around his leg as he tries to shop. He overpays by a large margin and waves away their offering for change. The innkeeper of this place, and also the bartender, is a huge fellow whose hands look like they have seen some action, and has a large brown beard and is bald from the eyebrows and beyond. A little bit of prying and questions are asked from the skeletons about the town, and the bartender tells them that they are a special town with a very unique kind of people, but not to worry because all of them are just farmers now.
Nah. That's a very... Nah. That's a very unusual way of putting it.
As their eye sockets roved around, they agreed that all of the village folk were rather fit, if not downright pinnacles of health at their age. Above that, they were downright friendly, their kids healthy and happy, and the town really was quite perfect in all senses. The skeletons even find a shrine to the many gods known throughout the world, just outside of the inn and tucked back in a manicured little wood area. A limestone walking path leading them to it. Rowdy sees a statue that looks like Luigi?
Luigi?
Luigi? Tell me that's not Luigi.
Alright. Guardbro, is that Luigi, or are you going to have to spell it out for us next time?
Louis?
Louis?
Louis? Is it Louis?
Look, we'll call him Luigi, it'll be more fun.
Yeah, I'm going to keep calling him Luigi. Rowdy sees a statue that looks like Luigi, the masked god of whom he patrons, and he makes a few attempts to try and communicate. Perhaps after stabbing an innocent boy and killing an older woman, Luigi is giving Rowdy the cold shoulder, or is just playing around with the poor skeleton. As the statue, when Rowdy looks away, changes poses and faces as if it's contemplating the skeleton, or reacting to his thoughts that he sends heavenward. Furious trying to figure out just who he prayed to in his past life, lays amongst the statues, then screams towards the heavens mentally. Judging by the statue of Luigi, now wincing and covering the sides of his mask with his hands, he's being heard in some form of another, but no one answers him. Agile communes with Finitri easily when he finds her statue, and the two talk about a few small things such as Millie and the fall, before Agile pulls out a brush and begins dusting off her statue, doing a little area beautification before setting off to hang out with Millie. Auspicious shows up, and after a bit of going in circles looking at the statues, cannot find one of Orler. The little flame inside of his chest lantern isn't surprised, but is taken aback as Auspicious begins to find wood and lumber, rocks and stone, and spends a couple of hours building a little shrine to Orler, beside the statue of Melanie, the goddess of love. When the little roof goes up, the flame is bouncing around in the lantern excitedly, watching Auspicious work with much glee, chittering about how he used to have all kinds of things like this back in the good old days when I used to get a good amount of offerings. The rest of the skeletons are hanging out with the living crew, as Auspicious whittles a little wooden flame puff to put inside the shrine, being the only one outside as the sun falls away into the inky black of night. The party has gone to bed, Furious remaining downstairs, and the rest of them parked about the inn to watch for trouble. Watch for trouble!
Stack 'em up, please.
Furious is fuming, as the rest of the skeletons have patron gods they can communicate with, as he remains lost as who he is, and where he is going along with all of this. Lost your way, have you? A voice rumbles out of the darkness of the inn dining room, as this kitchen has shut down and only the night porter is awake, around the corner and out of sight. Furious lifts his masked skull up to see a man sitting in one of the chairs a few feet away from him, and a large rucksack on the floor beside him. The figure looks road-worn, his leather boots ruddy and caked with dirt, his travelling cloak almost threadbare and colour in certain places washed away by the sun. He's smoking a pipe, rough and rustic in its construction, but the embers burn bright and cast a myriad of shadows over its form. The figure inhales long and slow, and Furious can see the rough face underneath that is adorned with kind, knowing eyes. "Who are you? Do you know me?" Furious asks softly, leaning forward and placing his iron-knuckled hands on the oak table. The figure just chuckles. "I know all who wander the roads of life, and have lost their way." Is this Gandalf?
Yeah, it fucking sounds like Gandalf. Honestly, I wanted Furious to have, like, the god of fucking curb stomping or some shit.
Is it Gandalf who says that? All those who wander...
No, yeah, it
not
is,
all those
yeah.
who wander are lost, yeah.
Yeah, no, that is actually.
Yeah. "I know all who wander the roads of life, and have lost their way." You could say that. I am the way.
Is that like a fucking shitty tweet?
Do you know the way?
Yes! Oh my god, not that fucking thing.
Stop it.
I was thinking, like, is that actually, do you know the way you mean? Please tell me it isn't.
We all know Guardbros a boomer at this stage.
I know. Get with the kids. The kids love them Ugandan knuckles memes, don't they?
"Don't you worry your little bony head, my friend. You were lost, but now you're found. And I will help you find a way."
For fuck's sake, Megan.
The way stands, shoulders his rucksack and tips his hat to Furious. Oh god, he's a neckbeard as well.
Oh my god.
Right.
What was the noise that they made? That fucking plucking noise?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh, fuck no. Don't mind me. That meme is horrible. Get it out. We're not speaking of that meme ever again.
Okay. The way stands, shoulders his rucksack and tips his head to Furious, before walking away and disappearing into the dark shadows of the room, the thuds of his boots seeming to echo hauntingly on the last step. Alright. See you later, okay? Furious says nervously, rattling his fingertips on the table as the situation was rather awkward for him. Outside, Auspicious has been walking around while whittling, checking up on his many horses and chicken. He is quite unhappy to be in the stinky stables than his lovely nest inside the original stolen carriage. Auspicious just shakes his head as Orler is still telling him about the golden days, and finally finishes up his whittling of his flame god's token, setting it inside the handmade shrine he completed earlier in the night, and places a little candle inside of it, lighting it up. Pleased with his work, he leans back, his shiny metal horns glowing in the moonlight, and sets down to watch the little flame dance in the light wind that trickles by. To those who may wander past, and some figures do, they see a great metal warrior sitting down and back on his hands, watching the little shrine flame dance as his own helmet and breastplate shine brightly against the lantern light that mounted on his chest. Rowdy has been out and about in the woods and skulking around the house, getting bored guarding, naturally, and sees movement in the woods. Rowdy is able to slip into the woods and line up right behind the figures, matching step with the man in front of him so they won't even hear his footsteps. The skeleton doesn't even have to breathe, and his armour is well oiled. Rowdy sees that these people are clearly villagers, but in between them are goblins and hobgoblins, tied via rope cuffs to each other, being led by spear point through the woods in what looks like a well-worn game path. Rowdy alerts the other skeletons, who pour away from what they are doing and begin to move towards Rowdy. Except Auspicious, he's just chilling. Rowdy follows them all the way to where he sees a torchlight, and tucks away into the woods again into the shadows, and skirts around to where he can stay hidden and watch. Inside the little clearing is a giant pit, or what looks like a fighting pit, with rows of pointed spears dug into the earth and pointing in towards the pit, so no creature can get out without first having to tangle with the sharp spikes. There are a lot of villagers here, all holding various forms of weaponry, and those weapons looking well maintained if not old and well used. Adjacent to the pit is a cage, which has more goblins and hobgoblins inside of it, and a rack of swords stand arrayed outside of the cage and near the entrance of the pit. Rowdy is what the fucking hard as the other skeletons, minus Auspicious, arrive and are now also taking in the sight before them with mixed reactions. They watch as a woman wielding a poleaxe hops down into the pit, and she's pretty much all ready to go for whatever happens next. A hob! I want me a hob! No cheating me this time either! Alexander, you gave me a lame one last time, and it about lasted as long as my husband does in bed. Oi! Is heard from the crowd, and a chorus of laughter echoes against the trees in the night sky. Alexander is also laughing, and pulls out a hob, who he unties when down in the pit. The hobgoblin is confused and backs away from the woman when something thumps down beside him. A short sword is laying there in the dirt. The woman with the poleaxe is grinning wildly, and she begins to step towards the hob, her feet measured and her shoulders rolling like a predator. The hob reaches down and picks up the sword, holding it shakily as he sees that this is going to be a bit of a messy situation he found himself in. Furious ain't gonna stand for this shit, and bursts out of the tree and jumps down into the pit, landing with the ripple of dust. The torchlight traces along the sexy and lewd forms that adorn his armour, as well as the odd goose as Furious stands tall and defiant. Why don't you pick a fight with someone more your level? He growls, and begins to move towards the woman. The other skeletons rattle out from the wood line, panicked and furious as charge, as they send an SOS back to Auspicious. Back at the shrine, Auspicious has been placing little offerings in the shrine to try and encourage perhaps some patronage in the future to his endeavours, but perks his head up. Auspicious gets the message and sighs, standing up with a groan and shaking loose his cobwebs. At the time, an untied boot kicks open the side door of the inn, and Kyla is standing there in a cloak and her sleeping clothes, looking red-eyed and angry as a lot of the chatter has flowed over into her as well, in their panic to try and reach Auspicious. What the fuck is going on? Back at the pit, the woman is yelling at Furious. Aye, this hob is mine. Why don't you wait your own turn? She bellows, while parrying the hob easily and catching it in the gut with the end of her poleaxe. Furious is being yelled at from the edge of the ring by the other skeletons, and it's made him pause as he stops to yell back about how all of this is bullshit. All the other villagers are quiet, watching the fighting down in the pit. Agile moves over to Alexander, begins to pester him about what's going on, as down in the pit there is a meaty smack and the scream of a hob. We have to keep our skills up. No real forts or anything nearby that can help us in time if we need it. And besides, these hobgobs are constantly raiding towns and smaller villages all over the place. They won't be missed. This is more like a creative way of doing pest control. Agile isn't too sure about that answer, as down in the pit the woman challenges Furious. Furious, eager for the fight, smashes his iron knuckles together with a shriek of sparks, and the two immediately get into it. Furious has to duck and dodge her blows as best as he can, but even then keeps catching the backhand attack from her after he dodges, and she's plinking away at his HP. At the same time, she's wearing no armour,
so every punch and flying knee is winding her, and blood can be seen on the side of her mouth. The villagers all watch silently as they fight, none of them moving, as the skeletons all kind of grip up to watch as well. Furious Skeleton is fighting for his morals at this point and what he believes. As to him, this is nothing more than a slaughter and a provision of training, as they take other humanoids and chuck them into the ring just to die over time to fighters way over their skill level. Furious punches the woman right in the breast and she roars, staggering backwards and clutching at her chest. Titty shot, yeah. This is the one time the crowd around them reacts, some chuckling and others sucking in air through their teeth. You fucking prick! The woman bellows and bull rushes furious, whipping the head of her poleaxe like a battering ram and smashing it against his shoulders, near the neck, as he fails to move out of her strike range quick enough. However, there is an oddity, as a small honk is heard from somewhere about Furious. What? And now, somehow, Furious is holding her poleaxe. Is the gimp suit magical?
I'm gonna come.
Oh god. What? All the skeletons say aloud at the same time. And even the villagers seem surprised that the skeleton was able to pry the weapon from her without even reaching for it. Furious stands there shocked, holding her poleaxe in his hand, while the woman is looking down at her empty hands with mixed facial emotions of disbelief and frustration. Furious Skeleton tosses the poleaxe over his shoulder and out of the pit, and some of the villagers just casually lean out of the way to avoid getting bunked by it. Real pit fighting ours now, Furious says with a laugh, and begins to beat down in earnest, while suffering a few savage blows as well as she begins to rage and throw her weight into wild punches. Furious comes to a halt, a wild punch bouncing off his helmet head as he hears a voice from behind and above him. That is enough! Kyla is standing there, hot-tempered, red-eyed, her boots unlaced, and her sleeping clothes covered in leaves and sticks. Behind her is Auspicious, holding up Orler in his lantern to cast light upon her so she can see through the woods. An impressive sight, despite the lack of battleware from the necromancer. Furious tells her what's going on, and she answers him back in kind that, is it really worth all this trouble over some damn goblins and hobgoblins? What happens if you kill that woman? Look at the odds. Furious looks around, and indeed they are surrounded by retired adventurers, but all of them deadly and very clearly well trained. They barely made it out alive from the 2 elite combatants at the siege. What would it be here when it's 5 versus 30, 40? Furious goes to exit, but when he tries to leave, the woman goes to attack him from behind.
Dirty bitch.
Dirty bitch. He is able to smoothly duck the rear attack and heft the woman above him, her battle roars echoing into the sky before the body slams into the dirt. A few bones are heard to break, but Furious just brushes the dirt off from his armour and steps out of the ring. The skeletons were thoroughly admonished all the way back to the inn, and as soon as they left, they dragged the woman out of the pit. Clerics healed her up, and they simply continued to train in the pit. The skeletons sat close guard outside the party's room to make sure no retribution attacks came, but none did, through the night and into the morning, as the living members worked and broke the fast of the night with the other villagers who came to eat with their families before going out and doing their works. A lot of the villagers who were on that night's training rotation were there, and quickly the tale of Furious has spread. Despite his curious armour, villagers tall and small were giving him approving nods or patting him on the shoulder as they passed. It seems his actions were respected, or at least his convictions. Kyla was still on their asses though, about putting their noses where they weren't welcomed, and was harrying them mentally and heatedly all throughout the morning while they racked up and set off down the road. The little town of Cancitra fell behind as they clopped away, both carriages making their way back down the road towards their destination of Lisa. The living members of the party were not all that excited to be back on the road for the next couple of days, but they had bought some things that morning to make Bertha a bit more livable, such as curtains, cushions, better blankets, and more luxurious foodstuffs to help take away the edge. First was Syl fuming at the other members of the party, sitting next to Drunk on the rear carriage, her rifle laid across her lap. Then they take First's paws and scrub them. Look! Paws all clean, no dirt. First would die of shame if First could. She's fumed, showing both of her quite clean hands to Drunk, who snorted as he held the reins of the horse, but gave her some milk taffy to keep her mouth busy. The days passed without much report. Carriages, wagons, walkers, hikers and horsemen passing by Bertha with regular appearances. Those up in the top lookout slot would wave, strangers would wave back, and the skeletons fell into a lull of complacency as there was little action to really look forward to. Most doing their duties as sentries, cleaning armour, weapons, or diddling dicks and everything they saw fit. By the third day, the rear lookout roost and the top lookout slot looked like walls of marine porta-john. Dicks everywhere.
Yeah.
Just everywhere. But then, one morning, the clouds darkened and down came the rain. The rain pelted down from the heavens in sheets, a dull roar that filled the sound of everything. While those inside Bertha and driving Bertha had ample cover, First and Drunk had only their cloaks and rain slicks to help them. This bullshit, growled First, holding her rifle close to her chest as she sat snuggled up to Drunk to try and keep more rain from hitting her slick. Aye, my little furry lass, this is indeed bullshit, Drunk grumbled. Chicken was inside the carriage and wasn't sure what the fuss was about. The rain continued down for the whole day and even into the night, as they brought their little convoy to a halt about 500 yards from the tree line the road ran through, letting the horse rest and eat the sodden grass around them, staked out in pickets. Near them a couple and their kids came to a halt as well, pulling out a wagon tentaline and quickly ducking underneath it for some cover. They were a modest family, man, woman, daughter and son, and were road-worn and quite wet at this point. Thunder rumbled in the sky above and lightning lit up the dark clouds in flashing cascades of light for mere seconds before submitting the world back into a wet darkness of storm. The skeletons were posted up around Bertha, as Chicken could handle himself, and First had ducked into Bertha to get warm, and the Boney boys took an interest in the family. "Hello there," said Auspicious cheerfully, who stood in front of the opening of their little tentaline they had running off their wagon. He said this just as the lightning punctured the sky, and the flashes of light lit him up to the point he looked like a monster peeking under the tent flap. The kids screamed, but the parents just laughed, as they had saw him earlier getting the horse undone and setting their pickets for Bertha's drafts. Auspicious helped them light their fire and chatted with them as Drunk gave the kids candy. Oh, don't take candy from Drunk.
I wouldn't be taking no
Candy from Drunk. And the family filled them in on news around where they were coming from and where they were going. The family were on their way to Talib after selling their farm, in which Rowdy asked the farmer what he did for a living. There was an awkward pause before the farmer told him, again, very slowly, that he was a farmer.
Yeah, no, but what type of farmer though? That's a valid question.
Yeah.
There's tons of different types of farmers, you know?
Near Lisa, as things weren't getting too weird and too hot there, as elves were up running around again and trying to purge lesser races from their lands, harassing Lisa for harbouring fugitives and flushing up all a manner of magic things up into the land surrounding theirs. That, and with Ardamans also heating up, they wanted to be somewhere safe, and if news is correct, Talia broke the backs of a siege not too long ago, and the area is pretty safe for the time being, so they were heading there to buy a farm. The skeletons tell them it's true, spin them a few good tales, then ask them about the forest and way ahead to Lisa. Oh, all kinds of strange things have been happening in that forest, the man says as rain patters down in the tent cloth and the small fire pops and clicks. Some women claim they came out of the forest with an extra baby, children's hair changing colours, some people going missing, shapes and things moving among the shadows in the trees. Standard stuff, really, this day and age around Lisa. The skeletons and feed the information back to the lookouts, who are already on vigilance as the entire vibe is pretty spooky, even for the spookers.
Yeah, has the old skeleton party got a name yet?
Skelly Boys?
Yeah, the Skelly... Oh, yeah, okay. Skelly Boys does
Skelly
work.
Boys, yeah.
I like the idea. I like the spookers.
Bone Zone Brothers?
The Bone Zone Brothers.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll go with Bone Zone Brothers, yeah.
Through the night, the skeletons do keep seeing shadows moving in the woods, and the lightning is casting some even more strange and bone-rattling shapes in the trees. The skeletons bid the family good night and go back to their duties around Bertha. Rowdy borrows Agile's rifle after going inside Bertha, since Agile is napping down below for whatever reason, and pops up into the top lookout, peering through the scope as he trails it through the woods. Furious is making his rounds in the rain, his boots splashing on the wet grass loudly, when he sees something odd happening over by the wagon of the family. The fire of theirs has gone down to coals, so not much light is left, but he can see movement from the other side of the tent and wagon, but he can't make out what it is. "You better come up with your hands raised or I'ma fuck you up!" He roars in challenge and is stomping towards the tent. However, the head of the wife pops up, and she asks if something is the matter. He can pick up on the sounds of wet footsteps for a few split seconds heading towards the woods, but the rain is still very heavy and masks a lot of the sound. Rowdy then sees something and squints into the glass. It's brief in the lightning light, but he spies a long pointed ear. Skeletal klaxons blaring, people screaming, sirens screeching. Alert is raised among all the skeletons, even Agile jerking up with a snort as the other skeletons barrel out of Bertha to usher the other family towards the carriage. Chicken isn't excited about all this and screeches an insult before being tossed out of the carriage and the family stuffed into it for safety. Chicken thinks this is all bullshit as he and Auspicious sit guard under the wagon cover. Furious guards the family, and the rest of the skeletons are socked to the forest as they wait for an attack. But none come. All the way into the morning, with the rising of the sun, it gives some light into the dreary scene. It's still raining heavily as the family wakes, says their thanks, and the skeletons help them get their wagon together and send them on their way before getting their own carriages back up and running. Agile notices the wife of the family looking back at them, smiling, and giving them a wink. "The fuck?" he murmurs, but takes no real note of it. The carriages lurch back into motion and make their way into the forest of Hanos Way. Due to the spooky nature of the forest, First is now on top of the carriage that Drunk is driving, and all viewing ports are filled with skeletons. Auspicious has his little fox familiar peeping out of his breastplate as an extra set of eyes as well, and the rain is not as bad within the forest, but the light is as dim as could be. Auspicious lights his carriage lantern, as does Drunk. Rowdy, sitting tail gunner, can barely make out Drunk in his driver's seat through the gloom despite being only 10 to 15 yards away. It being that dark and that rainy despite being the middle of the afternoon. The shadows are seen dancing in the trees again, and the skeletons are already readying their weapons. There's an ambush, they can smell it. Crows are calling from the trees, as some crows don't caw at all and watch the carriages. Drunk's free hand is resting on his axe, and Auspicious has his warhammer within easy hand's reach. The living party members are well aware of what's happening, and they too are more or less waiting for the attack, Millie constantly sheathing and unsheathing her boot knife. Drunk hears a splash to his right after about another hour, and leans over, picking up his axe as he does. He hears panting, and it's First, running up into the carriage and sitting beside him on the seat. She's quite muddy, but it seems as if she fell off the carriage rooftop somehow. "Are you okay, lass?" "Oh yeah, I'm fine. I got knocked off by Big Brunch."
Foxy First.
First says happily, squeezing the water out of her cloak and shaking the mud from her hands. "Indeed," Drunk says, and looks over to where he knows Rowdy is, sockets wide. "Since when did First speak so well?" Drunk sends a necroscope to Rowdy, who jerks up and leans out of the rear window of the tail position, squinting as best he can through the rain and dark. He can see a couple of blobs that look like Drunk and First, but not much else. First, where's your rifle?" Drunk says slowly, trying to maintain his cool. Yes, I think I dropped it when I fell, and I didn't want to be left behind. It's okay. I can just buy a new one along the way." Something's weird here. Drunk stares at her. They've been going barely walking speed due to the mud. She could have grabbed the rifle and jogged to catch up quite easily. That solves it. First seems quite pleased at his response and begins to hum, looking forward into the forest. Drunk is rattled and is telling everyone so. Rowdy pulls out his pistol and fires a shot. It was aimed low and right, splashing into the mud and throwing the dark muck all over the carriage wheels of Drunk's charge. "Why are they shooting?" screamed First, who clutches Drunk's arm as she shrinks away from the splash. "Who shot? First heard gunshots." First and Drunk look up to see First, staring down at them with her rifle. First is looking at First, who is looking at First and blanches, knowing her cover is blown. Did First miss something? Whispers the First, looking down with her rifle. And Drunk can hear the small clicks as she tacks the hammer back to half-cock. The other First grips Drunk's breastplate and pulls him towards her. She hisses. This will all go easier if you don't fight. Ah, shite. Drunk gasps, as suddenly dozens of figures lurch out of the woodline and begin jumping and clambering onto Bertha.
Well, I hope you guys enjoyed that. I know, it was massive, and if you stayed through the whole thing, oh my god. And I'm sure if you have stayed through the whole thing, you're desperately wondering, why did you guys stop it? And the problem is, the reason why we did stop the story was because there just wasn't enough interest.
Yeah, just lack of interest.
The amount of time it took to edit the videos and record them, it would take a very long time for us. We are a lot better at recording now, but back then we weren't. Yeah. And we were looking at, like, honestly, at one point it was under 500 views in the first day of the video being posted. So, you know,
it wasn't really worth our time.
Are we going to do the old skeleton party, or are we going to do literally anything else that a lot more people are interested in?
Yeah.
It is one of those stories. I do wish we could have finished it.
I do wish we had more interest in it, because it is such a good story.
I know, I love doing it, and Guardbros really enjoyed doing it. The campaign has finished. However, it did it did get, like, thrown together at the end very quickly, because one of the guys, like, you guys know, Guardbros used to be in the army. Pretty much all the guys, all the players, are either active or ex-service, and one of them got deployed.
So they kind of had to throw it all together quite quickly at the end.
So they only had, like, 2 weeks or 2 sessions to try and do, like, an ending for it.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure Guardbros has got a lot more written. So I'll link down below if there
what he can give us.
What he can give us.
So if you want to read the rest on your own, the links will be down. We'll try and put the links down below. We'll get them off Guardbros for you.
Sorry about this. It's one of those ones. If we can get enough interest, maybe we could
do it.
But it's one of those ones that really just depends on how people react to it. Are people going to watch it? Are they interested in it? I know people are interested in it because I'm fucking interested in it.
Yeah.
But sadly,
is there enough?
You know how it is when it comes to YouTube. If we're doing stuff that not enough people are watching, it doesn't just affect that one video, it actually affects the whole channel as a whole. Because it means whenever you're posting a new video and it's a very long one and just people are not clicking on it, so that means the next video in line also will not even be promoted to as many people because people aren't clicking on that video. And it doesn't matter because it's something different or whatever. It's all the same to YouTube.
That's just the way YouTube works.
If that helps you guys understand the predicament that we find ourselves in.
Yeah, that's just the way YouTube works. But I hope you enjoyed it. Links down below. All that shit.
Check out the models.
Yeah, check out the models.
We got some subclasses. We got all that other good stuff. Yeah. You know what I should say? I should ask Guardbros about this. And we should make the old skeleton party get the character templates.
Oh, yeah.
And put them up.
Yeah.
We should do that, definitely, because there was so much homebrew in that campaign. Honestly, Guardbros needs to make a source book for it.
Yeah, he does.
He really does, because I think it's such a cool set. I really enjoyed it. And he had a perfect blend of comedy as well as serious moments. Like, you know, for instance, whenever Tribe was under siege and stuff, wee girl losing her leg. But it was also a lot of wholesome moments with Drunk getting his Kai waifu and all that, you know. It was a really good blend of everything. You know what I mean? It has all the, like,
comedy, suspense, drama, all that good shit.
It has everything that makes a story good. Yeah. And that's what I loved about this. However, as we say, it was just...
And also, if you do enjoy Guardbros writing...
Oh yeah, he's got his own channel.
He's got his own channel.
How do you not know about his own channel?
And he has his book out.
Oh yeah, go buy his book.
Go buy his book.
Yeah, honestly,
we'll link it down below for you.
If you enjoyed this, if you enjoy his writing...
If you enjoy his writing, if you enjoy him as an author...
Check him out.
Please go check him out. His stuff is unbelievable.
He's got 2 series at the minute. He's got the Veil Guiders, which he is turned into a tabletop RPG, which is essentially... Think of, like, Rhodesia, but in fantasy.
Yeah.
Essentially, like over the top K Commando style, but set in like a fantasy universe.
Yeah.
You guys will see. If you enjoyed this, definitely go ahead and check that out.
Check out the links down below.
And then check out Emily Braun's as well.
Yeah.
You guys will love that. And also his book, of course.
Yes.
Definitely something to check out.
But we'll leave it at there. Thank you for watching. Check out all the links down below, and we'll see you in the next video. Bye!